Hello, stream. We are live. We are live. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. In here, it's Jaeger. Exactly, Nick. We are live. We are live for the Le Mans 24 hours, right? Let's go. It's a little bit wet already. Yeah. Maybe it is. So, didn't want to spoil you everything here already, but let's let's go. So, what are we doing here? We are at round 5 of the GTEC 2024 at Le Mans 24 hours, the big one, definitely. And we had some amazing racing throughout this season already. Now, round 5, one of the highlights, definitely. We're going for that. So yeah, speaking about weather, so here we go. The weather forecast for the 24 hours. Spicy stuff in here. So we tried to replicate the IRL weather as close as possible for our event today. So this means you see the 12 racing stints here listed, and you see the starting and the end slots for each stint. This means roughly 10 to 15 minutes will be set as a preset weather setting in the game. And you see there is a bit of rain in the forecast. Everything else in between those slots will be random. So it could be sunshine, it could be cloudy, it could be rain. We don't know what the game decides for us here. But yeah, definitely an interesting forecast. Put it that way, right? So, you see there was some rain, now the rain is gone while I was talking. Where are we? In the championship standings. So after 4 rounds, you see the esports race asylum team is leading by a couple of points, and in P2 we have the Overboost Racing team, followed by Sector 7 Racing, the number 1 team, the 7 car. You see Sector 7 has 2 teams entered, the 7 and the 13, so we have a look at that, of course. And you see the other teams here in the standings so far. Team 11 Vortex, they have dropped out of the series, but they've been replaced with an Australian-based team, so they're running their first race with us today. Good luck to them, of course. It is. And let's talk about qualifying, right? So yesterday we had an amazing qualifying session, 30 minutes for all the 14 drivers. Then the top 7 went into Super Pole with a blistering 3:52.4 set by Distinct Simon for Syndicate Racing to put that 64 Corvette on pole position here in a very, very yeah, nail-biting qualifying session. Not gonna lie, it was interesting to see. Great pace as usual for the GTEC entries in here, so should be a good one. 1-2. We have Corvettes. So Corvette looking to be the car to beat for this race, of course. So, and we are just a couple of minutes away from the race start, so I will try and hurry up maybe to get everything sorted from what I would like to show you here. So, just get rid of those. Right, here we go. So, we are at Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. If you know French, you know what it means. I learned French in school, but it's a long way back, so we will keep it to English most of the time, I guess. So yeah, shout out to Miss Devious for providing this very detailed track map of the circuit. I'm pretty sure that you know this track. It's been a very iconic track. Just to name a few of the corners, we have the Dunlop curves in the first sector, then the crucial Tetre Rouge corner leading up to the big long straight on the air, which has 2 chicanes in it, and at the end of that straight we have that Mulsanne corner, right? A heavy braking zone for that, and the run up to Indianapolis and Arnage, and then up to the famous Porsche curves with the karting S's on the exit, and then approaching the pit entry with the 4 chicanes, the tricky 2 chicanes at the end of the lap around it. So yeah, in dry conditions we are looking at sub 4 minute lap times in here. And yeah, definitely an interesting track for endurance races, a very good one as well. So I won't be alone for 24 hours, so we'll have company from 3 other fantastic guys to cover the broadcast for all of us. So we have Race Asylum's finest, Little Nicky, helping us for 2 stints. We have the racing Wikipedia living legend GT45 Gaming, who will be covering the night shift with myself, most of it. And then we also have Webbo helping us out today for 2 stints. And then of course you will have to endure myself, Jaeger, here throughout this event. We'll be there in the background all of the time, managing the stream. So yeah, we will be having 3 parts to be clear here. So we have the 24 hours separated into 3 parts, roughly 8 hours and a little bit ish. And we will then swap over to part 2 and part 3 later on. But we have 4 stints covered in one continuous stream. It is alright. So I think we'll bring on all the fancy race information overlay stuff. So shout out to Ray, who created this nice little overlay for us. And it looks like we are on time, so we will be starting the formation lap. So formation lap, as usual during the GTEC races, will be single file, and then in the final sector we move into double file formation for the start. We can have a little look at the cars, at the entire field. So watch this great display for the fans. See, the stands are stacked, and here we go, a nice little formation here running with identity for Syndicate Racing. We have Clarky in there for the esports Race Asylum drivers, Macho Monkey for Sector 7 in the AMG. That is the number 13 car. Chown D for Overboost Racing Team in a Lexus. And we have Blue Racer for Race Asylum in the McLaren 650S. Yeah, also stream, hello. I haven't been keeping up with what's going on, but I see Nick is there, Ray is there. They will manage the stream chat as good as they can. If you have any questions, feel free to fire away. I will try and look at them from time to time, of course. So then next up on the grid we have Dan for the AHR drivers in another Corvette. It is Sluxy in there as well. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah. Then Lucas for Race Asylum in their Lexus entry, the Candyman for Sector 7 in that number 7 AMG. A lovely McLaren 650S for last minute racing, driven by Finalized for the opening stint. It is Esne in AMG entry for Loose Moose Racing. And you see the windshield wipers, it's a bit damp on the track, so everyone is on the racing softs, by the way, in case you were wondering. We have Banana Josh, alright, it is an Australian. I'm getting confused with the flags. I think with the star beneath it's Australian, but please don't slaughter me if it's New Zealand. It should be, yeah, we have Welshie for MRL. It's Aussie who, someone said. Alright. Yeah, Shoshin racing in the house for Australia, exactly. It is then Yeast in the second MRL entry in that Ford Mustang. And at the back we have the Race Asylum BMW driven by Harlock. So Race Asylum 999 car got disqualified from the qualifying yesterday because of a little infringement. They bailed out of an qualifying lap, exited to the pits, was strictly forbidden due to the rulebook, so they have to start at the back of the grid. But yeah, it's a 24-hour race, so you won't be winning it in the first corner on the first lap, so it's a long race. Of course it is, and this is your grid, so we are down the back straight coming out of the Mulsanne corner. Still see it's raining, the windshield wipers are on. The track conditions, we have just reached the first bar of the track wetness indicator. It's still okay, I think, to run on the softs, and this is what everyone opted to go for this one. Alright, we are roughly 2 minutes away from the green flag from the 24 hours of Le Mans, and I'm looking forward to it. It will be good, hopefully. So yeah, everyone in the chat, if you haven't, drop a like, subscribe if you haven't, and go and cheer for your teams, for your friends, for everyone in it. It's a big task to compete in a 24-hour race. Definitely something very special. You don't get it every week. So we are hoping to provide some exciting racing for all of you in here. So arriving at the Porsche curves now, and we are close to get it into the double file formation. I think coming out of the Porsche curves will be the formation. Then we should have a nice looking grid starting this one. I also need to be prepared with my timers. Thank you for reminding me, or for reminding myself in here. So we are going into the double file now, going out of the Porsche curves. Alright. Nice. This field looking sexy as hell. Let's go through the board chicanes we go. And I think now we are go! We are live for the 24 hours of Le Mans. And Identity keeping that inside line against Clarky into T1. The actual T1, maybe it's T2. First King probably already turns to Identity. Staying in front of Clarky in P2. John D with a good start up to P3 already. Blue Racer in fourth. Macho Monkey in P5 in that AMG. Then in sixth, Lucas P7. Oh, a little bit off contact. There we saw some smoke there. Nothing major. Don't see any damage on the cars. Candyman in P8. Hasnain in 9th. Banjo Josh in 10th. Then we have a little gap to finalized in P11. Oh, finalized running on the intermediates. Oops, I didn't spot that. Interesting decision from finalized. Welchie in P12 on soft yeast. And Harlock with the run. The slipstream. Looking for a move into the first chicane. No, not gonna happen. That Mustang is quick on a straight line, so at the front, Identity under pressure. Here comes Clarky side by side, pull out of the slipstream. They are approaching the second chicane on the straight. Identity having the inside line covered for the next left-hander. Can Clarky pull in front? Also, we have John D with that slipstream braking early. It will be Clarky coming round. They go side by side, and Clarky, whoop, makes that move stick for now. So just a little replay already early in that race. Clarky with that move into the chicane and keeps it planted, stayed within the track limits and has a nice run. But then again, under pressure. Here comes Identity side by side. They are approaching now Mulsanne corner. Heavy braking zone after the long straight. Clarky stays in front for now. Identity P2. John D on the outside. Blue Racer with the move. Blue Racer up. No, it's John D and Blue Racer side by side. Lexus versus McLaren, who has the slipstream. I think it's John D has a little bit of slipstream coming from Identity. Blue Racer now has his nose ahead, and we also see Dan here in P4 in that Corvette. That Corvette is so strong on the straight line, so John D lost 2 positions there. Blue Racer and then got past them. Oh, a little bit of dust coming out of Indianapolis into Arnage. Again, heavy braking, and John D with the inside line on Dan. Oh, that's close, intense racing on those opening minutes of this race. Clarky and Identity pulling away a little bit. Then John and Blue Racer, the next racers. Macho in P6 also has contact to the other drivers. Lucas as well in P7. Josh in 8th. Candyman in 9th. Still there. Welch moved up a few positions. Hasnain in P11. Yeast running P12 at the back of this group. Harlock in 13th. And finalized on those intermediates. And now the rain is picking up again. So 5 seconds the gap for now. What was it? A good call maybe from Team Last Minute Racing. Oh, and Clarky misses the 4 chicanes. This could be a track limit penalty. Let's see, yeah, 1 second. Oof. But he was, I don't know, a bit too late probably on those brakes. So he will be losing that P1 by the end of the lap. Pretty sure. For Identity staying in P2, and we see that rain is picking up. We see the windshield wipers going on still. Track conditions very good. Not much wet parts on the track so far. Blue Racer in P3. John D P4. A little gap to Dan now, 1 second, but I think Dan can bring it back on the straight, coming through Tetra Rouge, running a bit wide, but think he kept it within the track limits. 1.2 should have now a slipstream and could bring that gap down to Chown D. But Chown has also the slipstream from the drivers in front. And interesting that Macho Monkey going for a move on Dan in that Corvette, but no, that AMG probably a bit of better acceleration out of the turns, but then on the straights just loses out some not that much top end, but looks, and oh, look at that. Dan lost a little bit of time there with fighting. It is, and we see at the front, we see already Identity challenging Clarky. Clarky with that 1 second penalty he has to serve when they come out of an arch. And Identity goes up a position, nice move. So Syndicate Racing leading in front of Team Esports Race Asylum and the McLaren Race Asylum, driven by Blue Racer. ORT in P4. Macho got past Dan here. And we see at the front was Clarky against Identity. Clarky up a position again, so they are having fun at the front of this race. We see the windshield wipers now going a bit quicker, so we don't see the rain here on the screen, but the windshield wipers don't lie, right? So let's get an onboard. So we don't see that many drops of rain, but it's like it's automatic in the game. Own Identity missed the entry of Indianapolis, the braking zone, and which gave Blue Racer the run. Now Clarky will serve the penalty and Blue Racer moves up into P1. It is, so we have a look at this. So yeah, just a little bit too late on the brakes for Identity, and Blue Racer said, "Thank you, sirs. I'll take that position." So Blue Racer leading this race. Identity P2, Chown D, P3 for ORT. Clarky dropped all the way down to P4 after the penalty. Then we have a big trade of cars. Dan, Lucas, Candyman, Macho also with a drop down to P8 and with a 0.5 second penalty as well. So not a good run for the Sector 7 driver at the moment. Josh in P9, Hasnain in 10th, Yeast, Welshi, Harlock all within that fight for P5, 6, whatever. Great close racing. The front end, finalized now. They pitted going on to the softs. Now the rain starts increasing, so looks like definitely a wrong strategy choice for now, and now the rain intensifies. Look at that, through those Porsche curves. It's probably where the rain is picking up now. Interesting choices for the drivers. So top two now with a little gap. Blue Racer and Identity coming through Tetra Rouge again, the crucial corner for the long run power section for the first part of the Honduras straight. And Blue Racer, don't think he will keep that position with that Corvette being so strong in it. But Blue Racer not like making it easy for Identity now. Corvette with the ground, with the run, moves up into P1 again, braking for the first chicane on the straight. No drama. It's still like rain is partial on that track, but it looks here a little bit damp on the track, but no windshield wipers running at the moment. Yeah, some cars have it on again, so it's like, yeah, we are but very, very low on the wetness indicator at the moment. So Racing Softs definitely the tire to run at the moment. We see Clarkey in P4. We have Lucas and Andy. Man, around the outside. Was this outside of the track limits for Candyman? Yeah, it was 0.5 second penalty for the Sector 7 driver. And we have Lucas and Dan now approaching the Mulsanne corner. AMG keeping that position for now, braking for Mulsanne. Oh, Lucas and Dan playing it safe for now, that's smart. Josh in P8. Lovely to see it. Aston Martin, by the way, on the grid. Shout out to the Shoshin Racing team here for showing us that car. Dan dropped again behind Josh Hasnain in the AMG, also within that fight for, it is P5 I think. So also Yeast doing a really good job there in that Mustang to move up the order from P13 to P10, or tries to avoid Hasnain. Monkey has to serve the penalty. Welchie in that BMW. And also Harlock getting past Macho Monkey, now down to P13 and finalized on those softs. 37 seconds the gap in here. Ooh. And we see Identity now with a 7-8 gap over Blue Racer, coming out of the Porsche curves. The end of lap 4, racing lap 3 that is. And so yeah, I know it's still a long way to go before the first sharper swap, but the end of racing lap 31 will be the time where everyone will pit and hand it over to their teammates. And Identity runs a little bit wide on the exit, which gives Blue Racer the opportunity, and he takes the opportunity to move back into P1 for that race. Sean D in P3. In that Lexus, doing a good job staying with those quicker cars so far. Clarkey dropped down to P4, probably had to serve the penalty at some point. 2.3 seconds the gap. Lucas up to P5. It is with Candyman in P7, really close. And I think that AMG should have the upper hand on those straights. Without the slipstream, Lucas will be a sitting duck in here, and we already see that AMG is pulling, but Lucas can play it smart, can use the slipstream probably, and drag them along going forward. Yeah, a little bump. You see, let's go, let's work together. Don't fight that early. And still here, this midfield battle, really amazing to watch. Different manufacturers, different drivers, different teams, all in the mix for this one. Dan with the run in that Corvette against the Aston Martin Vantage V12, and Dan easy one for that Corvette for AHR up to P7. S9 and Yeast 9/10. Macho Monkey after being P13 up to P11 again with a great lap. And oh, what happened to Harlock? Harlock had a mistake. He has a 1 second penalty and lost nearly 8 seconds to P12 at the moment, so he's out of that battle for now in that BMW. But yeah, it's a long race to go, and it looks like the skies have cleared for now, so no more rain. And John D up to P2 for ORT in that Lexus Blue Racer, going a little bit deep, which gives the ORT driver the opportunity to go into P1, so ORT leading this race. The moment Blue Racer struggling there on the exit. We'll have a look what happened to Blue, but I think he was just a little bit too late on the brakes. Car got unsettled, missed the apex, nearly hit the gravel, and John D said, "Thank you, sir." Identity had to serve a penalty by the looks, so 2 seconds now behind the top two, with Clarkey just being right behind the driver. Let's go on board a little bit and see coming out of the Porsche curves, approaching the karting asses, getting a good run out of those now approaching the White House, the entry of the pits, braking for the Ford chicanes, dropping 2 gears, dropping another gear up to third again for the exit, I guess. Yeah, little short shift, and can Clarkey and Identity close that gap to the top two? It's 2.5 seconds at the moment. John D and Blue Racer trying to pull away, open up that gap. So the two Corvettes running P3 and P4 at the moment, with Lexus and the McLaren leading the race. I didn't expect that, to be honest, but hey, that's why it's called racing, right? Oh, Candyman for Sector 7 in P5 with the Lucas 1 second behind Dan. Then in P7 for the AHR team. Josh in that Aston Martin in P8. Hasnain and Yeast. Yeast closely followed by Macho Monkey. Yeast has a penalty. Same goes for Macho Monkey. Indeed, Welchie with damage. Welchie has front arrow damage. 10 seconds on the gap, and Harlock caught up with them as well. Harlock, no damage, maybe just a little bit of an off track. But Welchie now on the straight. Will be tough to stay in front of the two BMWs fighting at the back of the grid at the moment, and Welchie is hoping that he can stay with Harlock there for a little while to help him drag along down those straights. Welchie will be losing time in this one. So I expect it to be a one stop for every stint by the looks. Tires looking okay, so everyone is running on the racing softs, by the way. And fuel, we are looking at around about 75 liters remaining at the moment for most of the drivers. So ORT leading ahead of Race Asylum. Then it's 2.6 seconds the gap to Identity for Syndicate Racing, and Clarkey close behind for the Esports Race Asylum team, the championship leaders. And no fighting at the moment. I think now it's time to settle in, get into the rhythm, and yeah, prepare yourself and also prepare your team to be in a good position for the remainder of this race. As you can see on the timer, we are 19 minutes into this 24-hour race, so yeah, plenty of racing still to come. And then up to P5, got past Lucas and Candyman. Both had to serve a penalty, I think. So now Dan running P5 at the moment. But this is a nice little battle, P5, 6 and 7. Then Banana Josh Has a little gap, 2 seconds now. And Hasnain in P9, and we see Yeast versus Macho Monkey. Macho Monkey going for the move into the Portuguese. No, backing out, playing it safe for now. Looking for a run, so, but yeah, still shout out to the MRL drivers. Oh, that was unlucky. Yeast got a reset after being side by side through the chicane. It was like, yeah, this is good racing, and then the game decided, oh, you cut too much. That's unlucky. Welchie pitting now decides he will be losing too much with that damage. So that's an early pit stop, definitely not planned for MRL at this point. So yeah, that's that little contact between Macho Monkey and Yeast caused Yeast to leave the track and then got reset. And indeed, in chat, Nick Chaundi is so impressive. I mean, having a 1 second lead in that Lexus, that Lexus is clearly not the fastest car in a straight line. I think Chaundi was on pure pace during the qualifying 7, 8, 10th behind the pole lap. But impressive to see them now leading this race, 1.1 second in front of Blue Racer. Identity and Clarky now closing that gap to Blue Racer a little bit, so around about 2 seconds, gained half a second throughout the last couple of minutes, and now looking to go for a purple lap. So also John D there with the fastest lap so far, 3:56.1. But we see those two Corvettes not fighting, working together for now, and trying to get closer to the top two drivers. The Blue Racer staying with John D just within that slipstream range at the moment, and 2 seconds the gap for Identity and Clarky. We also have this three-way battle group, P5, 6 and 7, Dan, Lucas and Candyman. Candyman 0.7 still has that slipstream, but yeah, it looks like we are running now some little mini groups here on the track with those three. Then we have two drivers with Josh and Hasnain. Oh, Josh with a big slide coming out of the exit of Indianapolis, but keeps it on track again. The rear stepping out, Hasnain in P9. Macho Monkey with the penalty, losing that slipstream now to Hasnain. And Yeast after the reset in P11, Harlock in P12 on his own, finalized 11th, and Welchie after repairing the damage out on his own at the moment, 10 seconds behind P13 at the moment. 2 seconds out the gap for John D. Has a great run through the Porsche curves by the looks. Blue Racer with a little mistake. Under 1 second between Blue Racer and Identity. Look at that. So we have a three-way battle for P2, and pretty sure they want to work together and bring that gap down to P1. It should be the new fastest lap of the race for Identity. Yes, it is at 3:55.8. So great run from the Syndicate Racing driver, the 64 car. And 0.7, 0.8 the gap, and 2.2 seconds now. Just have to see how the gaps change, but now John D with a good run through the first sector, keeping that 2 seconds. Blue Racer with a nice run. Whoa! What's going on? No. It's again my No, it's again my internet. No, sorry, sorry. My internet died again. This can't be happening, right? So, this is not actually happening. This is not actually happening. I have disconnected. I have disconnected. The race is still running. The race is still running. I hope I'll get back into the lobby again. So I'm not sure why this is happening. Yesterday we had it. Please do something. Or is the lobby dead? I don't know. Oh, Clarky has disconnected. Oh no, the lobby host has disconnected. Oh, oh, damn. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh no. Ah. So we have a red flag situation then here at the moment. So that's a bit of a bummer. We had an amazing race so far, and now, yeah, we have. What shall we do, right? Oh, we have to bring back the lobby again. Have somehow to figure out the standings before the disconnect. So, we'll see the. I think the IRO admins, the mods are already in discussions in the background what to do. We will surely have more information on that. So we have some information. So we have a red flag situation, and we should have the order before everyone disconnected. Yeah, something like that. Gaps probably, yeah, will be lost. But then we have a restart like this. So we just need to get the lobby back up and then get the grid sorted and adjust the race distance. And then we're good to go again. Hey, it's that easy. It's that easy. Exactly, yeah. So just be patient. We will find a solution. We will find the correct solution for that situation. Just take a little breath, grab a cup of tea or get some snacks or whatever, go to the toilet. We won't be going anywhere for the next 23 hours and 32 minutes. And no full 2 hours again, probably. No, we have a 24 hours race, so probably we will just be continuing after that. But we'll also get the information then from race control what to do, how to adjust the timer. But those things happen in online races, unfortunately. So for now, we keep the clock running and then see what we can do, what we have to do for this one. It's not PD lobbies. If the host disconnects, nothing PD can do. Mr. Magnum in chat. Don't blame it on PD all the time. Lobbies is it's always P2P, player to player, peer to peer. PD Gran Turismo doesn't provide any server infrastructure for it. It's always like the host is the important one. The host has to be stable. And I mean, internet connections can die. Happened to probably all of us at some point. It's all good. All good. We have it sorted. No worries. So I will then just bring up the track map for you so you can study the track, the corner, the names, in case you forgot what we are doing. Should have brought some intermission music, right? We'll be back in a second. So I see we have a running lobby again. Try to join that. Sing, yeah, sing. That would be a good idea right now. Just sing for us, Diego. Yeah. Um, I I I wanted to sing when it's dark outside and it's just like it's not dark where I live. So yeah, drivers are joining the lobby again. So looks like the race distance has been cut down to 24 laps for this stint. And I think they are trying to sort the positions, and then we will probably be resuming with a rolling start. Or do we do a manual start? Just have a sneak peek at the event settings. See, oh, it's a crit start, so we'll probably do a manual formation lap then. Continue, or we'll pretty sure we have the announcement. What will be happening? Exactly, slipstream racing. It wouldn't be a 24-hour race without some drama, but it's a bit early for the drama already. So we were just, I don't know, just half half an hour into this one and already get some drama. I don't know. Unlucky. So 1 minute, all right. So I'll go say we get back to the lobby screen, and we will wait for the announcement what to do. It looks like the grid has been set manually before the disconnect happened. So it looks like everyone is running in the same positions for now. That looks good. That looks good. So and pretty sure we will have a race restart. But what is the procedure? Can anyone tell me in chat? Is it like a grid start now, or will it be like a formation lap again and then have a double file start again? So all right. So it looks like we are ready to go, but as okay. So we are changing the room settings. So yes, I saw like the game settings were set to grid start, Yeah, we are not going for the rolling start, right? That makes more sense. So we don't do the manual formation lap again. So we'll be going with the in-game rolling start for the restart scenario, that is. All right. So that's totally now cleared for us. All good. And wait for everyone to tick in, and then we can get this race underway again. All right, so we have positions before the disconnect, and we will resume with a rolling start procedure handled by the game. All right, looks like everyone now is ticked in. Just Nick and myself, who we won't be racing. We will just be being there in the lobby for spectating stuff. And let's go. Race will restart now after a short delay. I think we lost 2, maybe 3 laps of racing, but that's not too bad after all. So we go in here. Where are my drivers? Here are my drivers. Ha! Camera, please! Stop! Stop it! So we hear the engines revving. Let's see where... Okay, we see the cars coming round the final chicane, and then the race will go green when we hear the ding! Let's go! We are back racing for the 2024 GTEC Le Mans 24-hour race. Oh, that's quite a mouthful. But here we go again. John D leading the race for ORT, followed by Blue Racer for Race Asylum. Then Identity in P3, Clarky P4, Lucas in P5. Then in P6, Candyman running P7 for Sector 7. Banana Josh in the Aston Martin for Shoshin Racing. P8, Hasnain in 9th. Macho Monkey P10. Yeast is 11th. Harlock in 12th, finalized, and Welchie. So the good thing for finalized and Welchie, they are right back with the guys after having early pit stops during that first stint, so they got lucky, I guess, but finalized with a poor first sector. Already lost the slipstream, nearly 2 seconds to gap to Harlock in P12. So John D keeping this lead for the first part of this lap, coming through the chicane back onto the straight. And the Lexus leading this race. Blue Racer in P2, and then McLaren Identity with a penalty. Clarky under pressure. Here comes Lucas with a bump shaft by the looks, trying to get his Race Asylum teammate a little bit closer to the front guys, but they're not teammates in today's race. Still, they're running for the same organization, so it's all good, I think, to help a friend in desperate times. Dan under pressure, and we see at the front Blue Racer up into P1. Also John, he's still there on the outside. Identity gave him some room. John D now down, no, moving up to P2 again with a better traction. However, now loses again the position to the Corvette. Whoa! Wow, 5 cars so close, approaching Indianapolis. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Will they make it all safely through the first part of Indianapolis? Yeah, looks kinda okay. Again, side-by-side racing coming out of Indianapolis into Anosh. Little bit of door banging. Racing is Robin Wright. Nothing Major though, Blue Racer with the gap. Oh, John D with a big slide. They're coming out of an arc. Look at that. 5, 6, 7 cars. They are in that camera shot. So this race start is mental. Blue Racer used this opportunity. John D in P2, Clarky P3, Lucas P4, Identity after serving a penalty in P5. Then really close now in P6. Look at that. Also Candyman, so the top 7 within 2.6, 2.7 seconds so far. So we wanted to have a look what happened for the move into the Mulsanne corner. Yeah, it looked quite clean. Good racing from my point of view. Oh, someone went deep. Clarky went a little bit deep. Was this a penalty again for cutting the track limits? No, he's fine, but lost a little bit of time. So Lucas up to P3 in that Lexus. So I mean, we have McLaren leading, then we have 2 Lexus in P2 and P3. Who would have thought that the Lexus will be so strong in the race? The McLaren, Lexus. Then we have the 2 Corvettes, the 3 Corvettes, make it 3 with Dan in P6, 4HR also running that Corvette, and the AMG for Candyman for Sector 7 in P7 at the moment. Then we have the next group. They're led by Macho Monkey P8, Yeast in P9, Ice9 in 10th, Josh and Harlock P12, P11. Josh with the run, no, with the defensive line against Harlock. Harlock tries to go for the run. The Josh is a bit of slipstream, and here also comes Finalized with a late move into the chicane, and oh, made that move stick. Look at that. Oh, let's go on board with West. Good move, and Finalized is on the move again in that slipstream, pulling out of slipstream, going for it again. Will it work? No, he stays behind for now. It's intense racing here. Harlock now with the run on Finalized. It's, yeah, it definitely looks like a sprint race here at Le Mans. We are, yeah, a long race, more than 23 hours remaining for this one. And now you see the difference that BMW loses definitely some time on those straights. So Finalized up a position again. Josh with a big wiggle coming out of Mulsanne corner. And then again, looks like the BMW has better acceleration, better traction out of the slower corners now. Can he use the slipstream a little bit? No, he's not close now. Is he past that McLaren? I think he is. He has the inside line for the right-hander coming into Indianapolis. And Finalized taking it around the outside. Was there contact? I think there was contact. Oh, yeah, we saw that live. Oh, but lucky for Finalized, they didn't get any damage. Let's watch it again. Yeah, there was a bit of contact there on the entry. And don't think Harlock had anywhere to go though. Oh, it's always like side by side. Go through that turn is going well. It's so hard to pull it off. A natural racing incident from my first impressions. So at the front it's Blue Racer and John D. Then Clarky moved up into P3 again, got past Lucas. Identity with a little gap now, probably again another penalty. I heard some tires, but probably just a little bit of lag in the lobby. So now John D putting on the pressure. Yeah, in the Lexus, so close behind Blue Racers McLaren 650S for the Race Asylum team. Steady, steady now through the Tete Rouge section. So now it's John D's task to stay with Blue Racer on that straight. That McLaren now should have the upper hand on the straight. Don't think that Lexus can pull an overtake with that slipstream. No, they're working together. Look at that. A little bit of a bump draft. Playing it smart here. And we also see Clarkey now closing that gap, and John D is trying to work with Blue Racer here. Blue Racer in that fifth gear, McLaren is pulling. So they stay in front of the Corvette for now into the next chicane. They go steady, keep it within the white lines. And the curbs, I think that was just fine. You see that Lex is still good having a slipstream, but yeah, doesn't have the legs to make a move for now. So top two, and Clarkey within the slipstream range, but just spotted that 0.5 second penalty for Clarkey that will drop him outside of the slipstream again. So Lucas in fourth identity in P5, 1 second, still within reach. Candyman in P6, and then in P7 Macho Monkey caught up with the top 7 just on the edge of the slipstream. Oh, he's back with them, and now we see Clarkey serving the penalty. Loses a little bit of speed, but I think he will stay in that P3 just by the looks. Again through the Porsche curves. This looks like the Lexus is stronger in John D's hands. Blue Racer with a solid line coming out of the Porsche curves in the karting S's. Into the 4 chicanes we go. And doesn't touch that sausage curb on the inside of the exit of the Porsche curves, and Blue Racer with the fastest lap of the stint for now. John in P2. Clarkey and Lucas P3, P4, the two Race Asylum drivers. Identity back with them in P5 also. Candyman, Dan, and Macho Monkey. So the top 8 within 6.5 seconds. Then the next group of 2, group of 2. It's still a group, right? Yeast and Hesley P9, P10. Mustang and AMG, MRL and Loose Moose Racing here in the mid-pack. Then we have Josh and Harlock Josh with that penalty. Harlock in that BMW should have the advantage on the straight, but pulls back into the slipstream, gives a little bit of a bump draft. It's like, yeah, can they close it? And you just saw the announcement here. Race director Mick said end of lap 23 will be the driver swap. So for everyone, still 20 laps to go until that point. But it's all good, it's all good. So Harlock in P12, Welchie in P13, and finalized running in P14 at the moment. And let's have this nice shot down the long straight. Blue Racer staying in front, braking for Mulsanne corner. And here it's heating up. Clarky, Identity, Candyman, Lucas, Macho Monkey, and also Dan here at the lower end of this battle group. Top 8 within 6 seconds now, so close racing indeed. Dan and Macho, Lucas and Candyman, and also Identity, I think. Yeah, P4, 5 and 6. It's also Clarky, not... Yeah, Clarky, Identity, Candyman, Lucas. 4 cars battling for the P3 at the moment. And Identity with the run on the fellow Corvette. Had a better run out of Anage by the looks. Pulling alongside where they go into the Porsche curves. And a robust move from Identity, moving up into P3. Clarky staying in that battle though. Lost the position. P4 still within striking distance, but here's also Candyman in that AMG. Has a good run out of the Porsche curves, the karting S's, and the pressure is on for Clarky, braking for the 4 chicanes. Another time. And Candyman with a great run out of the 4 chicanes. Can he have a look at a move into Dunlop? We'll see the first kink. Showing his nose? No, not quite yet. So that's little battle between Clarky and Candyman gave Identity the opportunity to get a little bit of a breathing room and focus on catching the top 2. Top 2 still running a very strong pace. Here 3 seconds the gap. Blue Racer still leading this one. So just little look at the Discord. So all good, all good. I'm back. The top 2 Identity, 3 seconds. Clarky then leading the next group of cars with Candyman. Oh, Macho Monkey with some strong moves there up to P6. Again got past Lucas and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 cars battling for P3. And yeah, it's getting closer and closer. The top 8 within 5 seconds now. Oh, spicy race at the front of this race at the moment. And also different manufacturers running there. We have 3 Corvettes in this group. We have an AMG, we have a Lexus. two AMGs, the two Sector 7 cars here. Macho Monkey and Candyman both in the AMG. Let's see the gaps further down. Yeast and Hasnain. Yeast with a 1 second penalty, 6 seconds behind this front chase group. Then we see another 2 seconds to Harlock, who got past Banana Josh in that Aston Martin P12 at the moment, and Welshie and finalized P13 and P14 with 4 seconds each. Chaundi moving into first position for a brief moment. They had a penalty, so Blue Racer stays in the lead, but that gap is coming down. That chase group is catching. Identity leading this group. Clarky versus Candyman. Oh, Clarky should stay in front, entering the Porsche curves. No! Whoa, again. And we'll have a look at the replay once again to see with that run. You see Clarky was on the outside, didn't get to the apex, and this was Candyman's chance. He took that opportunity. Moves up to P4, Clarky P5, Macho Monkey P6, Lucas is there, and also we have Dan in P8 at the moment. We go to Dan's chase cam and see his perspective of the race. Through the Dunlops we go, and then keeping with the pack. At the moment it's go to Macho Monkey, close behind Clarky. Oh, closed on that curb, nearly lost it. Looks like an okay run through Tetre Rouge, and on to the start-finish straight we go, using the slipstream of that mighty Corvette down the straight. And we see Candyman giving Identity a little bump. 2.6 seconds the gap between Identity and Chaundi. So it was over 3 seconds, so they're gaining a little bit. .5 for the second part of the long straight, and we see top two still running here without fighting too much, and that's a good thing, right? So Chaundi using the slipstream of that McLaren 650S of the Race Asylum entry. Their Blue Racer with that 77 car for Race Asylum. Overboost Racing with John D in P2. We have Sector 7 with the number 7. The AMG there, a little gap to Identity, who collected another penalty side by side with Clarky and Macho Monkey. Oh, a little bit contact heading into Mulsanne corner, and Monkey made that move stick against Clarky. So we'll watch that again, of course. We want to see close racing. Let's see. I think respectful driving, I guess, doesn't look too bad in here. So we go to my favorite camera perspective in here with Identity ahead of Macho Monkey and Clarky, but now Identity has to serve the penalty coming round. Anage power out, moving off the racing line, serves the penalty now. Will lose probably 2 positions there to Macho Monkey and Clarky. So Clarky also getting past Identity in 6th, and then a little gap to Lucas, and then P7 and P8. So now we have McLaren leading in front of Lexus. Then we have 2 AMGs. Again, those AMGs showing strong race pace. Not gonna lie, the Sector 7 drivers, strong performance at this one. Clarky and Identity, the 2 Corvettes in P5 and P6, they were starting 1-2 after qualifying. Lucas in another Lexus in P7, and then in that 3rd Corvette in P8, still in that slipstream, but has a little track limit penalty to serve next time around. Then Hasnain for Loose Moose Racing in P9, nearly 8 seconds to gap to Hasnain. Harlock in P10, they go. That BMW entry for Race Asylum, the 999, and Yeast for Matt Way Racing League in that Mustang in P11 at the moment. The Aston Martin on the grid, Shoshin Racing, 57 entry in P12, 2.5 seconds out of the slipstream. On their own at the moment, Welchie in that MRL BMW in P13 at the moment, and finalized in that 650S McLaren for last minute racing. But it's still close. Nothing is decided, and Blue Racer has a penalty. This might be the opportunity for John D now to get into the lead at least, and maybe open up a gap. We saw the same thing happening before the disconnect, so should be now interesting to see. The gap to the 2 AMGs still 2.5 seconds, so they aren't really catching at all. Clarky and Identity, the Corvettes, struggling to keep up with the pace of the 2 AMGs at the moment. Still hanging about there. Lucas with a 1 second penalty, that's gonna hurt. We will be losing contact to the Syndicate Racing 64 car now, when they serve the penalty after the Anache corner, and then also with a small penalty. So back to the front, where we have Blue Racer still leading, but has a 1 second penalty now. So this is definitely the opportunity. And now Blue Racer serves the penalty. John D moves into 1st position, and see the gap 1 second, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5. Oh, that 1 second penalty hurts so much. Look at that, nearly 2 seconds now. The gap for John D. That's probably in a very important moment during this first stint of the race. And Blue Racer are under pressure. Here's Candyman for Sector 7. Right up his trumpet. Through the Porsche curves they go, coming out of the karting S's, and Blue Racer struggling now a little bit. By the looks, the tire wear is increasing, so the rear tires are basically 50% down at this point for Blue Racer. Candyman has roughly 45%, so a bit better on those tires. So maybe those softs are starting to fade a little bit for the Race Asylum driver at this point of the race. The 2 AMGs hunting down that McLaren 650S. Clarkey and Identity still close to each other within 1 second. And Lucas, after serving the penalty, 3 seconds now the gap. Then just behind within a second. So again we have those little groups now on the track. Hasnain and Yeast and also Harlock. 3 cars fighting for P9 at the moment. And then we have a little bit of a strat going on between Josh, Welchie and finalized P12, 13 and 14 at the moment. Candyman just flew past Blue Racer on the straight using the slipstream up to P2, and will we see the same move happening now from Macho Monkey in that AMG? Looking Candyman trying to provide some slipstream, and I think Macho Monkey has it now. Will it be enough to get past Blue Racer on the straight? Yes, it will be. So great teamwork from the 2 Sector 7 drivers. There's a P2, P3 now for Sector 7. Race Asylum, the 77 McLaren into P4 and a wild drift through the second chicane on the straight from Blue Racer, but manages to keep the car on track. Nothing happened. Clarkey and Identity 2.5 seconds, and still they are separated by less than a second, those 2 Corvettes at the moment. So the Corvette in race pace not as strong as during the qualifying trim by the look of it. Yeah, and that Lexus for ORT again, great pace, great consistency. So just over 2 seconds the gap. Then the 2 Sector 7 AMGs, P2 and P3. Blue Racer staying with them for now. A little bit of dirt kicking up, but nothing major. Clarkey and Identity, the tires are now definitely starting to fade. Identity is down to 75, nearly 80% of tire wear. Clarkey around the 50-55 mark of the tires at the moment. So Clarkey doing a good job preserving those tires. Identity is pushing. And Lucas versus Dan. Lucas with great tire wear on this Lexus. Also Dan not too shabby at all. 60% maybe now for Dan at this point of the race. And oh, caught a little bit on the inside. Was this okay? I think so. Yeah, didn't get a penalty for that, luckily. So they can continue with their race. You see Candyman has dropped his teammate 1.9, nearly 2 seconds or something must have happened for Macho Monkey. We see there is a penalty, maybe had a poor chicane, I don't know. But a penalty and lost time. Now this is oh good, and it looks like a wild drift there, but maybe just a little bit of connection lag from my side. Didn't lose any pace with that. So Blue Racer in that slipstream also now suffering with the tire wear, down to 80% for Blue Racer. Clarkey now, can he? Yeah, he opened up that gap to Identity to from 0.8 to 1.3 seconds now, so that tire wear advantage is paying off at the moment for Clarkey. Oh, just 6.5 seconds behind the leader. So that's a good thing for now. And Lucas and Dan running there in a duo, and looks like Dan is not going for that move, so he probably thinks, yeah, Lucas has some good pace, so don't want to battle them for now. And Harlock also with a nice comeback drive, was pretty much last up to P9 again, and dropped Yeast and Hasnain out of the slipstream by the looks. Hasnain and Yeast. Also, Banana Josh is getting closer to Hasnain as well. Welchie and finalized in a battle for position for P13 and 14 at the moment. So both, yeah, Fireware a little bit better for Welchie in the BMW at the moment. We'll see Macho now serving the penalty. Is Blue Racer close enough? He should be close enough to move up into P3 again. Macho Monkey didn't lose that much, so tucks in behind in P4 in that slipstream. So we will see one more lap on those softs, maybe two. We'll be definitely getting closer to the pit stop window, that's for sure. But the Candyman with a great opening stint for Sector 7, running in P2 and nearly 3 seconds to the good. Now, with Blue Racer and Macho Monkey battling for that P3 at the moment. Larky, who had opened up that gap to Identity, now Identity back under 1 second again. So those Corvettes still within striking distance somehow, so 8 seconds to the leaders. That's not too bad. And Lucas and Dan. Whoa, Dan with struggling there through the Petre Rouge section and lost quite some time there. The car went sideways out of the Petre Rouge corner, and Lucas is out of that slipstream for now. But then with a massive moment there, but stayed on track for now. So we'll go back to this close battle for P3 with Blue Racer and Macho Monkey. Nikki, we all love some drama for the comps. This is what makes it exciting, right? So, all good. If it stays like this, we have battles all over this race in those little groups. So should be exciting nevertheless. But a little bit of rain drama, I'm always up for that, of course. See McLaren versus AMG, and Blue Racer braking early, giving Macho Monkey the run. Close there on the exit. If you run too wide, you risk getting a track limit penalty, but I think Macho Monkey was just okay. Kept it within the track limits. Now Blue Racer out of the slipstream. So they are not working together. They are fighting for position. Oh no, with a big slide there for Macho. And yeah, the tires coming towards the end of their life, no doubt about that. The drivers are not struggling now to keep the cars on track, not sliding it too much. And again, we see some side-by-side action approaching the Porsche curves. Well, next time Blue Racer has the inside line, Macho Man will back out of this. We go single file through the Porsche curves and we see Clarky there, 1.2, so caught up with those two battling. That's good news for the esports racer styling team. The number 44 entry, that Corvette. But then loses a little of time through the Porsche curves. Corvette's struggling a little bit here. And again, through the 4 chicanes we go, final turn. Don't run too wide on the exit. And again, Lucas into the pits. What happened? No, it's just an early pit stop. Alright, they are good with the tires, so they can perform a massive undercut by the looks. Blue Racer is staying in front of Macho Monkey for now through the Dunlop parts of the track. They come and it's 5/10 for now. The Chapel part now exit Tetre Rouge corner. Blue Racer carried a little bit of more speed, but now Macho Monkey brings it back with the slipstream 0.4. The gap on the straight. And the slipstream should help the AMG now to get closer, but it won't be enough to go for a move into the first chicane on the straight. No, Blue Racer keeps it steady through that chicane and drifts it on the exit again. That loses him some momentum, some speed, and we will mark that. Just have a look at the exit. Woo, massive slide in here, and see, did we just witness the bump draft? There, Macho Monkey not going for the move. Okay, I thought like this would be the opportunity. And they're losing time to the leaders. Also, Candyman is having a great stint so far. We go back to that again and we see bump drafting each other. And we'll see the gap between Candyman and John D, 1.5 seconds. So let's have a look at the tires. So John D down to 80% tire wear, Candyman 90%, Blue Racer 95 at the moment, so really low on that point. The same goes for Macho Monkey, the same tire wear as Blue Racer at this point. Clarky also down to 90%, and Identity is basically 99%, so not much left on his tires for now, so I'm pretty sure they will be pitting this lap. A massive slide there out of Anache. You see that tire doesn't have the grip anymore. And then in P7 lost Now contact to the top. No, he was running with Lucas. Lucas into the pits for the early undercut, right? So where is Lucas indeed running at the back of the grid for now? So pit stop takes quite some time. So John D staying out for a lap. Candyman coming into the pits. Now Blue Racer as well. Macho Monkey here. Same goes for Clarky. Identity into the pits. Everyone pitting now by the looks. Just John D staying out for another lap, going for the overcut. By the looks Dan into the pits. We'll see Harlock also pitting. Hasnain follows. Yeast into the pits. Josh pitting. Finalized. Doing the same. And Welchie as well. So we have one driver staying out. That's the leader. Still having some tires left to go with. And who will be coming out of the pits in second now? So everyone else is sitting in the pits now. We have Lucas on track. So Candyman out on track. Some fresh soft. Same goes. Oh, Blue Racer with a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit exit or entry. Macho Monkey in P4. Clarky P5. Identity really close. Lucas didn't gain that much with that undercut. Just in front of Lucas. Lucas in front of Dan again. And Dan got past Lucas here. Lucas struggled a little bit there through the corners. Hasnain also with a 3-second penalty for cutting pit lanes. Harlock in P10 will get that position for free. The same goes for Yeast. Finalized. Welchie and Josh. Josh probably refueled the most, so dropped down to P14 for now. So what's John D going to do? Will he cover the pit stops or will we run another lap? Tires are still okay, so maybe could do one more lap. P2 and P3 and Blue Racer 3.5 seconds now collecting those seconds. That's going to hurt for this one. We'll lose that position to Macho Monkey. Larky also with that 3 seconds. Identity with half a second. We'll have an eye on also John D through Indianapolis. And those two are just coming around the Mulsanne corner. Macho, Clarky, Identity, top 6, then Dan and Lucas. Both, don't have a penalty, can race for it. So we'll see what the leader is going to do. Coming out of the Porsche curves now. Will they pit? Think they have to now. The tire wear not down to 85-90% ish. And yeah, into the pits they go. Play it safe, don't risk any penalties. Looking good. No drama here at all. So now the penalties. Blue Racer dropped behind Macho Monkey as expected after serving the 3 seconds. Clarky as well dropped behind Identity. It stays in front of Dan and Lucas. So now we have So we have reversed roles here. Dan was following Lucas before the pit stop. Now it's the other way around. John D now leaving the pits. No drama with cutting pit line entry or exit lines. So I'll go 2 seconds the gap to Candyman. So Candyman with that undercut kinda worked within the slipstream now. Look at that. But Macho in P3, Blue Racer 4th, Identity in 5th, Clarky P6. So 2 to 3 seconds the gap at the moment, but I'm pretty sure they will come down between the drivers again. So that's a close one still then. And Lucas P7, P8, Harlock in P9 opened up that gap to Yeast. 2 seconds, Yeast and Hasnain also finalized his back for fighting with Hasnain and Yeast. So P10 is still up for grabs. Welchie and Josh in P13 and P14 also not separated by much, so battles everywhere on track. So that's a good setup for the next stint, definitely, if it stays like that. And the Candyman is catching. Look at that, 0.4 point coming down for the second chicane on the long straight. And having a good run out of that one. So just show you a little preview of the tires, of the weather. So it's stint 1, so we will finish with cloudy conditions. So no rain expected for the remainder of this stint. So they should be able to push. And now look at that. Will we see the lead change? The AMG braking hard for Indianapolis. And what a move. Picking up some dirt. Out of Indianapolis, braking for Arnage. And we will have a look at the replay again. I think we see the chase cam is always like a good move. So approaching, has that inside line for Indianapolis. Then makes it look easy, right? Runs a little bit wide, but nothing major. So Candyman for Sector 7 in that number 7 AMG leading this race now. John D for ORT in P2. Then we have Macho Monkey, the 13 entry for Sector 7 in P3. Blue Racer for Race Asylum, the 77 car, that McLaren in P4. Identity getting closer to that McLaren, the best Corvette at the moment in P5. Clarky is another 3 seconds, so too many track limits, probably also this 3-second penalty after the pit stop didn't really help. It's still 3 seconds and 12 seconds to the leaders. It's still manageable for the rest of this event, no doubt about that. Dan and Lucas are still running close together in P7 and P8. We have then 12 seconds to Harlock, so bit by themselves now. The 999 BMW for Race Asylum, Yeast and Hasnain. I think they were battling for the entire first stint so far. Close racing between MRL and Loose Moose Racing. Both on a personal best. Nice to see a bit wide there for Yeast coming out of Petre Rouge. And Hasney with the slipstream. Will we see a move or will we see a bump draft? We see a bump draft by the looks. So working together, finalized in P12, lost a little bit of contact. And Welchie and Josh now in a close battle as well. So that Aston Martin in P14 at the moment. 0.5, 0.6 the gap to that BMW. So battles everywhere. That's nice to see. Candyman under pressure now. 0.5 second penalty. We have the ORT driver bump drafting again. So John D sees the penalty, of course. Knows no need to fight. I will get that position. 6 seconds to Nacho Monkey in P3. Blue Racer just outside of the slip, and Identity has the slipstream. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Identity catching up with Blue Racer very, very soon and give them a nice little fight for position. So through Indianapolis, and Candyman will be serving the penalty, coming round in the Anache corner now in just 4 or 5 seconds time. So we will see John D moving up into P1 probably. Yeah, should have the run, the easy pass. So ORT back into the lead ahead of the Sector 7 drivers. So just a quick look at the overall standing. So we see Overboost Racing sitting in P2 at the moment, and Sector 7, that number 7 car, sitting in P3 at the championship with the 44 in P1 currently. So this is, yeah, nice to see that the top teams are running at the front, and with ORT and Sector 7 there close in the championship, close on the track. And I would say probably so far Candyman with a hell of a stint. They started in outside of the top 7 and now competing for the race lead, moved up the order quite nicely throughout this opening stint. So a little gap for Nacho Monkey. Anyway, Identity got past Blue Racer, but has a 1 second penalty, so that won't be lasting very long, that position P4 at the moment. Blue Racer also with a little bit of struggle out of Petre Rouge, but keeps it planted, stays within the slipstream range. Clarky in P6 now, in a comfortable position, not having to fight, can focus on his race pace at the moment. And Lucas, they're also in this close battle, but they have found a mutual agreement to not fight each other, just lap consistently around this long track and keep it clean. That's probably the main idea so far. Yeah, Nikki, you just need to have a keyboard attached to your PlayStation, and then you have the Z button for set a replay marker, And then you can use X, Z and V for playing the replay. So X is the shortest and V is the longest replay duration of it. And then you can just use the arrows or the numbers or also the other keys to change the camera perspective, whatever. So straightforward. So use the Z button to save the replay marker, and then I usually use X or Z for then play that replay. And then if you want to come out of the replay, you have to press X or Z or whatever again and resume to the racing action. So that's quite easy to do. And yeah, don't worry about your commentary. You will be fine. You will be doing good. Everything will be good. So John D keeping that lead for now, 8/10. Setting a personal best. Candyman in P2, Macho Man losing a little bit of time, nearly 7 seconds now. Blue Racer and also Identity just outside of that slipstream range. Clarky gained a little bit time on Identity by the looks, and Dan and Luke is still running together in P7 and P8. Then Harlock must have made a mistake or something like that. He was, I think, 2 seconds up already. Now Yeast and Hesname caught up with the Race Asylum driver in that BMW. So P9, 10, 11 in a nice little battle. Oh, and now it looks like Hesname being a little bit impatient now. Seems to have a bit more pace through the final parts of the lap. Was really close behind that Mustang, but that Mustang should be really strong on the straights. Finalized with 3 seconds. Another 6 to Welshie and Josh collecting another 1 second penalty, 2.5 seconds. The gap. It is so at the front. John D and Candyman. Good lap times. So far we have to see this gap. Identity to Blue Racer to Macho Monkey, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7 between them. So close, but not that close to go for moves at this point. And Blue with a personal best. That's encouraging, I guess. So, and we have Clarky, 2.2 seconds sitting behind. Let's have a look at the lap times on the right hand side. So we see 3-minute 56s for the last 2 laps. Identity a little bit up and down, 56, 55, 57s. That's probably due to collecting some track limit penalties, serving them on the lap. Same probably goes for Blue Racer with that 357 at 1 point. Macho Monkey as well, 56s, 57s. And the top 2, 55s and 56s. Alright, that's a different kind of pace at this moment. So just to let you know, we had the announcement, the end of lap 23 will be the time for the driver swaps. You see we are currently on lap 16. So this means we have After this 7 race laps to go with 7 times 4 roughly, that's 28 minutes, so roughly half an hour away from the driver swap. So yeah, we probably lost like 10 minutes with that red flag situation to disconnect, but we will bring it back with shortening the following stints a little bit. So we will make sure that we will be running the 24 hours as intended. So now we see a move from Candyman, no, but had a nice run coming into the 4 chicanes. Oh, close racing at the front. It is ORT and Sector 7. The second Sector 7 car in P3. Blue Racer under pressure now, under 1 second the gap. Identity caught up with them, and Clarky stays within that 2.5 second area for now. And those two, Dan and Lucas, they keep it steady, consistent, and it's also just round about 2 seconds to P6. And it's so smart driving from the 2 drivers so far. Not really fighting, giving a little bit of bump drafting assist. And who knows what will happen towards the end of the stint. We'll have a look. That gap between Blue Racer and Identity is coming down. 7 tenths now. A little wiggle there through that first chicane on the straight, but stays within that 7-8 tenths gap. And now gaining on the straights, probably. No, not that much. Half a tenth, maybe. McLaren good in the straight line. Had a good exit out of the chicane. Staying close to Blue Racer, now approaching the Mulsanne corner. So braking roughly around that start of the kink. In a straight line, close to the apex. Exit second gear. Nice little exit there out of Mulsanne corner. For Identity. You see the Le Mans with those long straights, it's still like a tiring track, but you get some rest on those straights, so that's definitely a good track for endurance racing. Into Indianapolis we go, nice on the apex, don't run too wide on the exit, and now brake for Anage, don't understeer into the wall on the exit. Ooh, a little wiggle, but quick hands to catch that slide, and just 6 tenths now the gap. We have Identity versus Blue Racer approaching the Porsche curves. Let's see, down 2 gears, up into 5th, and now it should be flat. Oh, a little lift, don't touch that wall, of course. Decent run out of the end, the Porsche curves, the karting S's, and that was half a lap on the onboard perspective here in that Corvette. Group 3 car driven by Identity. So we actually did miss the overtake. Here Candyman up into the lead again in that AMG, but John D is still within half a second, 6/10 maybe. So that's all good for now. And Macho on his own in P3, not able to keep up with the front runners. 7.6 seconds to gap. Blue Racer and Identity close on track, as we have witnessed on board. Clarky in P6 still with that 2.2 seconds ish. Dan and Lucas. Oh, Lucas fell behind a little bit. Probably that 57.8 on lap 17 was probably due to a penalty, so outside of the slipstream. Kenny closed that gap again. Aston in P9 now 2 seconds over Yeast in 10th, finalized within the slipstream range in P11. Welshi, Yeast and Harlock, they pitted again. Not sure why, maybe damage? Or didn't change tires. So yeah, probably they had some damage. So down to P14 again, where they started this race. 13 seconds the gap to P13 at this point of the race. And the top two currently untouched. Their consistency in their pace for this opening stint of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Let's see, yeah, Blue Racer under pressure. Identity now really close, 0.4, 0.3, that gap is coming down. We are approaching Indianapolis. 0.2, and Identity with the run, but wasn't close enough before Indy. But now this could be the opportunity, get a good run out of Anage and maybe pull yourself alongside before the start of the Porsche curves. Blue Racer struggled there on the exit. 0.2. This could get close, this could get close. Blue Racer is slightly defending this line. No, Identity not going for the move yet, staying behind. Single file it is through this Porsche curves, and Blue Racer runs a little bit deep. For the first part, brings it back, though they're losing time. Pretty sure Clarky will gain a few tenths through this sector. Yeah, 2-3 tenths gained on that the exit. Karting asses. Identity close on the edge there, but stayed within the limits. 0.6 the gap, so a good run from Blue Racer after the Porsche curves, which gives him a little bit of room to breathe. But Clarky, yeah, gained half a second on that lap on the two drivers in front. So if they continue this battling, who knows, Clarky might be up to challenge both of the drivers for P4. See, so we have a couple of laps remaining for this one. And coming on to the straight, we have 6/10 between both of the drivers. Oh, Identity with a penalty again, probably understeered out of the Tetre Rouge corner. So, but caught up really quickly in that slipstream with the run, so that penalty is again a bit of a shame for the Syndicate Racing driver. Such a good run to catch with Blue Racer at this point. At the front we still have Candyman leading in front of John D, and they have nearly 8 seconds, but John D with that 1 second penalty, so that will drop him out of the slipstream range probably. Still they're trying to push more than 8 seconds to Macho Monkey in P3, so definitely keep that P2. So we'll have an eye on that. Blue Racer and Identity 3, then the gap coming down, and Identity with that penalty showing. Clarky also with a penalty, so he won't be catching. He's under pressure. Dan 1.5 will get into the slipstream. Well, we saw Lucas struggling there on the exit of the Mulsanne corner. Hasnane with a nice little gap to finalized, and Yeast finalized got past Yeast, so up to P10 for last minute racing. And Medway Racing team number 2, the number 9 car in P11. Welchie the first Medway Racing league entry in that BMW in P12. Josh for Joshin Racing in P13, and Harlock after this unplanned pit stop in P14 at the moment. So Candyman 1.6 seconds just creeping away from John D, who served their penalty. We'll have to wait for the penalties. So Identity also serving the penalty, 1.4, 1.5 roughly the gap, so not too bad in the end. Still, it's annoying, and yeah, as expected, Dan caught up with Clarky. So the Corvettes running P5, 6 and 7 for now. And 4 seconds the gap to Lucas. But then, oh, it looks like again a little bit of connection issues there. We hear the tires, but it would assume it was still like a clean run from Clarky's side. 6.7 a gap between those two drivers. We see 1.7 to Identity. So in the end, Clarky gained a little bit on Identity for this one. Identity to Blue Racer 1.7, 1.8. Have a look at the front. Candyman opening up that gap now, 1.8 seconds. So Sector 7 leading with Overboost Racing sitting in P2, and Sector 7 with their second entry in P3 at this one. Hey Prodigy, good afternoon my friend, how are you? The Blue with the 2 seconds over Identity, another 2 seconds to Clarky. Clarky under pressure. No, he is not under pressure. He gets a little bump there from Dan. And Mickey, are you with me?
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon, good sir. How are we?
Good afternoon. Good. So, be very interesting.
Yeah, it's a nice setup for you. Nice little battle groups all around. It won't be boring for you. Should be a good one.
Should be a good one. It's been a good one so far.
Yeah, that. Oh, I'm not complaining. Yeah, we had the drama already, so I guess you don't want to have it. But did you spot the weather forecast for the end of your stint?
I did.
You did?
I have seen.
You have seen what?
I have seen, yeah. Got a little bit of moisture on the way. A little bit of moisture.
Yeah, that's what we call drama, baby. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're good to go with the
Yeah,
stream,
stint
everything
two.
set up.
We're all live. The lads are just doing their outlap now.
Nice. They're outlap already. Okay.
You.
Oh,
These boys are ready in stint two.
they are by the looks. Yeah. Come on, let us race. Let us race. No, no. It is. So yeah, we are on at the end of lap 21. So 2 more racing laps to go when we come around. So that's, yeah. What's it, 9 minutes-ish? Something like that? Before the driver swap, so that's... Sounds okay. Sounds okay. Yeah, Chesnicki might be quiet because he's coming through my microphone. So pretty sure his stream will be better. But I'm not sure.
Hopefully.
If you're just not loud enough, we will encourage you to scream.
Scream louder and talk louder.
Yeah, exactly. Or get closer to that microphone. Yeah.
I'll end up eating the microphone.
Yeah.
Any closer.
Yummy, yummy. Yeah. Microphone licking stuff. The good thing. It is. All right. So starting lap 21 now. So 2 more laps to go. On the drivers, we have Candyman leading with 1.4 seconds. John D in P2. Macho Man nearly 9 seconds behind in P3. Blue opened up that gap to Identity. Running in P4. Identity P5 and Clarky and then close. And we see some clouds here, but this was like the predicted cloudy conditions for the end of the stint. So it won't be raining, hopefully. Is it raining, James? I don't think so, no. It's just a bit overcast. But I don't expect the rain. We should be like now approaching the preset weather slots again for our lobby settings, so I think we are out of that random weather slots. So we can now breathe. No rain for this stint, trust me. and see like a heavy downpour is happening now. No. I'm not good at jinxing the weather, by the way, so never was good at doing the rain dance or whatever. But yeah, so getting closer and closer, I will then try and prepare the driver swap thing. It will be like an open operation during the stream. It will be good. It will be good. Trust me. I have an idea how this all should work in theory.
I'm glad someone does.
Yeah, someone has to, right? And so as I'm the main broadcaster, so you have to deal with what I've come up with it. So I say we won't have this side-by-side thing, but we have like a window-in-window kind of driver swap thing that is planned. So it still should be looking decent, I guess, I hope. For it.
I'm sure chat will let us know if it's not.
Yeah.
I'm sure, yeah.
Just... They will. So I see your stream already. That is good, Nikki. So I can grab that. Perfect. So now. So let's see my magic.
Magic in the live.
Nah. I see cars running on your stream. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. they're doing their laps. All right, so I think the setup looks good from my end. So I hope I can deliver a nice, smooth transition for all of us. If not, put in the hashtag blame Jaeger if you don't like it.
Yeah, not Nicky. No, Nicky. Ooh, what was that I see in chat? Penalty for car 44.
What? That's
I see that in your chat, yeah.
44 has a penalty.
Yeah.
They had one. They dropped. No, they don't have one at the moment. They missed the chicane though.
No, as in from the race directors. It says it in your chat.
Ah,
Car 44 will start 53 seconds after the leader of stint 2. Oh, we do have some drama.
44 is the car we are running at the moment, Prodigy. It's the esports race asylum entry, so... Okay. Interesting. So lap 22... Ah, no. We are pitting at the end of lap 23, right? So we have 2 more laps to go now. So I was a bit eager for all of this stream swapping things. Okay, this is the DC compensation time. Okay.
Right, okay.
So yeah, so those who joined later, so we had the lobby host, Clarky, had disconnected, so the lobby died. We had a red flag situation, a restart, and then the admins in the background and the stewards were very busy, like getting the grid, the order, and now they have decided that the disconnect will result in a time compensation for 44 car. Alright, so that is nice that we have it ready before the start of the next stint, so everyone knows about it and we can continue racing, because I saw there was a little bit of a heated discussion in the stream chat about the procedure and stuff like that. So yeah, it is sorted.
Dealt with.
Yeah, live decisions, good to see. So would be a shame to have it like then decided after the 24 hours and it was say like, yeah, you lose a couple of seconds again with that, and
Yeah.
so.
And at least they got time to make that back.
Yeah, yeah.
At least this happened in stint 1. There's such a long race. People have got time to make it up.
It is. It's unfortunate, yeah, but yes, as we covered earlier, this is sometimes how online racing goes. Disconnects happen. And of course, I think it was the first time that the actual lobby host disconnected. So that was the first time. So that, again, probably something that will be clarified in future versions of the rulebook or whatever. So I know it, like when you write a rulebook and you try to think about everything that can happen, you're like, wait, why did I think about that? So you have to reiterate and close those loopholes and stuff, but yeah. Oh wait, Sluxy not happy with that.
Rulebooks are an evolving document, I'd say.
Yeah, that is, yeah. So everyone who claims they have the final version of the rulebook, they're lying to you.
Liars.
Yeah.
Liars.
Definitely. Alright, so now we will be approaching the final race lap of the first stint, with a Candyman leading for Sector 7 Racing now. Crosses the line to start the final lap of the stint. John D for ORT in P2, just half a second behind. Macho Monkey in P3 for Sector 7 as well. And Blue Racer for Race Asylum, the 77 McLaren in P4. Identity in P5, the pole sitter. 64 entry for Syndicate Racing in P5. Then Dan for AHR in P6, just in front of Clarkey. So again, we have the 3 Corvettes being really close, P5, 6, and 7 at the moment. So the dominating qualifying cars, not leading this race, still a bit confusing for me, but hey, I mean, probably the track limit penalties.
Tire wear maybe?
Tire wear also, yeah. Definitely that Lexus is really looking strong on tires. Not gonna lie, that's a really strong race car. Also those AMGs. Again, we know this is like a very good race car, especially in endurance races.
Yeah.
And then yeah, so Lucas in P8, Hasnane for Loose Moose Racing in P9, 12 seconds behind the Race Asylum driver. Yeast in that Mustang wild drift. Keeps it on track through Tete Rouge. They go under pressure. Finalized for last minute racing in P11. Another McLaren on the grid. And in P12 it's Welshie, MRL, BMW. Harlock after this unplanned pit stop in 999 entry for Race Asylum. BMW in 13th and Josh for Shoshin Racing in P14 for this one. Alright, so the leaders are approaching the Mulsanne corner. So halfway through this one. So we will be getting ready for the driver swap. It is double checking my side now. Let's see. Bring up the full screen from my end. It's looking good so far. Oh, there was contact between Candyman and John D. But somehow they managed to not crash entirely. They stayed on track. They didn't lose the car, but John D moves up into P1, has a 1.2 second lead over the Sector 7 cars. So we will be, the driver swap team ORT will be in the lead for that one. So you can, exactly, you can already switch to the ORT. Nice one. So coming through the Porsche curves for the final time for the stint. It's 1 second the lead for ORT. John D coming out of the Porsche curves, the karting SS, and now will be approaching the pit entry, and we're soon now darting into the pits. And now let's see, let the magic happen.
And Team ORT will be passing over onto Valser, and Team S Sector 7 will be passing it over to Slipstream.
So yeah, we have both now on the side. So Candyman in the pits, Macho Monkey in the pits, Blue Racer in the pits, Identity in the pits, Dan in the pits, Clarky into the pits they go. It's a long pit entry. By the way, Lucas also now coming
out
into the pits. Hasnane through the final.
Sector 7 out. And then we have Kaza taking over for Blue Racer.
Yeast into the pits, finalized as well. So we have
Nuke out for Sector 7.
Nice. Welchie into the pits, so 2 drivers still on track with Harlock and Banana Josh, but it's not taking them very long. And here we go, Harlock into the pits.
We got Jakey in the Lexus.
And Banana Josh into the pits. Oh, they crashed on the entry. So that's my stint done and dusted. I will head it over now to Lil Nicky on full stream.
Great commentary, thank you, Jaeger. We are underway, we still got 2 drivers. We are underway, we still got 2 drivers still in the pits, so they're obviously just waiting for the confirmation to go. We will jump up to the leaders just to check on that gap. That gap is still at a second. A little bit of... We got Shadow, Kaza's got a penalty earlier. We got Shadow, we got Kieran for AHR, we got Jakey for the RA, we got Halax in that one. We got a fight on our hands between Gecko and Irish Tony. Make sure everybody's out of the pits. Super is in the BMW. We got Richie on track now as well in the other McLaren. Yupe's now out of the pits as well.
Come on.
And is that Hunt? Oh, that's gonna be a hard one. We're gonna say Sen. We're just gonna say Sen, so we don't butcher that one. Right, let's go back up to this lead. They are still sitting pretty at 1 second. There's a big gaggle of cars, so right here, this is where the fight seems to still be. It's all close after the swaps then. Halux leading the way, and he has got that half-second penalty, which will drop him back. Probably behind Irish Tony, I would have thought, and maybe save himself from Super. Got Gecko now in the Corvette. I don't know if that's a bug, but that doesn't appear to be the right livery.
Just
imagine. Yep. Good old PD things. Yeah. So we will see how far. Oh, actually, Irish Tony's dropped back a bit. So Halux might only lose the 1 position yet. We'll have to see. There goes Gecko, yeah, just the 1 position lost there then, so them 2 will probably start maybe working together, push on to that gap into Jakey, that's 18 seconds up the road. Obviously that team had that penalty. Got a nice little battle here as well. 4th, 5th and 6th. Throw a blanket over them really. Team ORT are extending that lead ever so slightly. It is going up, it's coming back down now once you come onto the Mulsanne though. So Slipstream had a better exit that time. We got the 2nd Sector 7 car just sat pretty all alone. That's a nice spot to be, that is. So hopefully when I'm out doing my stint, I got no one around me and I can just drive, get comfortable with the car, settle into your stint. As we got Kieran looking to get a move done on Shadow maybe, or will they work together? Oh, Kieran's picked up a half second as we jumped on board. Will he go for the move? I think I saw a little bit of smoke there, indicates bumper drafting usually. We got Kaza hunting down the Sector 7 car. Okay, ooh, Kieran is having a little luck actually. Good move. Gets the job done. Oh, too far. Kieran also having that penalty, that will help Kaza out massively. That gap is now up to 2.2, so Kaza can get his head down and focus on the car in front rather than the car behind. That gap is 1.5, sitting pretty Let's have a look back here at Gecko and Halux. They are, yeah, Gecko opening a bit of a gap. Corvette power over the AMG, but as Jaeger said, we've got a little bit of a battle down here too. There's a little bit of a three-way here. No innuendos. Bit early for that. And the guys at the back seem to be pretty close too. Let's keep an eye on this battle then. We got Richie, we got Super, and we got Irish Tony. Irish Tony currently leading that little gaggle of cars. Is Super working with? I think he is. He's pulled out of the slipstream. Yeah, I think he's just keeping out of the so-called dirty air in Group 3s. We will keep an eye on that one. Wonder if the move will... Curious, will Super make a move this time, or has that Mustang got enough acceleration? It's a big old car, is the Mustang. Big old car. It is, I agree. It's nice to see that and the Aston Martin. It's not cars that you usually see in races like this especially. There is the Aston Martin. Lovely noise. Yeah, no Porsche. Yeah. No Porsche. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with the bops. Thankfully, my team 77, we haven't used our change yet. We have been in the McLaren the whole way through. So during this physics change, we might get the joy of changing if needed. But we like our McLaren. We like our McLaren. It does the job. And the nerf. Kaza is closing that gap down as well as I jump on board. Takes the fastest lap of the race currently too. Interesting. He's on a charge, is Kazar. He is on a charge. And Team ORT is pulling out a gap now. He is currently purple through Sector 1 by a big chunk too in the Lexus. So maybe Team ORT are going to get their heads down and be finally shot of that AMG behind. Nuke not really gaining in front, but is certainly losing to Kaza behind. And we got Kieran, who's opened a gap up over Shadow. Everybody's purple through Sector 1. Kaza must have had a really poor Sector 1. And then we got Jakey 10 seconds off, but 20 seconds ahead of Gecko. I think that gap has increased to Gecko rather than decreased. And then we got Gecko. Obviously that livery isn't correct. Leading with Halux, not leading, but leading that little twosome. With a 7.5 second gap back to this gaggle of 3, and Super has finally got past Irish Tony. We've missed that, that's typical. That is typical. Yeah. We got Richie, also just hanging there, gaggling, waiting, yeah, waiting, yeah. He's actually looking for the move. We will stay on board. That's a good shot, that was. You can see the cars down in the distance. Will Richie get this done? He'll have the outside in the beginning of the corner, but then the inside on the halfway point. Oh, he got the move done before the corner. Good move by Richie. Let's try. I have got keyboard in. I'm pressing buttons. It didn't. Oh, nearly. Okay. You guys will have to bear with me with that. We will get better at that over the course of these 24 hours. The button was okay. Timing, yeah, right, we can learn that Kaza is on a mission. on a mission. He is now only 2 seconds behind. It's the gap up front. ORT is still pulling away. Is that a back marker I see? No. Did I see it? No, no. I was on the wrong car. Ignore me. Kieran's also opening up a gap over Shadow. And the same cars, the Corvettes, have been broken up with obviously the ERA team having that penalty. These guys sticking together. Kaz is down to 1. He is taking chunks out of the car in front. We're not just talking little bits, we are talking big bits over the course of a lap. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the mini map at the top right as well, just to see, but I think Kaza might be up in P3 very soon. Gecko and Halleck's just working together. That's a smart move. Richie and Super. Richie got past Tony then. Oh yeah, we saw that move. That was the move we saw. And now dropping Tony a little bit with Sen in front of Yuppie. Yuppie unfortunately got a penalty. And there is that gap I was talking about. It's now under a second. Wow. Kaza has been pushing with the fastest lap again, currently. 3 seconds, 2.9 to be exact, he took out of them in that one lap. Kaza is a man on, yeah, he's a man on a mission today. Got to go for the move here surely, with the pace he's showing. Yeah, pulls out of the slipstream. Job done before the corner. Now it's all about that exit. He needs a really good exit and then possibly drop Nuke maybe, I don't know. Oh, that is a good exit. That Delta is flying up. He did get a better exit, but Nuke is still, yeah, there it is, the Delta's going. Ooh, staying the same. He hasn't quite dropped Nuke. Nuke is still going to be there. Coming into the next braking zone. It's increasing again. Kaza gets the chicane right. I think he might drop Nuke just that quickly. There it is, over the second. I know it's 1.2, but that is very little slipstream he is getting now. Kaza is a man on a charge. He is flying here. What are the leaders' pace? 3:57.6. Let's have a look at some times. 3:58.1. Kaza is the fastest man on track by a long way. 3:57.9 for Kieran. 3:59.5, 3:57.6, 57.6, 57. Yeah, Kaza is the fastest man by a margin as well, over everybody on the whole field. Where is the closest battle now then? These guys still working together. I don't know if they're working together, but the gap has literally not changed in the whole lap, but maybe last 2 laps. I forget, this track is so long. You feel like you've got done 3 laps just going through the pack sometimes. Now we've got Super has pulled a gap to Richie, and Richie has a penalty but has pulled a bigger gap to Tony, who is actually being caught by Sen. That gap I think was up around 30 seconds. 4:02, 3:50, yeah. Sen is driving pretty quickly too in that Aston Martin. You cannot forget about these guys at the back, because these guys at the back could easily become the guys at the front at any moment during this race. We are so early into this. It's exciting. A lot more to come, especially if you've had a little look at the weather forecast. Kaz has increased that gap to 2.3. Another purple lap, a 56.4 by Kaza. Slow down, man. A man on a mission, yeah, a man on a mission. ORT up around about 3 seconds. I think that gap is stabled out around about that now. I think I'm commentating on him again. My next stint. I know he's on. I think he's off on a plane. If Ray's in chat, she'll be able to confirm. I'm pretty sure he is going on holiday tomorrow morning. So when I'm jumping in the car, the man will be on a plane. I know. I might be wrong. I might have heard that wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I heard in the grapevine. That is dedication. Until the very last second, and then hopping on a plane and leaving it all to us. Nope. Yeah, not at that pace, that's for sure. It's like he's driving to the plane. Yep, there we are. That's what Ray said. Yep, he's flying off this evening. What a lad! What a lad! That is true. That is true, yeah, maybe, yeah. We won't praise him too much, yeah, that's true. We won't give him much more camera time either. So we got the nuke for the other Sector 7 car. I'm not as professional as Jaeger, and I don't look at my notes like I should. But that car is car 13. Yeah. Kieran for AHR is closing that gap down, I think. Yeah, he is. So, good. Yeah, he is, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Shadow's been dropped a bit now, yeah, and then Gecko isn't really catching up to Jakey. That gap's increased by 2 seconds. Jakey's actually closing in on Shadow. Yeah, the lap times there, yeah. Jakey's comfortably in the 57s, whereas Shadow's doing low 59, so this stint is going to be a very big mix-up, I think. These front two are... oh, that gap's come down a little bit, we will pay attention to that. These front two, I think, are a bit comfortable until the pit stops. And then maybe we could see some action, depending on Kaza. How long do the tyres allow him to push this hard? We are 5 laps in this stint, so right. Yeah, everyone's tyres are more than comfortable. Everybody is on the softs, in case everybody was wondering, but obviously it's on the softs. You wouldn't want any other tyre. Not until it gets moist. Yeah. Yep. That's what we hope for, and then by the looks of things, start of stint 3 also starts moist. Ooh. It's gonna get interesting, and while we were chatting about that, Slipstream has eaten into that gap. He's found a 56.9 out of nowhere, and Valsa is in the 57s. Comfortable, he must have had a penalty judging on the 0.9. So that's one to keep an eye on. We've got a big gaggle of cars here. So we've got Kieran has finally caught up to Nuke then. He's firmly in that slipstream. Sit on board this for a moment and see if Kieran can get by the Sector 7 car. Bit of a wiggle on exit. 5 heads up currently on his personal best. Is he going to catch him enough before the next chicane? No, it's not, yeah. Big braking zone maybe. Yeah, no worries. We will stay on board this battle at the minute. I feel like Kieran is certainly looking for the move. Certainly looking. Here we go then, there, straight out, pulled out into the slipstream. Will he get the move done? He does, he gets that move done already. Coming into the braking zone. Oh, as Nuke runs a little bit wide on entry. Doesn't pick up a penalty though. So we can still sit there with Kieran for the moment. Kazes. Has some good lap times too, 56.7, 56.4, 56.5, very consistent. I will say that about a lot of these drivers that I am scrolling through, the lap times are very consistent, and that over a 24-hour race is key. There's more key than race pace. You need consistency. Gecko is now broken. So now Gecko is all on his own, and Gecko can just focus ahead and not behind. Hello Ray. Yeah, hello chat. I haven't really looked at it, sorry. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody has enjoyed it up until this point, and I hope you guys continue to enjoy this event that IRO has put on, and that I am more than happy to help do some broadcasting for them. It's a pleasure. As this gap is coming down between the leaders, you know. Is that Valsa taking it easy, or is that Slipstream pushing harder? Slipstream's times are coming down. Obviously fuel is coming down. I can't remember what the wind was. Has the wind changed? I can't remember, guys. See, not as professional as Jaeger, this is the problem. But this is why I think people like my commentary. We're not as professional. The gaps are pretty comfortable. I think the actual closest gap is the leading gap. So we will sit sit on this leading pair for the time being and see if Slipstream can get within the Slipstream range that's worth anything. At the minute he's in it but not in it, and I know that sounds confusing, especially if you don't understand this game, but most people I presume understand what I'm saying. He's still being sucked, but not very sucky suck, because if he can get that under say 8 tenths, then you're getting an extreme suck compared to what you're getting now. Delta staying the same. Delta is staying the same. We will have a quick flick through. Just double check. Nothing. Kieran's increasing his gap. Kieran's actually got the fastest lap. 56.3. Kieran, the next man on the mission. There's a few boys in the 50s. Jakey's also closed up to Shadow now as well, so we need to keep our eyes on that. Tony and Sen is on a charge as well, also closing that gap down. Let's get back to these leaders. 1.2 is hovering around that gap. Hovering around the 1. It fluctuates between 1.5 and 1.1. So I'd almost say that Valsa, I don't want to butcher people's names, but I'm going to, and I apologise. I'm going to say that Valsa is almost managing this stint. I don't know. That's the feeling I'm getting from watching it. Anyway, that it's more pace management. Something wish I had. I'm not as talented as a lot of these drivers on this grid today. I wish I had pace management. We will jump on board Jakey. We will keep our eyes on that top right hand corner and see if anything kicks off at the front while Jakey is battling Shadow. Will Jakey get the move done before the Porsche curves? I know one named corner and it is that one. Or will he just sit behind and follow? No, he does pull out of that slipstream. Jakey is committing then. Gets the job done. Shadow didn't pile up a huge amount of defence, but it's called respectful driving rather than just killing each other and putting each other into a wall when it's so early on in a 24-hour race. So that is what team is that? I think that's team RA2, car 218, up into 6th place then. So Gecko has a new name to chase, and that is Shadow. Let's jump back up to this leading pair. There it is, see, 1.4 now. Kaza must have had a moment somewhere. Pushing hard is Kaza, my teammate for this. Kaza, Blue and Lugi. I am not driving until Sunday morning now. Many stints away at the minute. Kieran is a man on a mission. 5 point. Let's have a look here. They're going to go down the Mulsanne. It's a 5.8 to Kaza. Pit stops will probably be happening soon. I think if I remember rightly, Jaeger said excuse me, Jaeger said a lap 11:12, so about 3 laps we're going to probably see maybe potentially some people coming in for a change, as Shadow has now picked up a penalty while chasing Jakey back down as well. So that car, the Syndicate car, if I remember rightly, has dropped a fair few spots during this stint. We have, I think Kaza is a big gainer in this stint. Jakey coming, Kieran coming through the pack is also another big gainer in this stint. Lucas in chat, lap 13 to 17. Thank you, Lucas, in chat for the help. These two, the mini-map is so deceiving in the top right-hand corner. You think somebody's making a move on someone, and lo and behold, nobody is. Look at that camera view. Gran Turismo does get some things spot on, and angles like this is one of them. It really is. Let's give the guys at the back some love, some airtime. Yupe in the 999 car. Someone call the police. Yupe's giving it 110%. Finally broke under that 4-minute mark. which is what we need, which is what we need. Beautiful livery. I like that livery. I like the multicolour. JP knows me. I like bright colours on my cars. So when I seen the white with the multicolour on it, believe me, I foamed at the mouth. Look at that, lovely, lovely. And then we got Sen in that lovely sounding Aston. I'm going to shut up for a moment. I think it sounds very, very, very nice. Oof, what a noise. And Sen is on a charge. That must be said. Yuppie just in the background, that's a lovely shot. Tony dropping back a bit in that Mustang. Sen is pulling into that gap. Mustang is like Jaeger said, it's nice to see that on track. It's a dirty noise as well that car makes. Good old American. We got Richie in the other McLaren on the grid. Done some good laps so far. Must have had a little bit of a moment on the last one. Another gainer. Of course, JP, when you make liveries like that, it deserves screen time. I like this. This is very me. That is very me. Personally would have the blue black, but I'm not a livery maker, and that is very me. So we got Super in the BMW in a bit of no man's land, but is closing that gap down to Lex, sorry. Once again, I apologise if I'm butchering people's names. Gecko in no man's land. That livery should also be beautifully white with multicolours all over it. We got the Syndicate Racing Team. That's another nice livery too. Like the black. Jakey's pulled away. Hunting down Nuke. All the gaps staying relatively the same. Valser has now put his foot or her foot down and increased that gap up to 2 seconds. That's the biggest it's been for a little while. I thought I saw. I did. Let's see if we can catch that. And then what was it? Oh no, too late. Too late. We will get better at the timing of the replays, guys. It is my first time attempting the replays while broadcasting. Caught it up in the top right. Right, okay. Press. Oh, I'm not on the right car now. Yeah. Right, okay. Learning as we are going, guys. Live on stream, that's how professional we are. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yep. I'll take that and run with that. I'll leave the singing to you. I'll butcher everybody's names. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Blame the drivers. Blame the drivers. Look, that gap's come down to 1.7 now. gap keeps going up and down, up and down. There's no very close battles now. Jakey has closed up to Nuke though, so we will jump back to that one. Yeah. So Jakey is a man on a mission too at the moment. Low 56s. Fuel just burning away. .1 now. Could be seeing a move coming up down the Mulsanne. Oh right, okay. Yeah. Okay. Learning on the fly, giving away everybody our secrets though. So much easier. We are getting there. Jakey didn't get the move done as quickly as I thought he would have. But I suppose tyre wear is coming into play now. Yeah, Nuke's tyres are slightly better. But Jakey is now comfortably within that slipstream rather than just being on the fringes of it. So maybe down this. Yeah, Jakey got a good exit as well. Lexus just has no power. It's under 0.4 under half a second now. Closest battle on track at the moment. Ooh, Jakey got a bit tail happy then. Pushing hard. We're on lap 10. So the pit window, as Lucas said in chat, is between 11 and 17. So some people will be coming in who will be looking for undercuts. Yeah, that is true. If you don't need to, it would be pretty pointless, unless you think you can get the undercut, I suppose. But then we've got rain coming maybe, possibly as well. You've got to take that into account. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, gigantic, yeah. I will say though, everybody's tyres seem okay. I don't want to jump off this battle just yet, but I will have a flick through and have a little thing. But looking at Jakey's and Nuke's, they're halfway. So has this Lexus got the power to do it at all? That is a beautiful shot. I don't know, maybe the Lexus just doesn't have the legs, unless it's right tucked up behind, so maybe Jakey's going to need to get basically under the rear wing on the exit to get it through. Yeah, 5/10 coming down. It is still coming down. Maybe Jakey got a better exit that time, so maybe Nicky's chatting rubbish as usual. Nuke seemed a bit wide then. Yeah, Jakey got one hell of an exit on him there. This is where he's got to pull the trigger. Decided against it at the last moment, I think. Oh, he's got the run on him again. There we go, he's pulled out of the slipstream. Yeah. All I know is during practice my McLaren was on pause and it overtook Jakey going down the Mulsar. So I know that Lexus certainly hasn't got much legs without help. That move seems done by Jakey. That was a good move. I'm just going to jump to the leaders. Thought so. This has certainly got a lot closer while Jakey was overtaking the Sector 7 car, and we will be coming up soon to the pit window, so this is about to get interesting. How are we this far in and these guys are still this close? Great racing. Oh, as I say that, the slip. Oh, I missed the marker as well. I know I did. Did he get reset? No, he didn't get reset, but as I jumped on board, he ran wide coming into the final chicane. Let's have a look at everybody's tyres. How are people getting on? How are people going? Oh, as we have a pitter already. That's Kieran in then on the Mustang for Team AHR. His tyres didn't look great, to be honest. Right, let's have a little. So, yeah, everyone's a bit the same actually. Kieran was a lot less compared to everyone else. Richie is also pretty low. The Mustang's doing okay. Vantage is pretty low. Oh, and Yupe has front aero damage too, so I expect Yupe will be coming in pretty soon, because driving around with damage is a killer. This battle is still raging on though, between the leading pair. Slipstream's already got that gap back down under a second. So has the tide swung, and now Slipstream has found his groove a little bit better than Valsa. His tyre wear is a little bit less, a little bit worse though. Yeah. Quick little flick through everybody's. Well, we've got Valsa and Slipstream, they're both probably 3/4 on their left rear. With Slipstream having a lot more fuel than Valsa too, and Kaza even more fuel but less tires, a lot less tires too. It's the left rears that are going. Jakey's got maybe 3/4 wear, halfway. Your Nuke's probably the same. Shadow, yeah, that left rear's 3/4 worn. Yeah, I think pit stops are gonna be happening fast. Yeah. Yeah, bang on, smack in the middle. It'll be interesting if that rain does come in towards the end. If it'll even come. Let's see if any of the front two are going to pull the trigger on the pit stop. Doesn't look that way. Nope. What about Kaza? Pushing out, he did a 56.5 last lap. That was a very fast lap on one. Well, Kaza's going around again. Yeah. Yeah. That's good, yeah. That's a good point. Will Slipstream get the run down the Mulsanne? He did get a better exit. We might see a change for the lead then, or will he bump? They do. No, not this early. I know what I'd personally do, that's just because I'm ego and I would certainly be going for the move at some point. Yeah. I think Slipstream's playing a smart game here. Slipstream is firmly in the slipstream. Consistent lap times too, dropping into the 56s every now and then, vaguely low 57s. Valsa pretty much a bit up and down the last 2 laps. Still fast, 57 lap times, but a bit more erratic compared to Slipstreams. Like I said earlier, consistency in these 24-hour races is more important than lap pace. Down the grid, I thought I saw, is it this pack here? So Hallex is not really letting Gecko run away there. And Kieran on them fresh tyres is down in P9th currently, 105 behind the leader. These nobody seems to be slowing down due to tyre wear, that's for sure. Kaza seems to be going quicker. The fuel seems to be making a huge difference. I don't know if the wind's changed maybe as well. I keep forgetting to notice it, yeah. Yeah. Let's see, does the leader decide to come in? I think he will. He did. He went for the fake, so that is Slipstream taking the lead of this race then. Didn't quite get that purple lap either. Kaz is going around another one. This might trigger some pit stops now that the leader has come in. Jakey's coming in. Sector 7 staying out. Syndicate Racing staying out. So we're going to have a new different look at the top of the pack for a moment, but the key one to keep an eye on is when Slipstream comes in and if Valsa can have a good outlap and then maybe 2 laps, depends on when. Obviously Slipstream decides to come in. Gecko's also staying out for another one, and I've seen Hallex there is also staying out, which Kieran won't mind too much because they're not affecting him at the moment. Fuel. Yeah. So Valsa has come out 50 seconds off the lead. Sounds crazy when you say that, but it just shows how much time they lose in a pit stop. Wonder if... Yep. At some point everybody needs to come in. So did we have any... Who was Sen chasing down? I think it was Tony. So that's another one to watch to see if Sen gets maybe an overcut easy try. Tony and Yuppie still carrying on with that damage. I would have pitted personally. I think you just lose too much time down them long straights, but won't be in last for the first time this stint, so that is a plus in some regard, I suppose. We'll jump back up to the lead pack. I would pull the trigger if I'm Slipstream looking at them tyres, but that's me. Kieran's closing that gap down. Valsa's also in clean air, which is perfect. Couldn't ask for anything better. So here we go. Does Slipstream pull the trigger this time? He does. Okay. Kaza. Do you pull the trigger? You do. I think everybody else will be coming in now as well, so the one to watch is Valsa, who will stay on board these guys because guys in the pit lane take an age to come out of their pit box and decide to put some fuel in the boys' cars. So we have plenty of time to go back to Valsa. And that's the Sector 7 boys in as well. Followed by the Syndicate boys. So, here we go. Coming through the last chicanes now. That's... Oh! Slipstream didn't put as much fuel in. Kaza has also not put any fuel in. What has Kaza done? Uh-oh. But the bigger thing, Slipstream has jumped Valsa by almost 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Yeah. Valsa did put more fuel in. That has to be said. Valsa has put more fuel in. Kaza has obviously misclicked because Kaza has no fuel in the car. He has enough fuel for maybe another lap or two, but he obviously didn't mean to click that. And AHR are up to 4th now as well. Were they at 4th? No, they... Yes. No, hold on a minute now. I'm getting lost. So it was Slips... He's changed tyres, but he hasn't fueled up. So I think Kieran will become in 3rd then, once Kaza obviously has to make that, and Jakey might even get the jump on him too. It might be, he said 50 seconds, so that could put them back, all the way back down in 8th, possibly 9th, as he's now taking the lead of the race, getting his head down. But Sector 7 have jumped Team ORT in the pit stops by 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Wow, wow, wow. What else is going on then? So we got... Oh, Super still hasn't pitted actually. So Super's still out there, causing problems for the guys that have pitted. Not in a bad way, in a good way of course. More than entitled to stay out, but you certainly don't want to let people past as such. You want to make it hard for them, eat away at their tyres a little bit. Alex has caught up back up to Gecko. So Yupe is fueling up and getting rid of that damage. Oh, who's that? That's Kieran. That's a lot less fuel. Slipstream and Kieran have the exact same amount of fuel, which is a lot less compared to the rest of the field. Almost a quarter less than the rest of the field, which is pretty interesting. Well, how many laps have we got to go? We got 10 brings us to 26, so we got 12 laps to go. 13? 13. Interesting. Kaz will be kicking himself. Yep, I think he will be coming out around about here. P6, P7. He's staying out though, so he's obviously got enough for another lap. Damage limitation, I guess, if you can pull a gap to the people behind. I mean, everybody's maybe a little bit more bunched up now that the pit stops sort of happened, so he's thinking, right, if I can regain some seconds on people that I lost during that, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, as he has a moment there then. Let's see if I caught that one. I did. It would be my teammate too. let's have a look what happens to Kaza coming through turn 1 then. Oh, just gets a bit sideways, just gets a bit squirrely, nothing too exciting. But we caught the marker that time. As Super has come into the pits finally, so people around will be happy about that. They'll have some clean air in front of them. So it is that Super was the last person to pit. We all obviously know Kaza has to pit for fuel. Kaza stay out, yeah. I'm gonna say he's possibly gonna have to come in this lap. There's no point fuel saving, so yeah. It's hard not to be annoyed when that's your teammate and doing commentary at the same time, but we will move on to other people. Jakey, it is. Kieran's, I think, the big gainer out of this stint so far then, with, well, Kaza will obviously drop back. I think Team THR were maybe, did they start P7? I don't know. This stint, I can't quite remember, but they were in that gaggle of Corvettes, if I remember rightly. And now they're the lead Corvette, and the lead Corvette by a fair distance too. Obviously, Team ERA had the penalty to serve. Battle too. Lex, I always say Lux, is thinking of getting the move done on Gecko maybe, or are they working together? These guys have been pretty inseparable. Gecko did open up a gap at one point, but couldn't really push on in front. Puff of smoke, or will we see him pull to the side? Keep our eyes on that in the mini map. Valsa is closing that gap down to Kaza, I think. Valsa will be a man on a mission. He is currently purple coming through the last sectors. Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Does he come in this lap? He's got to, right? Yeah. No. He's got enough for one more, he feels. Because you really wouldn't do it fuel saving, because you're just going to cost more time, Kaza, if you're listening. I suggest coming in soon, please, sir. Definitely going to have to on the next one. Which will shake this leaderboard back up again. It's been very up and down. People have gained. We've had big gainers and big losers, I think, during this stint. Yeah. Gecko is closing that gap down to Shadow as well, so might have some battles maybe towards the end of this stint. With a sprinkle of rain would be even nicer, as Valsa did take that fastest lap as well, and that was without slipstream, which means I would say Valsa is a man on a mission. So the fuel difference is massive. Slipstream has a smidge over half a tank, and Valsa has just hit the 3/4 mark. That is pretty interesting. Lexus needs to drink that fuel. Kieran being dropped a little bit by Valsa, and Jakey has closed that gap up as well. So maybe a penalty had to be served somewhere. Right, where was that battle? Gecko and Alex. curious if they're fighting or if they are working together. Working together would be the smarter decision. At the same time, we're not the drivers, and the drivers will do what the drivers want to do. And that is a little bump I saw there, so I assume them guys are going to hunt down Syndicate Racing, and they might be there pretty soon too if they keep working together like that. Especially with that Corvette leading the way of the little slipstream chain, and Syndicate Racing not having any slip of his own. But Nuke is also dropping down, so Syndicate will soon be all over the back end of Nuke, I feel. Little battles developing again all over the field. I thought something happened then. Kaz has got a 1.5 second penalty. It's definitely time to come in. No. I was expecting them to be right up there. I certainly wasn't expecting an AMG and essentially a Lexus to be the leading pair. Definitely not the Lexus. I wasn't expecting the Lexus to be up there. Myself, that was just based off practice sessions I'd done. But I think Kaza will definitely have to come into the pits now. And Valsa has also closed that gap down to slipstream. Can we just check that Kaza did go in? He did. Happy days. Kaza unfortunately will just chuck some fuel in that car and hammer it till the end, I imagine. There's an angry Welshman about to be behind the wheel. So this will be a battle to keep our eye on. Valsa is pushing hard. Alex with that slipstream off Gecko got the fastest lap, but now it's dropped back. So maybe a penalty had to be served. Yeah, that is after the penalty line. So let's have a look at these boys at the back here then. So we've got Yupe still. We go from the back to the front. We've got Yupe in 14th. For the new 999 team. We've got Irish Tony for MRL in the Mustang in 13th. We got Sen in the Aston Martin. I like that one. Is that Black Flag Racing's team? Shoshin team. Shoshin Racing team. My apologies. Then we got Richie. I think that's for the other MRL team. No. CL. Last minute ratio, right? See, I need to do my homework. I will for the next one. In 11th, then we got Super in the BMW, in MRL, in P10, and we got Alex for Moosehead. And then we got the ERA team in P8. Then we have Sector 7 in P7, car number 13, with Syndicate Racing in P6. Kaza has managed to come out in P5. So not great, but not the end of the world. Yeah, but not at the end of the world. P5 is still. You're still in the realm of possibility, so certainly at this stage. And we got Jakey now up into P5, yeah, 21 seconds to Jakey, yeah. And then we got Team AHR now currently sat in P3. Great drive from Kieran so far. Then we got Team ORT hunting down Sector 7 Racing at the top, and them two have been at it all race, to be fair. 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go with RO3 predicted at the end. What that means, we will have to wait and see. Could mean nothing, it could mean a lot of rain. We never know. Yep. Even gaps amongst everybody. Really, there's no actual close battles. I think this might become the closest battle. Valser is really on a mission. 56-2, 56-6. Is he at 58? Yeah. Yeah, it was 4 seconds. Let's start last lap was 2.3 now. I think Valser won't be long and he'll be underneath the wing of that AMG. Kieran in a comfortable spot. Jakey has been chipping away at that though. That was 10 seconds at one point. I can remember that quite vividly, and it's now 7.8. So Jakey chipping away at that too. Kaz at 21 seconds behind Jakey. Not ideal, but we've seen his pace earlier on. So Gecko actually making inroads to Nuke now drastically as well. Of course, when I looked through last time, people hadn't heard. This midfield is still pretty bunched up though. The gaps are a thing, but they're all within eyesight of each other. I like to have a car in my eyesight. I like to be out of the slipstream, but still be able to see cars around. As Nuke had a poor exit there. Gecko, I think Gecko might catch that Sector 7 car. We'll have to keep an eye on that one too. Yeah. Go with some of the leaders for a bit. Yeah. Penalty central. Worse than Red Bull so far. Yeah. I'll have plenty of my stints, I know that much. But that gap is now 1.6 and closing 1.5 on a charge. I wonder if Slipstream though is having to fuel save. Like I said, that fuel is very different. Yeah, at this stage as well, it's nice to see the leaders still actually fighting it out rather than a massive gap in between them. Before this gets real spicy, let's just have a quick flick through and make sure that nobody else has closed up. They haven't. We'll sit aboard this lead pack. MG makes a dirty noise. It's a loud growl. Gap is now leveling off a little bit. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on now on that fuel. But then Kieran's got the same amount as Slipstream. Nigh on identical, which is pretty interesting. Jakey has closed that gap right up as well. Oh, Kieran must have had a moment, a 4:02 lap. Jakey. Yeah. Kaza has pulled a second on Jakey too. So we got battles happening as we are coming into the closing stages. This gap is under a second now. I think he's having a fuel save. I heard a big lift coming into that chicane. I heard a big lift on the throttle. I'll be in the evening too, no? Stint 6 would be night time, yeah. Oh, I don't drive until stint 8, thankfully. I have a little bit on stint 10 I saw then as well, so I'll have to deal with some moisture. This battle is heating right up. Oh, as Slipstream went wide there then. Oh, I'm probably too late on that. We'll go and have a look at that in a minute. Yeah, just outbroke himself a little bit coming into that corner, and Valsa said thank you very much. Make my job a bit easier. Yeah, sometimes that's all you need to do is show a nose, just show that you're there. And the driver in front suddenly starts making little mistakes. So that is Team ORT back into the lead then. Yeah. Ooh, has closed up. Gecko has closed up on Sector 7, the 13 car, I believe. Got a few battles going on now then. Now I'm going to be busy because Jakey's also caught up to the back of Kieran. We also still have the battle at the front. And let's not forget Alex is still there as well. Currently sat with the fastest lap. So he'll be wanting to get by. If Gecko gets by, he'll certainly be thinking, hold on, we've been working together, let me join you. Let's have a little look. Yeah, Jakey all over the back end of Kieran now as well. I wonder if Kieran's having the fuel save. Because Kieran's also got the same amount of fuel as, well, a little bit less than Slipstream. Obviously came in earlier too. Yeah. No damage. Richie has, there's another little battle there. Richie's within the second. But no damage for Super. back up to this battle. Ooh, busy. Yeah. But Jakey, will that Lexus have enough pull against that Corvette? I think he's got to be right under that wing, yeah. Like, we will jump back to this little battle because Alex is all over the back of Gecko as well. As I said, he will be waiting. Yeah, I know. Ooh, Nuke actually got a better X on the Mulsanne, but now the slipstream is taking place. Lovely shot. Jakey's got the move done too. Gecko's got the move done. Will Halleck's go through as well? He's certainly looking. So that's Gecko through. Halleck's also looking. Jakey has got through. Excuse me, Jakey has also got through. I will jump up there and see what that gap is. 2. Halleck's will be on the outside of the inside, then the outside, and the inside again of the sequence of corners. Oh, AMG versus AMG. Halleck's got the move done. That was very nice. Jakey has got a little bit of a gap too. Let's have a look, see if I caught the replay of the 3 coming in. I did. Great respect by all drivers there. That is some great racing on display at this stage of the race. So let's have a quick run through the grid now that everybody's been a massive drop off. I'm going to say slipstream is definitely fuel saving. So we have ORT leading the way by 3.6, 3.5. We have Sector 7 racing 7 car. MP2 19 seconds ahead of Jakey, who has just got the move done on Team AHR. Kieran in the Corvette, who has an 18-second lead, 19 to Kaza, who made that mistake at the pit stops but is running P5. Then we have Syndicate Racing, who now has a new person to worry about behind him in the form of Gecko. For REA Racing, then we have Halleck's for Loose Moose Racing, who also followed Gecko through, wouldn't let Gecko run away from him. And then at Sector 7, big fallers this time. Big fallers, unfortunately, but it's still a long way to go. Sat in P9, and we have 46 seconds back. We've got Super and Richie battling it out for P10 and P11. And then a little bit further back, we have Sen, who finally got in front of Irish Tony. That battle was developing earlier on in the race, and that Aston Martin is actually making some places back up, which is good to see. That Mustang, big old car, is sat in P13 with Yupe. Last but certainly not least, bringing up the rear in the BMW, the 999 car. Whoa, right on cue. Yupe gives us a little bit of a show there. But let's jump back to these boys. Are they going to work together? Now these two have been very good all race. Halleck and Gecko, they've just been plodding away, using each other, and then making places. Can they catch Syndicate before the end? We have 6 laps to go, and Rain is expected. Kira now picking up a penalty. So Jakey, good up. These two as well, they've been very good. They've made up a lot of places this one, and still have a long way to go though. Still have a long way to go. I wonder if, I don't know, maybe these guys was expecting rain and like thought it was definite, but that's a 4-minute lap. These lap times since the pit stops have not been great at all. 57, 58, 58, 58, 59, and a 4-minute lap compared to the 56s, 56, 56, 56, 57, 57 of Valsa. Yeah. Jakey seems to have found a rhythm comfortably in the low 57s, mid 56s in that Lexus. Kaza did a 56.1. Kaza is a man on a mission since the little mistake. Gecko was 56.0, yep. Absolutely flying. With a little help from Gecko, I would assume, yeah. Very strong here, yeah. I agree. I think that Slipstream would still be up there fighting as well. I think they have made a mistake on the fueling situation. He's at quarter of a tank left, whereas ORT in between quarter and halfway. That's an easier lap or two. When we've seen how low Kaza's fuel went, and he still had 2 laps available to him, so maybe Sector 7 could lose some more spots here. We could have some more drama, and not the rain, but it does appear, I may be wrong here, but it does appear to be getting a bit darker and a bit more cloudier. It does, yeah, it is. Look at that, that is very cloudy and grey. Ooh, is it about to get really spicy? This is what we want though. We have some confirmation in chat from IRO that it is wet in stint 3 practice. So the start of stint 3 is almost guaranteed to be wet by the sounds of things. Interesting. Kaza with a 55.9 without slipstream. Wow, wow, wow. That is one angry Welshman. 12 seconds, yeah. 20, yeah. But Kieran has had another moment somewhere. There's a 402 and a 401 in there. I mean, Jakey's pulled 7. So I'd say that's 2 offs, maybe. Look at the tyre wear as well. I think Team AHR maybe pulled the trigger a little bit early on their pit stop. They were the first team in. I don't, yeah. Oh. No. Let's have a look. Who else is in a Corvette? We got Syndicate. Echo came in a few laps later, yeah. That's a massive difference. I love that these guys are going to befriend each other at some point, possibly. They're doing a great job of just closing. They take over one person onto the next. Take over one person onto the next. Kaza with a half-second penalty. Let's jump onto the leader, because obviously the leader will get weather sooner than anybody else. Little tip for everybody. So obviously it's further around and he's technically in the future. Have a look at the back, UP. Wasn't there a battle? There was Richie and Super Odd. You know, Senna dropped down, but it was Tony he was chasing. So Richie, Super has pulled away from Richie, but Richie's tyres are also not looking good. I keep thinking these two are fighting when they're not. as of yet though. But it is cloudy. Track temperatures will be cooling, so that'll help the tyre wear. That fall off though, that's definitely would make you think it was a mistake, considering the pace of the Sector 7 car in the first half of this stint. That's what happens when you click that X button a bit too sharpish though. Coming round to start lap 24 technically. Yeah. So consistent, yep. Six ends, yeah. Very impressive. Jakey's pulling away from Kieran, who has stayed out on that left rear, so obviously chat can't see it. That left rear is not looking pretty, we should say, for the Team AHR car. What's this gap? Yeah, look, these two boys have closed that gap down to Syndicate Racing. Yeah. I think it's hard to, sometimes it's hard to pull the trigger, because you know, we all know what it's like to pit, change tyres, and then maybe suddenly it starts raining. So I think they're banking on the rain now, rather than thinking, right, let's just get rid of these crap tyres and let's just get our head down, especially with a 45-second, 50-second pit stop. That's not nice. But like you said, Kaza is certainly closing that gap down. Yeah. Yep. It's a good recovery so far. ORT are now really stretching the legs at the front. Yep, there's the little teamwork happening. Been happening most of the race. Smart racing from the pair of them. It's also not easy. People think it's easy. It's not easy to sit behind someone extremely close under braking, etc., and not to punt them, or little touches here and there. And then it's also not easy to be the lead car and have faith in the car behind that's not going to hit you and not make a mistake. These two have executed that absolutely perfectly. Yeah. 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 Yep. It's just all that hard work of going down the drain with one little lapse of concentration. But I think these guys are they're gonna be all over Syndicate Racing in no time. Jump up to the front, just check no windscreen wipers are on. No. It looks like it. Further ahead of the race, yeah. Certainly, these boys certainly look like they're in the thick of it. Could do with it some rain. Close everything up again. Kaz's all over Kieran. Kieran's had another moment then. A bigger moment. Okay. A 4:05. Ooh. Kaz is going to get this move done into 2-1. Yeah. I think Kieran would have lifted there. That would have been the smarter play. So that's Kaz going to be gone then. So that's Kaz back up to P4. That is not the end of the world considering he was P3 before he made his mistake. Before the pit stops, I think he was P3. Might be wrong. Yeah. So at one position loss after that little mistake realistically isn't the end of the world. That's a good drive by Kaz. It's hard to knuckle back down after making a mistake as well, and be consistent and be quick. And now the battle for P6 is on. Another good drive by Gecko as well. Obviously after having that penalty handed to them at the start of this stint, would have been coming into it initially thinking, right, we're in the fight here lads. Oh, hold up a minute, the race directors have said otherwise. Gecko has took charge really. Gecko doing Gecko things, I say. Still no rain, it's dark, it's gloomy, but no rain yet. Gecko's pulling out. Will he get this move done? Slots back in. One thing about Gecko, he's a very smart racer. Right under that wing. This is where Halleck's going to be a little bit at a loss. No, he's straight behind Gecko rather than taking the slipstream off the Syndicate racing car. Gecko gets that move done. Good move it was. We'll stay on board and see if the AMG follows, or will Syndicate maybe get another run back on Gecko? Will he actually go for the move? Will he bump? That was a little touch. Doesn't want to lose many spots. His tyres also aren't looking amazing. We must be said. Gecko's are slightly better. I think everybody's tyres are coming to the fall off. What are we? We are three laps, 2 laps away from the end. 3 laps. What's the leader on? Coming up to 27. So we're 2 laps away from the end of this one. Yeah. I know, it hasn't turned up at all. Ooh, Alex had a little luck, he showed his nose. Can't really go for much through there. Oh, Syndicate Racing feeling the pressure. Oh, a little bit of rubbing is racing. These curbs are, you saw it earlier, all it takes is one little bounce off and then you could be in the no man's land and then end up getting reset like we saw earlier, which was unfortunate. Oh, Kieran has ended up coming into the pits there then. Yeah. We will just a splash and dash, didn't even change tyres. Yeah, there is no rain on any part of the track. I think it's just going to be cloudy, overcast. Let's have a look through the field then. Jakey's only 5 point. They're struggling on fuel. Slipstream sector 7. They've got the flashing bar. They might have to pit this lap. Oh, that gap is coming rapidly down to Jakey. This could be an extraordinary drive from Jakey. Where were they when we started? Oh, as Alex is still looking to get that move done. P8. Can he get the move done? Obviously, Shadow has the slipstream from Gecko in front. 2 Corvettes against an AMG. I think the AMG is struggling to get a move past. Ooh, could he get a run out of here? No, not really. This could turn into a 3-way little fight here. I think it is. Wow, and oh, we will have a look at that in a minute as they still go. I wasn't expecting Syndicate to come out in front of that one. It was a great move, great move. Let's have a look. So the AMG actually helped Syndicate, pushed him in the beginning, gets the overspeed on Gecko on the inside line and just swoops around, and then Hallex is still on the outside. Ooh, all 3 of them had a synchronized wiggle on exit too. Great driving by all 3. Oh, we've missed something. Do we get that on the replay? I don't know. Hold on one moment as these 2 are still side by side coming up to the Porsche curves. Oh, as that AMG got a little bit squirrely under braking. Guess who's done? Did I catch any action? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. No. No matter. I had one job but I pressed the wrong button. So Jakey is now on the back end of Slipstream. That gap's coming right down. I'm gonna suggest that Hallex will probably pull away from Syndicate, judging on what's been happening so far. If he can get back on the back end of his little buddy Zadel Race Gecko. Let's have a quick run through the field then as we are coming up to... Well, we are on the penultimate lap. So we've got Team ORT in the lead with a 15-second lead. And yeah, considering where they were after the pit stop, that is impressive. And we have Sector 7 on very, very low fuel at this point. In P2 getting hunted by Jakey in P3. Followed by Kaza in P4, who made that mistake and is now pushing his way back up the field. And Gecko up into P5 for Team ERA, who had that penalty at the start of this. So that's a good drive with Hallex following him all race, not letting him out of his sight. And then Syndicate Racing has dropped down an order a little bit, but they sat comfortably in P7. With Team AHR, maybe made a little mistake on coming in a bit early with the pit for the fuel. Tyres certainly still ain't looking pretty, but they're sat in P8 with Sector 7's Nuke in P9. Then we got Super for MRL in P10. We have Sen in P11 being hunted down by Richie in P12 with Irish Tony in P13. Yupe bringing up the rear. No rain, unfortunately. But we are coming up to the final lap, and that is Jakey's got the move done. There it is already. Sector 7 really struggling. Really fuel, yeah. Yep. Yep, I think, yeah, looking at them times. Yeah, looking at them times, yeah. So that's probably, I would have thought, in the longer run, yeah. Probably. It depends if it's Kaza's that gap time to Kaza now is dropping. I mean, Jakey's already 3 seconds up the road. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that one. Jakey doing a phenomenal job of getting that car up into P2. A very solid stint from Jakey. As Balsa is just coming to kick off the final lap. I hope everybody is ready for stint 3. From the little words we heard in the little birdies that came into chat and said that it's raining. Certainly going to be an interesting one. So the ORT have started their final lap then. That is the leaders. What is this gap to Kaza's? 2 seconds. They are staying out. Sector 7 are deciding. Yeah, look how early the gear shifts are. Wow. Kaza has a possibility here. Yeah. Is there any battles? No, these two haven't been fighting. They're buddies. Kieran, that tyre is not looking pretty. That left rear is about to die as he comes probably around this corner. Yeah, there it goes. He had a massive slide as it left as well. So Kieran's going to do the last lap on a dead left rear, so could potentially lose that position to the Sector 7 car behind. Yeah, they were. Gap's now under 10 seconds. I don't know if Kaza will have enough time. Jakey's actually closed the gap up, albeit by a couple of tenths here and there to the leader. So Jakey is really pushing hard this lap. I don't know who's he handing over to. Pretty decent stint, nothing major, no major dramas, people changing places as expected as different drivers jump in the car, different conditions, etc. But overall a very good stint of driving by all 14 drivers on track. It seems to be some sort of battle, is it here, is it? No, it's just the mini-map making me all excited. That gap is now 5.5 seconds. Maybe Kaza does have a chance. Wow. Here is the leader. The leader is there. We will keep an eye on that little blip for when they come into the pits ready for the handover of stint 3. That gap is flying down. Wow. Kaza is certainly going to be thinking, hang on a minute. We get a P3 here, that will be a very productive. That means there would be no places lost after the mistake. He's going to do it too. That gap is flying. He's having to lift. The Sector 7 car is having to really lift. There he goes. Kaza goes on by. Yeah, that 10 seconds, yep. So now we have a completely different front three going into split three. So here we go then. Valsa with a very good drive coming home to bring it in for Team ORT, who will hand the car over. Jakey for Race Asylum Team 2, I think it is, car 218. Great drive by Jakey, bringing that car home in P2. And you got Kaza, my team, Team RA1 77 car, bringing it home in P3. Great drive, Kaza. Could have been more. Slipstream bringing it home in P4. We've seen the fuel problems that car had, but we also saw the potential pace that car had. Gecko with a very solid drive. Like I said, Gecko doing Gecko things, bringing the car home in P5. Followed, no surprise, by Halux very closely. Great period driving them two. That was a good drive from them two, with Syndicate following not long after. And then we have a little gap back to Team AHR, who are still on that dead tyre and have managed to hold off Sector 7 Racing. So that's not a bad outcome in the grand scheme of things either. Could have been better though, once again. I think a few drivers will be kicking themselves a little bit after the end of this one. And then a bit of a gap all the way down to P10, who Senna's right on the back of him here now. Senna has been a man on a mission in that Aston at the back of this field. Made a good few spots. As Team MRL come around the closing stages then to bring that car home in P10. Yep, with Sen bringing that advantage home in P11. Richie coming around the final stages to bring that McLaren home in P12. Some solid drives from people, great consistency at least. Consistency is key. That tyre has just died on Richie too. Then we got the other MRL car, the Mustang, bringing it home in P13. Yep, that's fine.
Welcome to stint 3. We are already underway. I can confirm it is wet on track, and John is the leader at the moment, of course, for the Lexus car number 54. I'm not 100% sure that all of our car numbers and liveries have come through correctly on this lobby, but we will persist and try and give you the best coverage that we possibly can. John leads by 9.8 seconds. The drivers had to sit in the pits having made their tyre choice on the intermediate tyres, but it has proven to be the correct choice, at least for the south side of the circuit at the moment. Absolutely. It has. We have Paymay in second place. He is, as I say, 9.9 seconds down from the lead, 17 to the good ahead of RA's Lugi, who is driving the McLaren, of course. Then we've got Candyman in the Mercedes AMG in fourth position, 32.5 seconds off the lead, but nearly 5 seconds away from the provisional podium as we start this stint anyway. Then we have Simon from Distinct in fifth. He's in the Chevrolet. He's 52 seconds away from the lead of the race. We have Slide Rules, another Chevy then. Chevy's 5 and 6. Slide Rules just sliding his way at the moment out of the Virage de Moussin. at the most southerly point of the circuit. We have a 2.9 meters per second northerly wind on the track as well. That's going to affect the drivers somewhat. Headwind all the way down the Mulsanne Straight, so we'll be seeing a slight reduction in VMAX. We've got Macho Monkey in 7th place, picking up a half-second penalty as we speak. 1 minute 19 off the lead. In 8th place, Slugsy. We've got some fairly close drivers in the midfield here at the moment, but Slugsy for ERA in the Chevy. Car number 3, he is a minute 27 away from the lead. We've got Toto Wolff, he representing Japan, also in a default liveried Mercedes AMG, so not to be confused across teammates here. Then we've got Gelf in P10 in the BMW M6, all blue with the silver centre stripes down the middle of the car lengthways, with just a little wiggle there from Toto Wolff, and we have our first change of position as Gelf launches up to 9th place by no means down to the performance potentially of Gelf. It was much more Toto Wolff really struggling right now with the grip on the rear of that Mercedes, and his tyres are overheated. He seems to have picked up some damage on the car as well. Front wing, front left tyre, and something on the floor or gearbox. We've got Powers in the Aston Martin, the solo Aston Martin for FTR here, just screaming on past Gelf, who was flashing the lights, putting the hazards on, not feeling comfortable in the car at all. Might be a premature pit stop here from Toto Wolff on the very first lap of racing. Then we have Furious 2 in 12th place in the McLaren. We have Bish in 13th in the solo Mustang on the grid, and then we have Gov at the rear again in the BMW M6, and I'm going to be super confused. This is my first time with a lot of the drivers here today, certainly with many of the teams, and it's going to be very interesting for me to get a handle here on who's representing who, especially as barely any of the liveries have come through correctly this time round. Yes, I'll have to imagine them go back and take pictures. But also the numbers just aren't right either. So the car numbers and my faithfully produced handwritten notes ready for today's race have gone to absolute waste because I've got nothing no reference points at all. John, though, his lead, I know his lead is growing right now against Paymate. He is now up to 11.3 seconds. So enjoying these conditions as they're changing as we speak. You can see coming out of the Virage de Mulsanne at the south side of the circuit, some dry patches of tarmac. So I think that we won't be far away from dry tyres at this stage. Looks like we've cycled through the weather quite handily here in the stint. And the other thing I was worried about, Jaeger, was the fact that I might be starting in the dark, and that would be even harder. But it looks like it's okay. We're all right for a little bit, a few hours of sunshine left. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That would be great. That would be fantastic. But I'm sure you need a break from time to time. Slide Rules is in 7th. And at the moment, he's chasing down Macho Monkey right now, down the Mulsanne Straight towards Virage de Mulsanne on the extreme end of the track here. Heavy braking. Front brake discs aglow as the sun is clearly starting to make its journey south of the horizon, at least. We've got no windscreen wipers on the Chevy, despite a little bit of spray kicking up off the back of the Mercedes AMG of Macho Monkey at this stage. Lovely to be welcomed by lots of you here on the live chat. Thank you very much. I will do my level best here to give you an entertaining prime time set. I say prime time, but Saturday night it's not prime time at all, is it? Everybody goes out drinking on a Saturday night. We've got it looks like Macho Monkey just kicking up some sparks on the outside edge of the Indianapolis section. Just going over the curb a little bit there, and giving up a small amount, but not a huge amount of time. 2.5 seconds is the gap between 6th and 7th positions at the moment. Macho Monkey leading Slide Rules in that particular battle. Let's continue our second journey down through the grid then, as Gelf is in 8th, having already promoted himself from 10th place. You can see Slugsy in the Chevy just behind him. He's already deposed Slugsy down. Powers is in 10th. Then we've got Furious 2 also having gone up in the order, down to, I think, the Toto Wolff situation. Now, Toto Wolff has gone for soft tyres. Full tank of fuel, not always the best option, a full tank of fuel with soft tyres, but he's gone for it. He will have great grip at the moment, and this is definitely going to help because he had that early issue on this stint. Coming out of the pits, damaging the car, and then took the option for an early set of dry tyres. So we'll see how his progress certainly, I think his progress towards the back has been halted. Whether he can manage to handle this soft tyre AMG rear wheel drive limited car, it will remain to be seen. It is technically it's a mid-engine car, the AMG, because the bulk of the engine weight sits behind the front axle. So much of that cavernous huge bonnet at the front of the car is all just false frontage and ancillary material. It's a very odd little machine here, as he's in P12 at the moment, 2 minutes and 37 seconds away from the lead. We'll see if that changes over time, as Bish is in 13th. We've got Gov down in 14th place, and already I can see John on the longest parts of the Mulsanne Straight will be able to see the 14th position driver and start thinking about putting a lap on. So yeah, I had wondered, yeah. So John in the Lexus, he's still on the intermediate tyres, and I wonder if he will catch our 14th place Gov, who has fitted soft tyres as well. I wonder if he'll catch him before coming in towards the pit lane. I'm wondering whether any of our drivers will decide, though, after running virtually a full lap on drying conditions, whether to switch their strategy around a little bit and go for a harder set of tyres. Obviously, the softs will grip in quickly and perform well in the wet, but on a full tank of fuel, not exactly ideal either. So let's just watch with our leader as he comes down towards the final chicane, the Dunlop sequence. Sorry, the Ford chicane he's heading towards now, as he's headed. Go ahead, Jaeger. Yeah, moisture is probably sitting around, it's hovering between 20 and 25% right now. So we're kind of on a drying situation, and I think that the majority of that dry section of the track is the dry line on the racing line, of course, as John is just, I'm sure now thinking about dry tyres, heading through the chicane and heading down towards the pit lane entry. Will we make a decision? Absolutely. No, we won't. We're going to stay out. And in fact, it almost caught in two minds there from John as he straddled the curb between the racetrack and the pit lane, and almost got out of control. Now screaming towards the pit lane in the wet comes Paymay in the second of the Lexus cars. He is 14 seconds down. John is going to have a long, slow, lonely lap on intermediate tyres. I suspect now, as in comes Lugi, in comes Candyman, the rest of the field, Jaeger, are going to follow suit here, follow the suit of the second place driver. In we come then, lots Lots of drivers coming in. You need a lot of careful attention on the pit lane entry. Very easy to speed because you're not quite expecting. You would have done a lot of testing coming into the pits, but you're not necessarily expecting to see the pit lane be wet on the way in. Well, Payme has managed to enter Tertre Rouge for the first time on the soft tyres quite safely. We've got lots of drivers on their way out of the pit lane, as you mentioned, Jaeger. In the chat, we're just communicating that perhaps they can't hear you very well. So I don't know if you've got a mute button pressed or if there is an issue. I'll just talk to myself if so. Candyman is out, directly behind Luigi. Then we've got Simon heading out as well in the Chevy. The Chevy's going to be a handful on dry tyres. He's gone for the soft tyres. And you know what's happened to the rain conditions? Well, actually, I have to say, I thought they'd suddenly reversed, but no, they're all right. They are dry conditions, especially at this point of the circuit, the north end of the circuit. It was the pit lane that was at 50% wet. So that is definitely going to cause issues for the drivers. They're going to come down off the jacks, cold tyres straight onto pools of water in the pit lane, and that out comes slide roll, and there we go, the first of our spinners, a full 360 into the gravel goes slide rolls. That was spectacular, Jaeger. I don't know if you've seen better than that so far. Yeah, and here comes Macho Monkey as well. That's a 90-degree 180 and a little bit of a J-turn. Far less spectacular, that one, from Macho Monkey. Oh dear me. Furious 2 went through and did not pit that time. We've got Gelf in the pits, Powers in the pits, Toto Wolff yet to reach the pit lane. No, he's past the final chicane, the Raccordements chicane, so he is carrying on and not going to pit this time either. Bish, though, is going to get some new boots on that Mustang. Let's see, are we seeing any more drama on the way out of the pit lane from anybody? Toto Wolff managing okay so far. And we have Powers in 11th. We've got Gelf treading very carefully, although perhaps slightly too slow, getting too much oversteer at the turn-in point on the first chicane, and presumably getting a little bit wetter than he'd hoped, as Bish is now headed pit lane direction. What is John doing? Well, John is currently 41 seconds in the lead of this race. However, that is not a huge delta to have gained. I think he's losing time here because remember, Paymate and everybody else below Paymate that's certainly in the top 10 have pitted. John has not pitted. And we will see then how Paymate is going to be running and starting to catch John. And we'll see if that decision to play it safe, really, and stay out on the intermediate tyres, even through the Porsche curves, we're seeing a little bit of 50% wet marker for the drivers. So that's certainly going to be interesting as John does now pit and Paymate is on the hunt. This could open up the battle for the lead here, Jaeger. Let's try out your voice now. You've managed to go in and out, but what a skid from car 54. Paymate, just as he was approaching that Porsche curve complex in towards the S's to karting and exit stage right. What a huge off-track excursion for him. Candyman and Lugi going through. Wow, huge for Paymate. Let's see, I'm being asked about damage. I'm not seeing any damage. Thankfully, he went into the gravel sideways at a terrific speed, but he managed to avoid contact with the barrier or damaging the floor. Miraculous, frankly, from Paymate. But as I say, he was just starting to catch John, who comes out of the pits now, 55 seconds, slashed down to 25 seconds of a gap, but he's on cold, soft tyres, and he's on a journey of exploration here. He won't know what the rest of the field have been up to, Jaeger. So he doesn't know just how treacherous parts of this track have been in the partial wet, and you keep getting the odd puddle and splash. But at the moment, this portion of the racetrack, this north end of the racetrack, feels okay. I think the problem is as you head towards the Porsche curves. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. So just let us know that whether you can hear Jaeger or not, because otherwise I will have to repeat what he says. We've got Candyman in second. He has now slashed that lead from 25 to 16.4 seconds on pre-warmed, happy, soft tyres. And he's not only has he had a lap to warm them up and get comfortable on track, but he's also seen Paymay absolutely bin it off into the Porsche curves. So he knows to be extremely careful. However, no criticism of Paymay. That was a huge moment. He was the first driver to hit that patch of wet on the track through the Porsche curves. He's already overtaken Lugi here. And no, unfortunately, Nicky telling us that still can't hear you, unfortunately, Jaeger. So you think I'm blocking you? Wow. Okay, I will visit broadcast options and just double check that one. Let me just go ahead and check my broadcast options. I don't think I can do it live on stream, unfortunately. I think what we're going to do is end up giving Jaeger a little break from voice for this stint, and I will have to revisit my my options. I don't know if it's an option in Discord that I'm ignoring, but generally speaking, my my settings are all set for sharing chat. So we have John in first position, now down to 7 seconds only, as Candyman down the long straights will see John at this this gap. And behind Candyman we have Paymay, 8.2 seconds away. We have a bit of battle on our hands here for the podium, folks, and we're only 6 laps in, 6 official laps into this one. Then we have Paymay in third place, then that's 8.1 seconds behind Candyman, but 6.2 seconds ahead of Lugi, who overtook him after that issue on track. The McLaren not behaving itself particularly well, still picking up puddles here and there down this fiendishly long and tricky Le Mans temporary racetrack, essentially. Then we've got Simon in 5th place. He is 38 seconds away from the lead, as we got Slugsy in 6th in the Chevy for ERA. 1 minute 3 away from the lead at this stage. Slide Rules is in 7th, and at the moment not sliding too badly. We have Macho Monkey still kicking out the rear of the Mercedes AMG. Lots of drivers deciding quite against my prediction. Shows what I know about racing cars, that the drivers have all gone for those soft tyres. Furious too, though, still on the intermediates. That is pretty amazing that he's still sticking with those intermediate tyres. I think he wants to shed some fuel and be faster when he finally does put inters on. But Furious 2 in 9th place. We've got Toto Wolff in 10th place, going the fastest so far in the sector 3 of the racetrack. Remember, early issues for Toto Wolff, just getting to grips with the track. He lost a lot of time and places, but back up to 10th already, and with a driver who's yet to pit in front of him. Gelf is in 11th, 2 minutes 3 off the lead. We've got Powers, 2 minutes 19 in 12th place, 0.8 second gap to Powers. We have Gov in 14th place, just running through the order then. And back to John in the lead, and it's only 5.4 seconds. Can we see from the in-helmet perspective of Candyman's second place? Yes, we absolutely can see the leader. That is a fairly hefty loss for the leader at this stage, thanks in no small part to the late pit decision. But of course, it's always the prerogative of the second place driver in caution periods, in pit stop periods, changes of conditions, to do something different to the leader. But Candyman is putting the hammer down now. That is a sector nearly 0.3 of a second faster than anyone has managed so far, sector 2. And screaming on past our not quite stationary, kind of our hair-chasing camera, down the Mulsanne straight into the second major chicane. Big stop into the chicane. From the driver's perspective, all you see is a barrier in front of you, and you've obviously got to be paying incredibly careful attention. He's carried the speed if through into sector 3 as well. You've got to pay careful attention to your reference points, and that's going to come into effect for the drivers later in our 24 hours when we turn to night conditions, and suddenly your daytime reference points, your shadows, the changing nature of the racetrack suddenly starts to mean a big visual difference. And if you haven't pinpointed your reference points by fixed positions that you can see day and night, you're suddenly in a whole world of trouble. 4.4 seconds only is now the lead. We're hearing from Ray that Simon is off. Okay, well, let's have a look at Simon. Where is Simon? No damage on the car at the moment. He's in 5th place, 41.2 seconds away from the lead, as Paymay is sitting in 3rd, was 2nd, and was catching 1st position for a little while. But at the moment, it's Candyman, fastest man on track. He is 0.4 of a second faster up to sector 4. Big wiggle coming out of the Indianapolis and Arnage corners, but it's not slowing him down just yet. A little bit of caution perhaps as we head towards the Porsche curves though, because it is the wettest part of the circuit. Let's have a look as we ride through, just maybe going only up to about 10% of moisture heading through into the Porsche curves. You can see exactly why Paymay had a mistake going in there, because it's the one portion of the racetrack that is still showing a bit of dampness. But at the moment, Candyman just staying about half a tyre's width within the white lines. His gap to the leader, 4.4 seconds now, and the hunt is on, and I love to see it. It's kind of the curse of taking a non-starting stint for a commentator, is that you often get the situation where the gaps have already opened out. That is a half a second gain on the whole field, on the fastest lap of the field for Candyman, 4 minutes and 2.483. That is fat with fuel, of course, but everyone on identical fuel loads at this stage. That's a 0.4 of a second gain in one sector on the leader. Looking good at the moment for Candyman. Catching is one thing, but passing is quite another. We will see then. Paymay, 13.7 seconds, seems to be kind of keeping the gap to Candyman and managing to catch John at roughly the same kind of pace as Candyman. So this is about, I think, John's cautious approach to the start of this stint. That, of course, could pay dividends later in the stint. It could be all about just going as long as possible on the soft tyres while the car is fat with fuel. We shall see as we get deeper into this stint 3 of the race, of course. Lugi in 4th place, now 20.5 seconds away from the lead. 19 seconds ahead of Simon in 5th position. Slugsy currently in 6th, 1 minute and 1 away from our leader, but looks comfortable in the Chevy at this stage. And that's a personal best sector as well, so just bearing that out. As the fuel comes off, as the track goes to fully dry, drivers just building some confidence. Macho Monkey has decided off the soft tyres with 63% fuel to pit, and that's down to damage on the front wing, or the front splitter at least. So we've got Macho Monkey in the pits. Will Gelf be able to overhaul Macho Monkey? It looks to be the case, yes, as he passes the pit lane now. Macho Monkey is just exiting the pits. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a pit lane exit battle as Macho Monkey exits the pits. He is going to be 1.5 seconds only ahead of Gelf, who has not had to pit for any damage, unlike Macho Monkey. So drivers, I was saying they were getting comfortable, but unfortunately, as drivers get comfortable, they also get a little bit overconfident sometimes as well. The wind picking up and turning towards the east slightly, 3.4 meters per second to the northeast face, as Furious 2 is in 11th place here. We've got Powers in 12th, 2 minutes 27 away from the leader. Bish comes past the pit lane for his lap 8, although of course the drivers did an outlap and came into the pits to await the go command from their teammates. And then Gov still at the tail of the field, now 3 minutes 10 away from the lead, but putting in a personal best final sector, which is great to see. I hope we don't have any of our livery designers tuned in at the moment, because they are going to be crying right now on this particular lobby. John's picking up the pace. That is a 0.2 of a second purple sector on the penultimate sector of the racetrack. So John is now thinking that it's time to dial up the speed a little bit here, as the gap to second place dropped below 4 seconds for a moment. Good evening to everybody in the live chat. Make sure that you're engaging with a subscription, with a like, and make sure that you tell us who you're here to support, because it's not always obvious to newcomers to the racing like myself. 0.6 of a second personal best and fastest lap of the race from John, fastest sector at very least for him, as Candyman comes through on a 4:01.134 and immediately takes that fastest lap away. The gap down to 3.5 seconds. The drivers are pushing each other to new heights of speed for the lap times, which is great to see. Candyman pushing now. It's now 3.5 seconds. So post pit stop, that gap has dropped considerably now. And Candyman will no longer be trying to spot John in the distance. He'll be trying to latch on to the back and pick up a distant tow in these GT3 machines. That'll be another second or two, I would imagine, before down the Mulsanne straight you'll start to feel a small speed advantage. At the moment, though, John's VMAX about equitable once they've been on throttle for the same time. Car's at about half a tank of fuel. The thirsty old Mercedes AMG certainly taking a lot of that grip, and he's pushing hard through the first of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. Candyman kicking the rear out, but still managing a purple sector. 3.4 seconds the gap, with Paymay a further 10.7 seconds further back. So he has allowed Candyman to just stretch away a little bit at the moment. Some people cheering for Gov at the rear of the field, which is great. We'd love to see love for everybody on the race. You never know. It's a 24-hour race. We've already had some drama, I know, with disconnections. So you can't presume anything at this stage until it's the final lap of the final stint. Candyman, big gain that time through. Let's ride in the sort of passenger seat and try and spot the apexes as we head into Indianapolis through Virage d'Arnage. Sorry, no, we're just coming out of Mulsanne, excuse me. We've got another purple sector for Candyman. Building through the gears. It's disconcertingly quiet, this AMG, from the inside. I'm sure from the outside it's an absolute screamer. 3.2 seconds, the gap hovering around, and it's such a patient waiting game here for Candyman. And then you get a good view of the side profile as we now finally do go through Indianapolis. Just stay beautifully on the exit curb of Indianapolis, and then the ultra slow Virage d'Arnage. Don't get out on the gravel or the marbles too much. Past the penalty markers there. If drivers pick up a penalty, they go off throttle for the designated amount of time at those yellow chevrons. We go through Courbe de Buisson and heading now in towards the Porsche curves. And it's all about maintaining momentum through here and your line into Virage du Pont. A 1.4 second gain this lap, and the fuel effect, the tyres being very, very happy here on the AMG. Into the karting S's, past the Maison Blanche, and down towards Virage Ford and Virage du Raccourement. The Ford and Raccourement chicanes here. And this looks visibly a fantastic couple of sectors there for Candyman. Really, really good. And that is a 9/10 of a second gain on the fastest lap of the race, as well as gaining on John up ahead. Brilliant to see. Exactly what we want is our leader being challenged. We don't want anybody going to sleep, so to speak. Might have a bit of a battle brewing further back in the field as well, as we have Toto Wolff in the second AMG here. Ahead of slide rules, 2.5 seconds is that gap.
So, chat.
And they are
hello,
1 minute
hello.
53
Try, so
and 1 minute
overriding
51
the
seconds
voice
away
control now from my stream.
from the
But on
leader,
my mic, if I'm not
respectively.
coming through Webbo's stream, then I will be hijacking it. Yeah. You should hear me now.
We're going to need a little mic check here from Jaeger, so give us a shout if you've heard a second voice for the first time. He's trying to override whatever I've done wrong.
Jaeger, he's back. Yeah.
My apologies. It was not deliberate to dominate the voice
so
by any means.
Discord, so that's fine, but I know then how to fix it, so it's all good. It's all good. So I can keep you company there. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Good stuff. Lots of people very excited to hear you. Hopefully I haven't bored them too much. Gelf is in 10th place. And I'm just going to run through the order again, as Furious 2 is in 11th. A personal best sector for Furious 2 in the McLaren as well. Lots of speed building here throughout the grid, as we have Powers in the Aston Martin in P12. Beautiful machine. Another personal best for Powers as well. Bish, 13th. Gov keeping that gap at least to the leader, 3 minutes 11. And talking about gap to leader, let's go back to that battle at the head of the field as we see Candyman gaining a further 4/10 in a single up to the third sector of the lap alone, and 2.6 seconds. But it does seem, Jaeger, that John is starting to wind up the speed as well a little bit here.
The racing line should be dry, but it looks also the curbs. I think like they're attacking. Yeah, we're getting to 357s probably at some point. So you're looking for really perfect conditions. Now, a bit wide down the exit. That curb still wet a little bit, but hey, still looked good. Yeah.
That's what we like to see from Candyman, still pushing hard on the throttle, coming out of the corners, really sliding that one nicely. 2.7 seconds. It's not going to help his bid to try and catch John here, but certainly helps in style points. How many points are given out for style here at the GT Endurance Championship, Jaeger?
Looking at you, Ray, especially, so you're always up.
James saying, are we supposed to hear Jaeger? I can't work out what's going on. I do apologise, James. Some people can hear Jaeger and some people can't. Maybe it's because your voice is a bit quiet and they've got me turned down.
Yeah.
And our volume balance isn't quite right. But certainly some people can hear Jaeger.
Yeah,
so I feel fairly confident that it's working for some. Anyway.
My voice is good. Really good. Yeah, told you.
How about that for a lap from Candyman? That was a 3 minute 57.9. Incredible stuff from Candyman. That helped him to gain within 2 seconds. And now we shall start to see a little bit of a catching and slipstreaming situation. I've been asked if we can have a look at Simon. Yes, we can have a look at Simon. Here he is on screen. We've got he's just done a sub 4 minute lap as well. Gaining confidence is Simon. And he has just put in a new fastest lap, a 3:57.654. So a fantastic time there. fantastic time there to see Simon on screen, because he puts in a fastest lap on this lap, 11. But he's a little bit distant from the drivers in front. 8 seconds away from Lugi, 24 seconds ahead of Slugsy. Back to that battle at the front, though. And James saying, can I hear Jaeger? I can hear Jaeger, yes, because we're talking over each other. So we're just developing a working relationship, Jaeger. We'll have to just work a little bit better on finding each other's rhythms, I think. It's a natural thing that works over time with partnerships. It's not always easy from the outset. It's John, 2.3 seconds, just stretching away in that second and third sectors. Possibly Candyman just pushing a little bit hard. He'll start to feel his rear left at the moment. That's showing a little bit of wear, but it's not hurting him in this sector. 0.4 of a second new purple sector for Candyman once again.
So,
I love this stage of the race, Jaeger, where the drivers are starting to just build and build and build the speed.
With your stream being delayed, but I can hear you directly in the Discord, so that's why it probably sounds like we are talking over each other. So I guess I will mute myself again.
Okay.
So back to the drawing board. Okay.
Okay. So if that didn't come through very well, I think Jaeger has got it down now. The fact is that it was not just learning to work with each other. It was partly just the fact that he is interrupting through the streamed audio, so he's probably plus 20 seconds on what I'm saying, as James is saying exactly the same thing there. But Candyman is pushing on, and we will push on ourselves. What another slide from Candyman. He is absolutely monstering the car out of the Arnage corner, smashing the throttle. Some would say perhaps a heavy right foot on the accelerator, but it is very fun to see. So I think we're going to get there soon, as I'm being asked to see Lugi as well. All right. We will have a look at all the drivers. But the last thing I want to do on like a multi-hour stream is miss the change for the lead. That's absolute cardinal sin. So I can't be doing that. But Lugi is in 4th place. And here he comes in the McLaren, just passing the trackside camera. He is 13 seconds away from 3rd. 29.5 from the lead, and 6.8 seconds ahead of Simon. John is in 1st place then. Has been from the start, of course, but he had his lead drastically cut into. That was a fastest lap from John. Will Candyman steal it? You bet he will. 33 minute 56.698. Another new fastest lap. Just pipping John that time, but not by a huge amount. But yes, so John, his co-driver, bought him a healthy lead, but unfortunately John was just a little bit conservative on the change between wet to dry conditions, stayed out an additional lap. Now, he didn't go off track like I don't want to keep mentioning it, but like Pei did, Pei gave up 2nd position because he went a little bit aggressive into the Porsche curves on his first lap on dry tyres. But Candyman has been able to rein in that ambition to a certain extent. As the wind builds again, turns another few degrees to the east. It's now a 4.1 meters per second wind, and that's changing all the time. That's a crosswind on the way into those chicanes, which is heavy braking and where you need to be absolutely precise and on the limit, braking and turning into these chicanes. So the driver's just going to have to keep an eye on those wind conditions, and partly that's the job of the team and the engineers to talk to them about it as well. But Candyman gaining 0.3 of a second through into sector 2 here. Surely now starting to get a little bit of a tow. James saying that there's always at least one stream without liveries. Well, yes, I think it depends on the host. It depends on the host connection through how many different servers. I don't know. But I don't think it's my fault, but if it is, I apologise profusely. But John then, 1.6 seconds now only ahead of Candyman, who puts in another purple sector. And once again, this should be a very good lap for him if he can hold it together and not spin. He's certainly been getting the tail out of Arnage a couple of times into the Virage de Mulsanne on the southern tip of the circuit, and certainly you can just see Candyman, that extra bit of confidence at the moment. I believe it's Candyman's second stint as well. I did tune in to the first stint, and I was definitely hearing the term Candyman mentioned over and over again. So this must be his second stint. So he's got some confidence. The sun is setting. You can see it just glinting off the car mirrors there as he heads in the Courbe de Golf, heading towards Indianapolis as they're into now. 1.7 seconds, just a little better from John. Payme still in third position now, but 15.8 seconds away from Candyman. These two at the front in a bit of a two-horse race here for the potential win. They really have been class of their own at this stage. Of course, this is just stint one of stint three, as it were. Drying track. Wow, was Candyman close to the wall coming through the S's Ducating. That was... I wish we'd get a little measure of how close to the wall drivers get on certain portions of the track, because that was a driver with confidence, happy with his tyres, despite the fact that his rear left is looking probably around 35 to 40% worn here. Another new fastest lap from Candyman. I wonder if Simon will have an answer to that as he comes through, because he was trading fastest laps as well. That is the Chevrolet Corvette. And he's got Lugi 4.1 seconds in front. Let's have a look. What does his time look like? 55.6 for Candyman that time. This one from Simon, it's a better lap. It's a 55.362. It's going to take a while to overhaul a 35-second deficit for Simon, but he's clearly trading fastest laps with the best of them out there. Payme just exploring the grass and dirt a little bit. It's... Yeast is saying it's just 2 seconds after almost 5 hours. It's down to 1.1 seconds at the front here. Another good couple of sectors there from Candyman. So we're going to see some battling soon, I think, between the top two. Fastest sector 2 from Candyman. Riding on board with him. He's getting up to, what's this, a 160 miles an hour. Apologies if you prefer to see kilometers an hour on your dials, and it's a struggle to convert. I have to keep the imperial measures going for some of us, the Americans and us Brits as well. That's another good sector from Candyman. Let's watch from John's perspective, shall we? And see if Candyman starts to get closer and closer as the little left before the Virage de Mulsanne just unsettles the car. You need to be off throttle, you need to be ready on the brakes. And then heading through the Courbe de Golf and heading down towards Indianapolis. This is lap 13 for these drivers now. And the gap is now 1 second. Will it get to underneath 1 second, I wonder? So I'm being told that Simon is about to overtake Lugi. It's close for sure. It is closer than the gap at the front. So good spot there, guys. Thank you for Mullet. Here he is, picking up the slipstream. When does he decide to go? Because it's now or never really on this lap, unless you want to wait for another trip down the Mulsanne straight. Here comes Simon. He's getting forced to the outside through the Courbe de Golf, down towards the Indianapolis corner, and he's through already. That was smoothly done from Simon, up to 4th place now. Great to see. Good overtake. And out of Arnage, and Simon up to 4th place, 34.5 seconds away still from this battle at the lead, which is now a similar gap to what we saw between those two when we last joined them. It does feel like Simon significantly faster than Lugi, as we have Candyman now just getting caught up in the dirty air effect through the chicanes. But at this differential of pace, you've got to say it's advantage Candyman. 0.4 of a second now, another fastest lap, possibly soon to be beaten by Simon again, but a 55.335 as we now go through, heading towards Tetre Rouge, the all-important exit of Tetre Rouge. Here we go for Candyman, still gaining time, and this has got to be a fairly straightforward one. Now locked up in the slipstream behind the Lexus. The only thing that the Lexus has got in hand here is the fuel and tyre usage. I know that's two things. But Candyman draws alongside, and a new leader for the first time in stint 3. It's Candyman on lap 14 for our stint after an hour, would you believe, but into the lead and really cleanly through there for Candyman. Already starting to stretch the gap. Simon did steal the fastest lap on lap 13 as well. John now, he's got tyre degradation in hand over the leader. And are we going to see them now slipstream one for the other? It looks like we are, because John immediately onto the back diffuser of that of the Mercedes AMG. Not going to challenge into the second chicane. It seems just focus on the exit of that chicane. Just joining him on board then, joining John, former leader of the race. And there's the slipstream taking violent effect. Will he be given the inside line? He doesn't want it as the drivers start to bump draft now. And into Virage de Mulsanne. Now it's actually Candyman struggling with the exits and hitting the apexes. John, I think, might be waiting for his opportunity in towards Indianapolis. He certainly used the Mercedes to help them both move forward. Here we go again, lining up. He's not going to pull out again. There he is, just a little lift up on the back of the Mercedes AMG. And what he's interested in is that they stretch away from Paymay, I think, at this stage. It's not all ego here for John. But now the opportunities to pass significantly reduce as we come through Arnage. You can pressure to make a mistake. As Kings says, John is smart. Be like John. Okay. But so that was two little bumps in the rear for Candyman. They weren't in difficult portions of the racetrack, so Candyman, I don't think will mind too much. Simon, though, with the fastest lap at this stage. Through we go. Porsche curves. Now, Candyman looked better through here, visibly, on previous laps. And that's John just getting a wheel over the line of the curb on the apex. And that hurt him a little bit. Losing some time. I think if he can stay within a second and a half, he can still pick up that slipstream once they get back onto the Mulsanne straight. Coming way outside of the white lines there on the way through the final chicane, but the game giving them that latitude. It's now a clear second, first to second, Candyman to John. I just want to stay with these two as they get towards the Mulsanne, and we'll see if either the gap recloses again or we start to get some dominance here from Candyman. That's a fastest sector from John, so he's not letting Candyman get away. Absolutely not at this stage. Certainly looking good. How is that slipstream effect? It's working. It's not huge, but it's working. 165, 66. He is just getting half a mile an hour to a full mile an hour advantage over Candyman. By no means is it enough, though. I think if Candyman can stay half a second clear before they hit those Porsche curves again, he will extend beyond the reaches of John. That, though, another purple sector, this time for John. Ricky asking if we can see what's happening elsewhere. Yes, I absolutely will, and I will do my best to try and go through the grid. But this is the battle for the lead at this stage, and I certainly don't want to miss an overtake. Let me see them at least through into Indianapolis and see if they have another challenge to each other. That's a personal sector, personal best and track best sector again for John. So down underneath 0.4 of a second now. And he has absolutely reined in Candyman here. Down into Virage de Mulsanne. And they are now nose to tail. 1 centimetre offline for either of these two. And things will be in a very different situation. But 0.4 of a second is the gap as they head down towards Indianapolis. I was going to say I don't think it's close enough, but John is catching. It's down to 1/4 of a second now as they get down towards that Indianapolis corner, and he makes a little look to the inside. Candyman wasn't buying any of that. And they stay first and second, Candyman and John. Down through the order then we go. Paymay in third place. And he is 12.5 seconds ahead of Simon, who has gapped Lugi very quickly out to 3.7 seconds. So Simon, 34.7 seconds away from the lead, but 3.8 away from the car he most recently passed. That is Lugi then in fifth. We have Slugsy in 6th place. Big gaps front and rear for Slugsy. 1 minute 6 from the lead. Toto Wolff has a 2 minute 3 gap to the lead and a 6.9 second gap to Macho Monkey in 8th place, who will pick up a penalty, who has picked up a penalty, who will pay a penalty after the Virage de Mulsanne, and almost certainly lose a place here to Slide Rules in 9th. So these two are about to swap over. Slide Rules coming forward. Gelf some distance back here still from Slide Rules. Just waiting for this change of position. Slide Rules then waiting. He'll see in front, I think he'll see in front that the car in front of him has got a penalty. That's Macho Monkey there in the AMG. 1.5 seconds off throttle. Hurts. It really hurts. So they'll head towards that position in a moment. And I think that Slide Rules will be easily passed. The gap is now under a second already. Down into Indianapolis they go. Big slide from both cars out on the gravel on the exit of Indianapolis, just following each other through. So easy to do that. Just start getting into the rhythm of the driver you're with. There's the penalty being paid. Slide rules easing his way through and now into 8th place. And that gap will just grow until the next braking zone for the second of the Porsche curves. Macho Monkey in 9th, Gelf in 10th. We have Furious 2 about to pay a penalty himself in 11th. Bish and Gov look like they're actually having a bit of fun here, side by side, a bit of action into the Virage de Mulsanne. And Bish, I think, completing the move around the outside. There he is then, in the Mustang versus the BMW. Please ignore the liveries and enjoy the racing for this stint at least. Unfortunately, the liveries haven't worked, but Bish is in 12th. Gov is in 13th and right with him because Gov was at the tail of the field, but that's down to the fact that Power's the first driver to have pitted for the second time, and we're out of sync. It's earlier than you might expect if you're late to the party. That's because we had wet to dry conditions on the first few laps. So Gov and Bish right next to each other. I'll come back to these two in a moment. I just want to check in on Candyman and on John. Now the gap is 0.2 of a second. I'm very fortunate we haven't missed any change of position, but certainly John, as close as he's been, and he's another bump draft. You can see the telltale little kick of tyre smoke out of the back of the Lexus as he's just nudging Candyman on as they go towards Indianapolis. That's got to be a nervous moment for the leader of the race when you're being essentially hurried up from the rear. Very tricky. So there they are then, again, through the Indianapolis Arnage section, and unlikely to trade positions on this particular section. But I tell you who is trading positions, Gov and Bish, who trade paint as well. Thankfully, these two cars are painted blue, as trying to get the nose in is the BMW of Gov. Bish just keeping the lead at the moment, keeping 12th place. And drivers just working through their soft tyres now. Gov much more aggressive on his tyre usage and fuel usage in the BMW here, so there will be a very big difference in pit stop strategy between these two. You would think Gov in the BMW would be being a little bit more circumspect, but he is getting very aggressive because Bish is essentially slowing him down, he feels, at this stage. Bish, though, now with a penalty, but I don't see Gov waiting. We've got a pit stop at the front of the field. Candyman in the pits. Early doors here. Paymay as well. So John, again, stopping a bit later, as he did at the start of the race. This race, anyway. This stint, I should say. As here comes Gov, up alongside Bish. Fantastic moment there on the camera angles as we go down towards the first chicane. And thankfully now Bish being a little bit more patient, Gov being a little bit more patient and choosing his moment to draft past the Mustang. So we've got Bish down in 13th. He'll pay a penalty in a moment. Gov, who has much less tyre usage and about, I would say, in the region of 10 to 15% fuel remaining as well. We've got a change then at the lead, of course. We've got John in first position. We've got Simon in second position. And he still has a lap of fuel left on the car as well. But Candyman out on a new set of soft tyres as the sun continues its journey past the horizon. We've got a ways before it gets dark yet. As Jaeger was telling me earlier on, we should be on for fully daytime conditions throughout stint 3, but possibly in stint 4 we will see the start of the sunset, and certainly by stint 5 we will be deep in the dark. It's Candyman in 3rd, it's Slugsy in 4th. Slugsy has not pitted, Candyman absolutely has, so has Paymay, but Paymay's down in 5th place, so Slugsy has slipped his way into 4th place. He's now 9 seconds ahead of Pome, but of course a pit stop to come for Slugsy. Simon some distance away from John, 36.7 seconds away from the lead. But it's about Candyman and whether he can get a sufficient gap here on the new tyres to start to stretch away from John. I'm fairly sure he will keep his lead once John pits. It's just a question, really, of whether John can get back onto the slipstream. And actually, would it have been wise for John to come in behind Candyman? Does he actually want to have some time running in clear air? Really difficult to say from this position, but I would say as the second place driver on the road, there was the option that he could have pitted early and gone on to the same strategy as Candyman and forced this into a definite 2-horse race for this stint. But I think come what may, we are going to have a close finish to our stint and a close start to stint 4 still to come. Lots of drivers. I mean, basically everyone has used the softs today after the intermediates. So 54-second gap then, Candyman. That's his target, is the gap to leader. Can he close that? Because, of course, there's a lot of stationary time in the pits as you wait for the gravity-fed fuel system to fill the tank. No powered fueling here. It's all over the shoulder tanks. And he's certainly pushing his Candyman. You won't see it on the stopwatch because, of course, he's now full to the brim with fuel. But he's treating these soft tyres incredibly harshly. Simon coming towards the pit lane. John has not pitted again. John has stayed out, and he doesn't have a lot of fuel remaining. His fuel light is flashing. I hope John can make it round this 18th lap. Before going into low fuel mode. That would be a horrible miscalculation if he did. I might even stay with him down the Mulsanne and see if he's lifting and coasting, but Simon is in. So Simon now pits from second. That is obviously going to promote Candyman up. But what will John do now? Because this is going to be an interesting lap here with very little fuel left on the car. I wouldn't be risking this, but I don't do the kind of the amount of laps that these guys do. So certainly full throttle as he heads down the Mulsanne straight at this point. I'll try and talk you through where and when we might see a lift off. No, there was no early lifting and coasting. It was lift off and straight onto the brakes into the first chicane. He's unconcerned about the fuel. But his lap time a little slower, 0.4 of a second through sector 2. Simon still in the pits, now refueling, of course. We've got Slugsy. What's he up to? He's going to do a conservation fuel run on this lap, the same as our leader, John. Again, immediately off throttle and straight onto the brakes for John. So playing it pretty cool here with the fuel usage. Candyman, 54.1 seconds off that lead now. But of course, having to propel a much heavier car up to VMAX and then brake a much heavier car down to the apex speeds. So it is going to be a disadvantage at this stage compared with John, who hasn't even really worn through his soft tyres to the point where it would be the pit stop time, but for the fuel usage. So John has been great on these tyres. In fact, the gap is growing at the head of the fields by an infinitesimal amount, but it is growing. So it could be that Candyman ends up with John still on his tail after this pit stop. In-lap, out-lap sequence for both drivers. Where is John now? Surely he comes out of Arnage. From my view, at least, there is 1 pixel worth of fuel left on the car. He's got to get about a third of the lap distance. So we'll wait and see if he does enter low fuel mode. But certainly cutting it very fine indeed. Here he goes into the Porsche curves. Virage Dupont next, under the Michelin bridge. Such as it is, it's not really a bridge, I don't think. 54.5, still the gap now. He's still not conserving fuel, is John. Certainly, the car tells me he has no fuel on the fuel gauge, and straight into the pit lane. Wow, that was incredibly close to hitting low fuel mode for John. 54.5 seconds is his gap then to Candyman, who is now on the hunt for that lead of the race again. So we have got 1 hour 22 on our official race clock, but that doesn't really tell us how many laps we have remaining. Jaeger will hopefully tell me, if he's still listening. He can tell me what our finish lap will be in this stint, because I forgot to confirm that before we got in. Okay. So Jaeger has confirmed for me, thankfully. He's drunk plenty of coffee or energy drinks. He's still with us, and he tells me that it's the end of lap 31 that we will run to on your screen. So it is target -1. That will be our final lap in the stint. So that's fantastic to see. We've got requests for likes. We've got a great milestone on the live views, so really appreciative for that. My name is Webbo, by the way, if you haven't heard my voice before. It's great to be here. I was really thrilled to be offered the opportunity to come join you all, and I will hopefully be back for stint 11 in the morning as well, and take you through the lunch break over tomorrow. Although our drivers won't be breaking for lunch. So, out of the pits comes John. Candyman is 3.5 seconds to the deficit. That was a fantastic end of stint piece of work there from John, who's now, from being about 0.2 of a second behind Candyman after 2 laps hanging out on virtually no fuel whatsoever, John has extended that gap out to 3.4 seconds, and it's all on Candyman to do all that work all over again now. They're on equal kind of footing, they're on similar weights and amounts of fuel on the car, and now Candyman has the task to do all over again that he did so well earlier on. And that's a well-timed purple sector from Candyman, but only 11 thousandths of a second now. It's stopped being those huge chunks of time. The track will start to cool now as well, as the sun is very much dipping. I know it's mid-July in northern France, but it will still be taking effect. He can see his target in front at least. It's not an unknown target. He can see John as they head into the chicanes. And he still owns the fastest lap, 3:54.383, and this might be a new fastest lap still to come from him. Let's have a look at Simon then, because he's got some fans in the live chat at the moment. Simon has closed the gap to Paymay to 6 seconds, just come out of the pits. So all the leading 4 have gone through their pit sequence for the second time ahead of schedule, of course, thanks to the early intermediate stint, but for the second time, those front 4, this is as they really do appear and will appear for the end of stint situation, which is still some 11 and a half laps left to run. Lugie's in 5th, and he is 56 seconds away from the lead, and on his own here, Lugie. But speaking of on your own is Slugsy, and I saw a couple of jokes there in the chat earlier about Slugsy being on his own, and he very much is. 6th place, 15 seconds away from Lugie's 5th, and 59 seconds from Toto Wolff's 7th position here in the Mercedes AMG as well. But he can at least see a reference point behind him. That's Macho Monkey 5 seconds away further back. Macho Monkey. Now, when I flick through the drivers and we get a quick view, I can see what their liveries should be. So you get a case of what you could have won on the liveries as we flick through, and it would have been a lot more enjoyable to look at than all these default liveries. But hey, I'm sure that the drivers are still doing their best, and I know you're all here and you're watching, so it's not ruining your enjoyment too much. Slide Rules is in 9th place then, and putting in some good performance at the moment. That last couple of laps was the in and the out laps. That's why they're over 4 minutes, but several on the money for 4 minutes. 2 laps underneath the 4-minute mark, and Slide Rules putting in some good consistent times as well. Headlights on the Guelph Ford, on the Guelph BMW here. So that's the first headlights we've seen, and the GT3 machinery as he goes past our camera position. He is in 10th, 2 minutes 42 away from the lead. We have Furious 2 in 11th in the McLaren, presenting Spain, and he is also similarly on his own, just racing against the clock really. He could probably just about see Guelph in front. As a fan of Red Dwarf, I very much appreciate Guelph's username, I have to say. Genetically engineered life form, for those that don't know. Gov is in 12th and has properly gapped Bish after the last time we saw them. Maybe these BMWs just like their running lights because both BMWs have got their lights on. But then so have the Ford Mustang of Bish and the Australian Aston Martin here of Powers have got their lights on. Just behind them, I think, is John. So John can now see the cars to start thinking about putting the first lap on, and that's a healthy distance we've seen here, putting through the race before we get the lap on. So 3 minutes 51 is the gap to the 14th place driver. In fact, we've got Powers and Bish going for it here with one another. We may see an overtake at the tail of our field, as it'd be great to see these two fairly rare vehicles. You don't see these very often. Ray enjoys seeing Gov flying, which is good, in 12th, and just getting the slipstream. Okay, we're going to bring you some standings in a moment, which is going to be fantastic to get some context for us. We've got Powers down, still trying to make that overtake, and we've got John trying to catch them. You can see ERA on 175 points in the championship. The car numbers won't mean a lot to you here, and certainly Jaeger will advise me if I say anything incorrect, but ERA on top on 175. We have overboost on 150, but remember, this is Le Mans. This is the 24-hour race. That means the largest amount of points available in this endurance championship are today. So it really does count for a lot whether you can make this work. We've got sector 7 on 125 points on P3, then on 93 Race Asylum car number 2, and onwards. And I know you've been watching the stream, you know the standings, you were able to find your team early on, but it's disappeared from my view for now. I can find it again if you're really fussed, because I know where it is on the Discord channel, but I'm sure most of you watching do appreciate that as well. This is Powers, who with the penalty to pay for couldn't overcome Bish, or at least not stay ahead of him. And John is catching these cars now to finally put the first lap on the field. As Lucas says, over 5 hours before an actual lap down car. Exactly, this is brilliant stuff. Compared to something like the Daytona 24, other 24-hour races, even within class, I mean, don't forget, we are racing single class, so that does affect the perception a little bit from multi-class races, but even within class, this is different. Oh dear! That's Powers getting a little bit sideways, not quite obeying the instruction there. I don't think that was a blue flag lift-off zone. That was a little bit early, and he just got a little bit panicked, maybe, did Powers, and got his rear left across into the gravel. So we have our first lapped car, and that is Powers in the Aston Martin. John then being the driver to honour us with the first lapping, but it will soon be the case for Candyman, and hopefully Powers has got that out of his system now. And on the straight sections, essentially, the first three main straight sections are the places where you're instructed to hand over safely and lift effectively for the faster cars coming from behind. So the onus isn't on you to back off in the corners. It's in those straight sections where it's safe to do so. And you can see Candyman. He's lost a little bit of time to John. Just having a little distraction in front of him, I think, here of the lapped car. But he'll get a little bit of a tow as well, and John probably gained a tow coming through the car there. Lucas saying someone needs to turn the grip down on Candyman. He's certainly got a good handle on this Mercedes AMG. I almost said Mercedes AMG Petronas from the Bottas Mercedes AMG Petronas comment. Here he goes then, with the slipstream, down towards Virage Mulsanne. That was a nice little handover from Powers. I don't know if it's first name Will, but he's an Aussie named Powers. And he's in an Aston Martin, and he's at the tail of the field at the moment, and he is now a lap down for the first two cars on the track. Candyman's gap to Paymate, 27 seconds. His gap in front to the leader, 4.3, and this will be a slow lap for him. By his high standards, of course, his fastest is the fastest, a 354.383. The previous lap was a 357.9. This one will be slower still, I fear. So Paymate, he has a similar gap to Simon that Candyman is trying to overcome from John. Now you can see in the background of picture is Simon. And his laps. Let's have a look at Simon's laps. 357.2, his last one, 356.0, the one before. So Simon still looking like he's going to make this. I think Simon is certainly going to be in position to battle for third come the end of our stint and bring his team forward. He's going to be very happy with that, I'm sure. Paymay's lap times. Look at those last three laps from Paymate. This is a huge circuit, don't forget. And his lap times within 0.4 of a second on the last last three laps, and prior to the pit stop he was also lapping within that window. So Paymate, consistency is absolutely on point. Let's have a look at the front. Candyman not really making any impressions here on John, who Candyman is just catching the 13th place driver, that is Bish. Bish is having his own problems here on the circuit, I think, at the moment, just struggling with his tyres. I wonder how many of our current live audience are the next drivers up. Give me a comment if you're waiting to get into the car, what you're feeling about getting into the car. As the headlights are definitely coming on now. And this then is Candyman. There's a possible touch of the brakes there just from Bish, just indicating that he should come through now and not sit in his slipstream for too long. So the gap for Candyman down to 3.7 seconds. It's smaller than that between Paymay and Simon now, 3.5 seconds. Jakey's raring to go. That's good to see. I'm being asked to do cockpit view. Okay. Is that from Simon, perhaps? So actually, I thought I was being asked from the audience to do cockpit view. No, I'm being asked by Jaeger, who wants a little bit of variation. You can just see the helicopter overhead as well. I want helicopter view. That's my favourite view, but you don't get it very often in Gran Turismo. It's occasional you'll get in an F1, but I want to be able to select it and stick with it because you see a huge amount of the track, and you see the gaps really well. Blue Racer says, hope rain comes soon. That would shake up the order. Jaeger, can you give me any information on the weather forecast for the end of this stint, start of the next one? Oh, we're actually even gonna get it on screen. How about that? That's fantastic. We're gonna see that for you in a moment then, the projected situation. Here we go then. So we are in stint 3 now, if you're wondering. So it looks like we're going to be fairly stable for a little while. You never know. It is random in between those starts and ends. So look for the end of stint 6 and start of stint 7. I'm selfishly looking at stint 11 at the moment because that's what I'm next on. But it looks like we're going to be dry for that one. Certainly start and end, as we ride then on board with Simon. His gap to Pei-Mei now 2.7 seconds. There you go. There's your full weather forecast from Jaeger. Much appreciated. The gap at the head of the field, John to Candyman, now 3.9, just exactly what it was earlier on, actually. And I'm slightly surprised, but it was sort of into the second half of the fuel load that Candyman really started dialing it up on the previous stint. I think Candyman would be pretty happy if he can finish this stint, within 2 seconds of John, because that would represent a massive gain for the team. Even though they came a lot closer and he had the lead, I think start to finish of the stint, I think he'd take that. And I think maybe his friends will, his friends in the cockpit will also enjoy that. Nicky's getting ready for his next stint on comms, so that's going to be great for everybody to hear Nicky again. Ian, I think, is heading up for a run. We've got Lucas saying that Peyton is managing and just waiting for Simon to work together. Okay. So that's page 54 in the Racing Drivers Book of Excuses, by the way. Just to give you the full reference points for that one. But here he is, Simon then, 2 seconds away from Pei-Mei. Beautiful sunset, really. In the background. Gran Turismo, in terms of its cost, punches above its weight visually like no other driving game or sim platform, in my personal opinion. I think it is absolutely glorious when you get these full day to night, you get these full range of track conditions as well. Absolutely love it. That's a purple sector for Simon. So apparently, Pei-Mei is waiting to work together with with Simon without losing too much time. We will see if Simon is in a mood to work together with Pei-Mei, or if he just fancies blasting past here and just consolidating that third position. 3.5 seconds the lead, John to Candyman. So I'll come back to these two as the gap drops down to under 2 seconds for a moment, as Lugi just taking the grid once again. I don't think any major changes, but Lugi's in 5th, Slugsy in 6th. We have Toto Wolff in 7th place. He's not far away from Recaro front, but I think that is... No, that's just Toto Wolff and Macho Monkey in matching default livery AMGs. Not teammates, but 1.6 seconds apart, these two. Early days in this pit stint for the drivers, because we used intermediates at the start of the stint. 2 sets of soft tyres have been the choice. Slide Rules is in 9th. We've got Gelf in 10th position, sliding the back end out in style, just as we tune in to see him. Furious 2 in the McLaren in 11th place. He's 3 minutes away from the leader. And Gov is, I think, about to go down, or has just gone down. He has just gone down a lap. So Gov has now, for Race Asylum, he's gone down a lap on the leader. And that's going to be a little bit painful for the team, I think. But Gov is moving forward. And that's all you can ask, stint to stint, I think, and to keep it on the black stuff. We've got Bish in 13th, some distance back there, 4 minutes now from the lead, and we've got Powers at the tail of the field in the Aston Martin. It's not the best car. It's great. It sounds wonderful. It looks beautiful. But in terms of its thirstiness, in terms of its tyre usage, it's not the best. But bravo to the team for using it nonetheless. Let's have a look then at that all-important gap for 3rd and 4th position. Is under a second now. We have Simon on board, and now you can see it's golden hour in Le Mans. So if you've got digital or even better film cameras, now is your perfect time to start taking pictures. Here we go. Oh, just a little change of direction over the apex for Simon as he hits the dirty air, and also I think Paymate not on the ideal line through the S's there, and that just upset the angle of Simon, but he's now down to 0.3 of a second. Violent downshifts on the Corvette, and a little power slide on the way out of the final chicane as well for him. 14,000 slower than the best time. You certainly take that. Candyman has the fastest lap still, a 3 minutes 54.383. I think it's not going to be long though before Simon is either bump drafting Paymate, or I feel more likely right now he's going to go past him. And they might decide to alternate slipstream or lead laps between the two, but it's all about the gap to the leader. 33.5 for Simon, and if he feels that working together isn't actually going to give them, the team, what they need, which is a smaller delta to the lead to, then he won't spend much time hanging out here with Paymate. 0.4 of a second as they get onto the Mulsanne straight. He hits 170 miles an hour way earlier than Paymate. Look at the overspeed. That was part exit, part tyre, all American muscle to get through there as they just try and negotiate the following couple corners for the first of the big chicanes. Now it's down to Paymate. Can he stay with or use Simon's slipstream? Of course, the Lexus is a slightly taller car, and there we've got already Paymate closing in, but not quite on the same speed, I think, as the Chevy. So is it possible, actually, that Simon... It's all about whether Paymate can live with Simon's pace, rather than Simon doing anything to keep Paymate with him, I think. Simon at this point will drive his own pace. But certainly Paymate looking good out of the second chicane. Not able to even go for a bump draft at the moment. What's the difference in speed? It is slightly higher for the Lexus right now, as their foot firmly to the floor. There's a bump draft already, as they go through the little right-hand kink as well. I'm not sure Simon will appreciate that. He's calm. He's into Indianapolis, riding the banking. Doesn't spit out gravel this time. So certainly under control as the flames lick out from the Chevy. Oh, big slide from Arnage again. It is so tight and loose through the corner is tight, the wheels are loose through the rear end of the car is loose through Arnage for most of the drivers, but particularly the big rear wheel cars, of course. Simon moving around in the braking zone for the Porsche curves. That's going to unsettle. Sorry, I was going to say Payme moving around a little bit there. Was that a hint of a little touch on the wall from Simon? Let's have a look, shall we? Let's try and view this one from outboard as we head towards the wall. Does Simon actually hit the wall? He does hit the wall. So I wasn't seeing things. Payme, little rub on the wall. Had to lift off slightly there. And still Simon sliding around. I don't think this will be a fastest lap, but it's a personal best lap for him. 0.6 of a second, his lead right now. That's not enough to gap Payme. And it's 32.5 seconds. So there is a net gain on the lead pair here between Simon and Candyman Joan. But already you can see Payme regaining time before they even head into Tertre Rouge, out onto the dust and dirt. Once again, they'll need to stay well clear of that later when we get some rain. If we get some rain, I think when we get some rain later on. Going to keep things mixed up for everybody and as accurate as possible to current prevailing conditions on the track. What a glorious picture. You can see the tail lights from half the grid down the Mulsanne straight there. Brilliant to see. Simon's lead remains around 0.6 of a second, so maybe that's the golden ratio for him. He's just ahead enough, but that was far from ideal through the first chicane for Simon. Lost 1/10.5 to Payme. And all that hard work through the first sector undone by the tiniest offline excursion. Payme having a little show in the mirrors, actually hitting the brakes earlier than the Corvette. So a personal best for Payme into sector 3. What's the gap at the front? It's staying around that 4 seconds. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit, but for now, this is the key battle on the track. More flames kicking out outboard from the Lexus. So we have 6 to go in this stint, 6 laps of Le Mans. But of course, we continue for the full 24 hours. And your time is displayed on top of your screen. 18 hours 22 to go. So plenty of racing for everybody. It is far from over. It's really only just beginning, and of course we're going to go into the night conditions soon. There was a characteristic little kick of dirt out from Simon's car. The blue flags flying for Simon first, and that's Powers that Simon is catching. It's taken a long time to catch Powers compared to when John and Candyman went through. Had Powers stopped the car, it still would have been obviously 34 seconds. So while he's moving at racing speed, it's a lot longer than that. There are the blue flags again. So I count 2 2 blue flag zones passed, but he'll have to wait now until the Mulsanne straight, I think, before he absolutely has to hand over the track position to Simon and Payme. The Ferris wheel in the infield there, just kicking off, just getting lit up. Oh, Simon, big error from Simon that time. Let's have a better look at that, shall we? As Simon, following and this could be key here, following Powers down towards the final 2 chicanes. What happened here? Miscalculation on the curb. I just completely missed the second part of the penultimate chicane. Oh, that is problematic for Simon there. So again, the work undone, the work still to do for Simon. Back to take that position, and it's actually going to be Paymay that's the first one to go on through and pass Powers and put their first lap on any car on the grid. Simon picking up a fastest sector there. As Blue Racer says, the track is getting a bit foggy now. Can we see Slugsy is another question. Yeah, all right. Give me a moment. As there we go, putting a lap on Powers is Paymay. Obviously, Simon will be there in short order. Here is Slugsy, and he has a 7-second gap to 5th place. He's currently running in 6th. The fog is definitely lowering the light conditions faster than we had perhaps expected earlier on. Oh, nice little kick on the on the final bollard there. Bollard fans cringing as Slugsy just mistreats one. But anyway, in 6th place, 1 minute 16 from the lead of the race. These two now line astern again, and actually Simon, as soon as he gets the opportunity, that Corvette down the Mulsanne straight is almost peerless. Certainly it's got a top speed advantage over the Lexus, or at least the way in which Simon exits the corners may help him, but certainly seems like he has an easier time getting that 3rd place back than Paymay does. Of course, I'm about to get something, I'm about to get a comment in the chat about how this is all part of Paymay's plan. Am I right? Turning right then into Virage de Mulsanne. Go the pair. Challenging here for 3rd position. Tonic saying it's amazing how good this game looks. It absolutely is. And over the course of a 24, this game hasn't, and the servers haven't been designed for 24-hour races, but it's fantastic, isn't it? It's really, really something else, because you just get a feel for the change of conditions in such a natural way. I love it. I absolutely love it. I just, several people have told me I need to move over to PC and get onto iRacing and things like that. But quite frankly, Gran Turismo is where it's at. And let's not forget, was the first sim racing platform to put one of their drivers on track. So let's just give a little bit of credit there. Paymay, that was a penalty, I think, being paid. So that is fairly decisive. And that could mean then that Simon no longer wants to work with, if that was even happening with Paymay. That was Simon now 2.4 seconds, 2.5 seconds away from the lead of the race. So we are just a few laps away from lap 31, when the drivers will pit and hand over their cars. And of course you will then get a changeover of stream, and you will also enjoy the fantastic commentary from Nicky as well. Nicky's on his way back in, and will be with us soon. I would start having a conversation with Nicky, but apparently I've ruined everything and got the wrong setting on my chat settings, so no one can hear anything that anyone wants to say, or you can hear it 20 seconds delayed. So I'll do a nice crisp and clean handover to Nicky as soon as we see our leaders heading into the pits and we get that opportunity. So Paymay is in 4th position. I've just got some mischievous people in my ear at the moment, and I will end up having to pull my headset off if they continue to do things like that to me. We've got blue flags showing here for one of those rear drivers. That is the Mustang. So it must be Gov. It's not Gov, is it? It's Bish. Bish about to get himself overtaken by Simon to go a lap down. That's going to hurt a little bit, coming through to the end of your stint, trying desperately to stay on the lead lap. I wonder if he can, but I fear he's not going to. Gap at the front. We haven't looked at the front for a while. Well, it's 5.1 seconds. They've got plenty of fuel and tyres to go to the end of the stint. They've calculated this one nicely, but half a second penalty for Candyman. Looks like second place and a 5-second delay for the team before they get released from the pits in stint number 4 is what we're going to see. So it's John in the lead, who certainly gave up that lead earlier on. Possibly a mistimed pit stop, maybe, but certainly worked out in the end. His overcut worked beautifully. I think that's a vintage Lewis Hamilton helmet on John's car there. Is it? I can't quite see. It's certainly predominantly matte yellow. It might be. What does that say? Ooh, probably not, though. It says Shell V-Power on it, so that's probably not Lewis, unless it's next year's helmet for Lewis. And he's particularly prescient. Anyway, John, Portuguese driver here. He inherited the lead from his co-driver in stint 2, but it's not been straightforward by any means. That wet stint at the start of the race, where everyone was on intermediate tyres, and then particularly the treacherous first lap out on soft tyres from the pits when the track was drying but not dry. That was certainly a very hairy moment, and we saw Paymate come unstuck a little bit there in the other Lexus. So John, 6.2 seconds now, his gap at the front of the field, as Simon is closing in on the Mustang to put a lap on and go through. And it looks like Paymate not only has been hurt by the fact that his that little penalty stole the close delta he had to Simon, but he's now lost the benefit of the slipstream, and that means that the gap is now opening and Simon can get his advantage back. It's 33 seconds. I think he'll get it underneath 33 seconds to the lead, and I think that's a happy stint for Simon. I want to say he was 5th or 6th at the start of this stint, so certainly a successful one for the team. Lap 27. We are going to lap 31 before our drivers pit, and we'll be at probably roughly the 18-hour mark as we hand over. Paymate, 4th place, 36.6 seconds away from the lead. And then we've got Lugi in the McLaren. He's in 5th place. He's gonna get these tyres home, but that rear left is not going to be comfortable towards the end of this stint for Lugi. It'll be absolutely disastrous if people have to stop on the end of lap 30. So they'll do whatever they can to get through to the end of lap 31. But it would be a disaster if you have to take 2 pit stops. Then we've got Slugsy in 6th place. 1/4 of a tank of fuel remaining. Just about, I would say, 45% on his most limited tyre. I shouldn't really read all this out, should I? Because the other drivers are probably watching, the other teams are watching on, and they can't see that because we've covered it on the stream. So I want to give you that kind of sense of immersion that I've got. I've been told go ahead, so good. Okay, I'll do that. But Macho Monkey's in 7th place, just coming out of Indianapolis, and the traditional little kick of dirt as the right rear still kicks out gravel halfway to Arnage. He's doing well as well, plenty of fuel on board for him, and it does look like the driver's not having too dramatic a situation with tyre deg on the end of this stint. As the temperatures drop, of course, the wind's dropped a little bit as well, back down to 3.4 meters per second, as obviously we won't be able to, I don't think we can actually code an exact meter per second and 1/10 of meter per second identical wind on the circuit for the next stint. We have to kind of trust the game to be relatively consistent. Slide Rules is in 9th. He's nearly 3 minutes away from the lead, so he's at risk potentially here. We've got Gelf in 10th. He's 3 minutes 8 away from the lead. He's 6.6 seconds ahead of Furious 2 in 11th, who is 3 minutes 14 from the lead on the second McLaren here. Gov just showing a little loss of traction coming out of Virage de Mulsanne here in 12th place. He is 4 minutes 15 away from the lead, and of course, a lap down. He's 1:01 away from Furious 2 as well. So that is a fairly hefty amount of time for his co-driver, his next co-driver to overcome. But certainly not without support, Gov, here. And the Race Asylum team, of course, in general. We've got Bish. As you know, the Rolex lit sign is blindingly bright in the background here. Toyota Gazoo Racing haven't done the same thing. But Bish is in 13th, and he's not really battling with the car here, as Bish has been overtaken now. That's 4th place Paymay's Lexus, not to be confused with John's Lexus, who have got the same liveries right now. But be prepared, you'll get beautiful new liveries all ready for you, hopefully in stint number 4. And then we have Powers, who has a small penalty on the car, but he's in 14th. But he's driving solidly and reliably, and certainly giving it everything he's got here. Some consistent lap times and sterling effort here from the Aston Martin driver, tuning in, I think, from Australia, or at least repping Australia at very least. John is absolutely putting the hammer down as the sun sets. John is getting quicker relative to Candyman. That's 8.9 seconds now. That's looking really good for John. And Candyman's gap down to 3rd. Simon is now just 23.8 seconds. That's a pit stop, potentially. That's a clipping a barrier, having to have an unscheduled pit stop. It's that kind of zone there. So Candyman having to focus here. And certainly fun to ride on board with Candyman, because he does push hard and hard to the limit. But it does seem like towards the end of this stint 3, this second hour with me, it does seem like certainly Candyman does not quite have the pace he had earlier on relative to John. So either the conditions are not suiting him, or they're particularly suiting John. It's really hard to say. But fatigue will also be playing a part here for our drivers. It's a tough old job at the rig, working the wheel. I don't know where everyone's tuning in from, but the Brits particularly will be suffering, because we can't cope with hot weather, and it is hot right now in Britain. So feel really sorry for us Brits, won't you? Because we don't have any idea how to cope in the heat. We also have homes that are not equipped for heat either. They're designed to keep us as warm as possible, and we don't have air conditioning as a rule either. Candyman in 2nd place. He is 9 seconds away from John. Remember, though, that's a big net gain for the team on the lead, stint to stint. Stint 2 to stint 4, big gain for Candyman. Simon's gap to Paymay is impressive now. 5.9 seconds. Now that he's been able to shake off that slipstream, that's really gotten very good indeed. It's lap 29 for Simon, at least. It's certainly for the front group. We are going through to the end of lap 31 for the leader. Obviously, the tail runner, the back markers, I don't mean to disparage those back markers, but they will run through to the end of lap 31 before the co-drivers are given the go command in the pit lane to switch over. Love the way here, I have to say, love the way that International Racing Organisation have designed this lobby-to-lobby system. It's not one I've seen before. Very clever. I like the fact that we have managed to do co-driving and long-form racing. Very smart, and very ably handled as well by Jaeger, who is not just commentating, but handling stream switchovers, keeping us all entertained in our ears as well, if not in conversation, which Nicky and Jaeger managed, but unfortunately I did not. But he's certainly running the show, and so I wonder if we can get a bit of a spam like here for Jaeger as we close out my portion of stint 3. I'd love to see some applause going around for him. John, Candyman, Simon will be the order that they come in. Hansa says Slugsy dared to overtake Lugi. Did he indeed? So here he is into 5th place. Good catch there. Good catch indeed. Let's ride with Slugsy for a bit, or at least see if Lugi can regain that gap. But I think Slugsy in the Chevy does seem to be particularly cool, particularly strong down those long straights tonight. So if you can tame the Corvette beast in the corners, you will certainly gain something down those straights. It's out to 2 seconds, the gap, so it looks like Slugsy 1 minute 20 from the lead. I apologise, I didn't manage to notate what that gap was looking like at the start of the stint, but Slugsy for ERA. But Blue Racer saying that Lugi has used up his tyres. His left, his left rear is looking pretty hairy, pretty unpleasant. Hitting 4 minute dead lap times, lap 28, lap 27. But you can see how mobile the rear of the McLaren is looking. And he has no choice. He has to live with those tyres. Ideally, he'd come in and get a quick new set of boots on. Wouldn't need any fuel. And you could argue that he'd have a bit more confidence, but he's not going to save. As long as he can keep the car on the track, and that is a big if, quite frankly, then he should be able to get to the end of not this lap for him, but the next lap for him, which is it's a big if, as I say, that he doesn't end up off track. Has, I don't know, maybe 3% left on that rear left tyre. So you'll see when he turns right how difficult the car is to handle. I imagine particularly through the chicanes. Turtle Rouge is a long corner, so it's a corner where you can make adjustments if you need to. You go piling into a chicane at high speed and you lose the grip. That's when you get those unpleasant surprises. We'll just ride with him as he heads into the chicane. Yeah, the rear end getting very loose over the apex curb of the second part and narrowly avoids the wall on the exit. So his times are going to plummet here. It's going to be a real challenge for Lugi to get home. It's panic stations, frankly. But what else can you do? You can't pit at the end here. Let's run through and have a look at how people's tyres are performing. Much of a muchness through the field, it feels to me. Anyway, nobody else too close to the cliff. I mean, really, the cliff kind of starts to take effect at around 20% of grip remaining. Powers could be in trouble for tyres, and he navigates Mulsanne corner, and you can see how he's struggling. So he's probably going to have an issue. It's lap 30, and John is not great with fuel either. So that Lexus has not been particularly great for him. He stopped 2 laps after Candyman, and John has less fuel remaining on the car than Candyman, and he's in the red and the light is flashing, and he has, again, no option. He has to complete the next lap. Here he is about to start his final lap of the stint, and again, he managed it beautifully on the previous in-lap, but Candyman can push a little bit harder on this lap, I feel, and might be able to close that 9.5 second gap to the next driver. I'll keep my eye on the stream and make sure that I'm not missing the actual handover, and so absorbed as I can be in what I'm watching on my screen as the Chevy comes through. He's on fairly low fuel as well, Simon, to finish the lap. He's not saving anything, kicking the rear off into the gravel again is Simon. So just for the benefit, particularly the benefit of Nicky, I think I'll just say that John is 9.7 seconds ahead of Candyman right now. I don't know the teams, so Nikki knows the teams. I don't know the teams well enough to be able to talk to you about them. I'm pretty sure that John is overboost, right? So John is overboost. So they continue to lead. They led into the start of this stint. They will lead us through into stint 4, but that gap is smaller. And it is a big gain here. Lots of people crossing their fingers that Lugi holds on here. Let's see how he's coping, shall we? At the moment, Simon's about to pass another. That's Lugi still sideways coming out of the final chicane as well. Yeah, his tyre is shredded. It is all red, that rear left on the car. He's got a full lap of Le Mans. Not just a full lap of Le Mans, a cool nighttime dusk settling lap of Le Mans on low fuel. And the rear end of that McLaren is as active as it has ever been. So Lugi trying to hold on, but he is losing time, of course, to Slugsy, as you would well expect. Heading down then to the southern tip of the racetrack, the wind dropping as the sun drops as well. And it is John, the Portuguese driver, for overboost, heading out of Virage de Mulsanne and heading into the second half of his final lap on this stint. Lugi, I'm just for banter, just for the sake of it, I want to experience a run through the Mulsanne chicanes on board with Lugi. He's got to be holding his breath as he comes towards these corners. Here he is, pitching the car in. Tiptoe. I mean, he was pretty brave on the throttle, I have to say. He was pretty, flat down on the throttle. Wasn't too worried about the exit on that corner. But I must not miss, of course, John on his way to the pits. So he is now 10.7 seconds. He's gaining. And again, very bravely pushing hard on this final lap before coming into the pits on the fuel. Obviously, he knows what he's doing, but down to a single pixel of fuel, on my view anyway. And just weaving slightly heading into the Porsche curves. And we will be, I think, bringing in Nikki shortly to take over. Because towards the pit lane comes John. His gap, 11.9 seconds. How is he gaining this much on his final lap in? Here he comes then, our leader for overboost, John, into the pits.
Do in the grand scheme of things, that means you can close that 56 second gap down to Jakey in front. As Yupe has left the pits now, that's a good drive from that last stint. They were quite a way back when I left. So the fact that they're up in 12th, albeit a lap behind, is a great job by the last driver. I think it was Gov. We've got Yeast back in the car for the Mustang, which will leave us the Aston Martin left to come out, and that is the handovers completed. Once again, a big shout out to Webbo for commentary last time. Some great comms, more professional than me, that's for sure. So, let's take us into the night time. Where are the battles? Are they battling? Oh, Kingy is actually looking for the move. We jumped on board that at the right time. Kingy, I thought they would work together, but Kingy says, I'll lead if we're working together. I suppose it doesn't really matter as long as you don't hold each other up and cost each other time. It is a big gap to break down, but we've still got 17 hours to go. Well, basically 18 hours to go. So, you know, a minute in the grand scheme of things is not that much. We'll leave them to it a minute, and we just make sure everybody is running smoothly, underway okay. Everybody's livery's looking beautiful. An early penalty for Yeast on the outlap of your outlap. That lovely sounding Aston Martin, I hope you guys can hear that. We'll pay in, too much. Just catching up with chat quickly. Everybody's just chatting away. Nice, it makes my job a little bit easier. So, we have, this is probably the closest thing on track. We won't just sit on these guys though, but I am curious if they will work together or if that Corvette is just going to say goodbye. I'm curious. Certainly faster through that section. The entry anyway. Not so much on the exit. Gap is going up again though, so as we start this, we have Team ORT in the lead with a 16-second lead and increasing. We'll call it 17-second lead over Sector 7, who has a 20-second lead over Syndicate Racing, who has Jakey all over him, waiting for an opportunity with Kingy and Kaza in 5th and 6th for ERA and RA. And then we've got the Sector 7 boys in P7, ironic, pole sitter, and Halex, yes, P8, the Loose Moose, in a bit of no man's land. Everybody's in a bit of no man's land. We've got James in the car for AHR, been waiting to see James in the Corvette. James is a quick driver. And we've got Shane in the car, P10 for MRL. Ricky Baldy in P11, a lap down. still holding strong. Shane's only 5 seconds up the road, so we'll be hoping to jump onto him. You can see him as well. Like I said, I like to be able to see the car in front of me. Gives you something to latch onto. As we bring up the rest of the field, UP in P12, Yeast in P13, with Kaizen in P14. And a relatively small gap between them in the grand scheme of things. Jakey is on the push. That gap between Kingy and Kaza has now opened up. So this is a fight for position. Jakey currently the fastest man on track as well, being pulled along from that Corvette from Syndicate Racing. Should we try this button? That was the wrong button. This one, there we go. Have a look at it from Jakey's point of view. I can hear you. Can everybody else hear? Can everybody else hear Jaeger through the stream? Give Jaeger a wave in chat if you can hear Jaeger. Oh, shut up. Yay or nay? They're saying no. Right, okay. I wonder if you left and came back. Yep. It's a stream. If you hear me randomly chatting, it's because I've got Jaeger like a director in my ear, giving me crucial instructions that I've got to abide by or I won't be getting paid. Not that I'm getting paid. Just disclaimer, I am not getting paid. But Jakey is looking for the move on Kemp. TCR Kemp, so the TCR symbol, certainly going to be a clean driver. I haven't seen Kemp much, to be fair, personally. I assume he's going to be a clean driver, as everybody else is, to be fair, this league. Here we go, Jakey's looking through it. Got the move done. Very nice move. Jakey is still currently the fastest man on track. We will give that a little watch back. Look at Jakey's point of view. Jump back out, gets the move done. Very nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. We are learning these replays too. Never knew about a keyboard and how easy it is compared to a controller. Like Jakey. And they are still pulling away from Kingy. The gap is that Kaza must have had a moment. A 401. That's a moment and not really a penalty. Yeah, he's got damage. Front right damage and aero damage. That is not good. Unfortunate for my team and Kaza. I don't know what the call would be there. Personally, I'd probably pit, but that's me. It's slow though in the grand scheme of things. Kaza is probably only now hitting my pace. But it's a relatively even spread between everybody across the field coming into the nighttime stints where the sun is low. If you've been driving since the afternoon, maybe this could be your second stint. Ready and where you might have been in that party chat, tiredness might come into play. Pretty sure the weather is completely random at the moment. But that doesn't mean rain can't appear. I have hosted lobbies where I've had it all completely random and rain has appeared. So anybody that wants rain, do a rain dance, you might get it. Kemp is still sticking with Jakey. This is the problem with that Lexus. Kaza has decided to pit. I don't blame him either. Too much of a time loss. with that damage, and we did see earlier on in the stints how fast Kaza can be. Thank you, Lucas, in chat. Let me know that there won't be random stage until about 30 minutes. Okay. Oh, bumper drafting too, that is smart. They're going to try and push up to these front two. Well, certainly up to Truth Serum in the AMG Sector 7 car. It's a very nice sounding car as well. Interesting to notice some people using traction control on some of their cars and some people not. Sometimes I've heard that helps with tyre wear, so I wonder if that's a factor on some of these cars. This is the on-track battle that is raging on into these early stages of this stint. Jakey was purple, which I'd assume Camp is probably purple at that. Going off that logic of slipstream. Camp was breaking out of the dirty air as he comes into the braking zone. Oh, bit of a wiggle on from Camp behind him. Straight back up behind him though. Curves or the karting curves, I think I hear they're being called. Kaz is now 44 seconds off Kingy and 18 seconds in front of pole sitter. And he's out of sync of his strategy that would have been planned. Don't have to keep an eye on him over the course of this stint. James will be pushing on. James currently holding the fastest lap, but currently has a penalty. That is the theme so far though. I think everybody has had at least one penalty during their whole stint. Yeah, exactly, Lucas, mate. If Jakey and I forgot the other driver Kemp work together, they can certainly catch the guys in front of them. Jakey did a 56.0 that last one, 56.7 from Kemp. James currently the fastest man on track and clean air as well. Just getting his head down. You know the AHL boys aren't slow. Bit of a wiggle on from Alex here then as we jumped on board. As you can see, the night is starting to roll in. It's a nice shot that is at the back end of the AMG. If anybody wants any ride-ons on certain people, etc., please do not be afraid to shout at me in chat. Stages where the freaks come out to play, as they say. Nighttime stints. A lot of drivers going to be driving through the evening. Possibly see some new faces. I mean, I don't think we've seen. How many ERA drivers have we seen so far? Clarkey. We've seen 4 different ERA drivers so far, so none of them have had a repeated stint so far. That's probably a good strategy too. Keep you fresh, keep you can nap if you need to nap, and plus having a strength and depth. Not a single one of them are slow drivers in the slightest, and they're back up. When you consider where they were at the start of my last stint, and they're now back up to P5. Been good drive from Gecko and Slugsy so far to gain back up that penalty they received. They've not taken nothing away from Clarkey either. Kingy currently doing his thing. What's going on at the back? Let's have a look at these guys at the back. Not to be forgotten about at all. They're still doing the exact same thing that these fast boys at the front are doing. It's a lot of laps. 30 doesn't sound a lot as well. And then when you think of the size of the track, for half of it you can almost pay no attention. And then all of a sudden it starts getting tricky, it starts getting twisty, and they're fast sweeping corners. Not your bad at all, Clarky. Disconnects happen, mate. These things happen. I mean, the reel I'm on, I'm pretty sure it was red flagged for 3/4 of it. We had a disconnect and we were back underway within 10 minutes. Credit to everybody in the background staff that pulls that off. Yeah, big time. As though the penalty, Kingy had a little bit of a wiggle coming into it. I think that's Indianapolis. Might be wrong though. Jakey can't shake Kemp off completely, but I think that gap has come down to truth. I'm pretty sure that might have been 16 seconds. I may be wrong. Let's have a look at the deltas and try and work it out. Yep, Truth Serum's running 58s while Jakey is running 56s. So Jakey, once again, a man on a mission. These Lexuses have surprised me, I cannot lie on that one. During the very little practice, may I add, I did not see the Lexuses being near the front. Yeah, that's true. ORT are extremely strong. They're also lapping in the 56s in that Lexus. No slipstream. Loads of air, clean track in front of him until he comes up to the next set of back markers. It should be a little while yet. Probably won't even happen until the pit stops, I wouldn't have thought. I might be wrong though, depends on the difference in pace, obviously, as we see a purple sector from Azerion, as if DD, stick with the easy one there, DD. So DD showing the field that he's here to mean business, or she's here to mean business. Spit out of the flames. Just gotta look. Right, okay. As I'm being told, I'm here one of the quicker ORT drivers, so no surprising that he is currently near enough 3/10 up on that purple lap. So I'm definitely wrong, he will be catching them back markers a lot sooner than I said. Good, stay on board, see if he's still purple as we come through this next sector. Just. Nice exit. So we head up to what I like to call a Porsche Codes. See if he's still purple, if not we'll leave the man alone to crack on with his job. Just 5/10 up. Not quite there, there's a lot of time lost through that last second. Then Jakey is eating away at that gap. If Kemp could get on the back of him and give him a little bump here and there, they won't be long and they will be up fighting for P2. We could have some changes again at the top. Tell you what, it hasn't been one shy of that. certainly been some changes off the top. Can't say one driver is, one team is outperforming everybody. ORT are granted in the lead, but they're certainly not having it all their own way. Sector 7 are giving them a run for their money, and Jakey is certainly on the charge too. James has just set the fastest laps. James currently putting in 55s. Some impressive times being shown here. I'm pretty sure we saw a 54 the last time. He's currently 2.5 tenths up. Sure, it was a 54 something. Go back to him in a mo. That thing looks lovely in the night sky. I have a thing for brightly coloured cars, and that is beautiful, especially with the yellow lights. Well, Ricky hunting him down now, closing that gap down, so Ricky wanting that P10 off Shane. Have to keep our eyes on that. And remember whereabouts they are on the mini-map. Jupe has a nice little gap behind, bit of a big gap in front, but it's not a problem realistically. You can just focus ahead and get your laps down. Yeast got another penalty, unfortunately. The lap times back here relatively similar, 59s, 58s for both drivers. Constant 58s for Yupe. You'll be having a good one this one. Ricky's starting to break that 4-minute barrier, so Yupe has definitely been closing that gap down. Shane now is starting to break that 4-minute barrier. Tyres looking very good at the moment, I must say. We are 6 laps in. And in this colder weather, this colder air, that's the wrong person to look at. This colder air, tyres seem to be doing relatively better. Look at Jakey's, wow. And Sector 7s. The front 3 have identical, except Sector 7 has better front tyres than Jakey and Didi. So maybe you'll be able to go longer, and that's why Kaza didn't mind coming in so early. Maybe he knows he can go longer in the cooler air. The tyres won't be cutting up as much, track won't be as hot. Battle down there? Who is that? No, it's not, it's these guys. So I assume these guys are coming up to... No, they're not. Getting lost on the minimap, that's all. Ignore me. Jakey is giving it the beans, he certainly is. Certainly is. Constant 56s too. Consistency over speed is everything. I think Kemp might have had a moment this lap because he was also doing 56s. Maybe he had a penalty. I'm gonna say he had a penalty. So has now lost the toe from Jakey. That might help Jakey. Doesn't have to look behind him. That gap is now down to 10 seconds. Near enough. 10.8 albeit, but 10 seconds, and when you see the 10, when you see the 11 change to a 10, as a driver you're like, right, it's on. And then once you see them double digits go down to single digits, you know it's on. It's the night sky is really rolling in now, all the lights are on. Let's have a run through the order then, as we are coming up to lap 8. still have ORT leading the way in there. Beautifully done, Alexis. With a 26-second lead. It's stayed about that, maybe it's increased. I think it's increased actually, of course it's increased. They were closer in there. Shut back. Truth Serum in P2 with Jakey bearing down on him. Then we have Kemp in P4, 3.5 seconds, but Kemp has showed good pace at the early stages of this. His tyres are looking a lot worse than others around him though. And we have Kingy in P5 with a little bit of a screech of the tyres as he comes through to start his lap 8. Also consistent. High 56s, low 57s. One it's about consistency. That'll also help with the tyres. We've got Kaza in P6. He's on the pressure tyres, let's not forget, because he came in because of the damage. Starting to find his rhythm suddenly into the 56s. Then we got Pole Sitter down in P7. Tyres are looking really good. The 57s. Dipped into the 58's last lap. Then we got Halex in the Loose Moose Racing AMG. He's been doing the 57s, dipped into the 56.9s. With James bearing down on him. Who's been doing 55s, 50. Wow. James doing a 55.1. James is the man on the move. He is the man on a mission, the fastest man on track. With Shane 28 seconds behind with Ricky Baldy. Hasn't really closed up that gap as much as I thought he was. Lap times sort of cancelling each other out. Shane found his rhythm at the same time as Ricky. You've got Yupe, who's just picked up a second penalty. Maybe had a moment, or is Yeast that close? Anyway, Yeast I think was that close. But that gap has come down by a second in front. Yupe is lapping slightly quicker than them two in front. So that gap is definitely coming down. With Yeast, nice little spit of the flames as we jumped onto the camera then. As you can see, it's starting to get dark for the drivers now. Bro Hawk in chat wishes James would share the rest of his skills with AHR. I know that feeling in RA, trust me James. Plenty of people that I wouldn't mind having a taste of them Edison one morning. I think this gap might now come down to the single digits like I was talking about. There it is. Ooh, as we flicked on it went back up to the 10s. Jakey knows he's on the move. You don't have to now, you'll see it in your peripheral rather than looking at the delta all the time. You'll just see that number, that gap slightly come down. Kemp is losing touch with Jakey. I'm gonna put that down to tyre wear. Unfortunately, obviously you guys can't see it, but there is a significant difference between Jakey. Jakey is just above halfway, whereas Kemp is just below halfway on tyres. Fuel. Everybody's roughly at half point on fuel, except Kaza, of course, who came in for the pit stop. The rest of the field are halfway or thereabouts. Once again, like I said, tyres seem, I don't think it is just me, but I think tyres are certainly lasting longer. I mean, some of these, yeah, some of these tyres look hardly driven on. Kazian now and comfortably doing under 4 minute times, 58s. I really do like the sound of that car. Got to give everybody their little bit of screen time. Everybody's doing the same 24 hours as everybody else. In the same amount of effort, it doesn't matter where you are on the track. I think that is Kingy coming up behind him. So, let's have a look as that gap comes down. It has. I'm curious to know if Jakey will get this move done, or if he will be close enough to get a move done before the pit stops. Also curious as to when they're going to come into the pits. Do we have any information in chat on how much longer they can go in the evening? Anybody willing to share that information, that private, secret, in-team information? Can we see Kaza, please? Yes, we can. Here we go. Yeah, I agree. It was, yeah, because it was on my stint. Yeah, I remember that. I think these tyres are going a lot further. Jaeger relayed to me that the previous stints it was roughly between 13, 14 and 15. Getting later really as the night comes in, obviously, with the tyre deck. Top 5 looks to be long gone, says Blue. It's a long way to go. We've got 17 hours and 22 minutes to go. I don't think this is over, or I don't think anybody is clear at all. Especially when you see the weather forecast. We've got some spicy weather coming up during the evening. So yeah, okay. And we will shortly see the graphic for the weather. And there we go. So we are currently stint 4, and as you can see, stint 7. Well, the end of stint 6, start of stint 7, which will be night time, is very, very spicy. Very spicy indeed, and we also have a little bit at the end of stint 9 and stint 10 to start off. So I don't think anybody is out of that. Thank you to Jaeger for pulling that up on stream. I think there's so much more drama to be had here. Let's have a look at this gap. It's down to 7.8 now. This is basically the main gap on track. I will have a little flick through. We've got that gap of 4.0. Shane is pulling away. We got Yeast and Yupe fighting, so we will make a note of where their arrows are. Make a note of that in your memory neck. We'll keep our eyes there. We will have a little sit on board Sector 7, boys. That's another nice sounding car. I do like the sound of that. As the night is proper closing in now, I don't think it'll be very much longer until this track is engulfed with darkness. And these guys have a good few hours of driving in the dark. Thankfully, I'm on at 5 in the morning, so I'm hoping it'll be relatively okay by then. Ish. Got in chat, it looks like an RA takeover in chat. A lot of people, Gov, Slugsy, Ost, Hansa. Hello, hello, hello. Gov, did I miss Gov? Gov as well. How are we all? Hope you're all well. A lot of that. Gov, Slugsy, great drive so far, mate. Don't know if you guys are in again. But good driving so far. Lap 10 then. DD increased that gap now. Nearly 30 seconds. James still the fastest man on track currently, down in P9. Only now dropped into the 56, but if I remember he had a penalty, so that would explain that one. Tyres. Let's run through everybody's tyres for everybody in chat. 17:20 to go, a whole lot of time for big changes. Love the possible drama, says Valsa, you had a great drive earlier, my friend, as well. It was a pleasure doing commentary on yourself. So let's run through the tyres. ORT, when I'm talking about the tyres, I'm talking about the left rear. The left rear seems to be the popular one that dies on all these cars. So DD has, I'd say, half on their left rear. We have True Serum with roughly the same. With Jakey roughly the same. TCR Kemp has probably got a quarter left on that left rear. Kingy has a little bit more than Kemp. Just under half, not a quarter. Cars are on the fresher tyres, so he's a quarter worn into them though, so he's been throwing that car around. We've got Pole Sitter with half worn tyres. We have Hallux with basically half worn tyres. We got James with half worn tyres. Shane with above half worn tyres. Shane's really looked after those tyres. Ricky Baldy, who's got a blue flag currently, with half bull tyres. We got Yupe with the same. Yeah, everybody's the same. Absolutely everybody. We got Kazan's done pretty well with his tyres. So Yupe has the worst of the back three. Everybody's on about halfway. Bar Kemp. Kemp is having he's certainly murdering that left rear compared to the rest around him. Obviously everybody's got a different driving style. Some are able to conserve tyres. I'm not one of them drivers. I hammer my tyres. That gap is now down to 5.8 seconds and the gap has increased to 30 in front. How do the Mercedes guys take on tyre wear? Bad towards the end of the stint. Mercedes guys. The Mercedes guys currently sat or have got the exact same tyre wear, apart from their fronts are better than everybody else around them. The front three, their left rears and right rears are nigh on identical, but the front two tyres are completely different. That AMG isn't eating them up at all, if that's any help. It's a lovely shot of the sun going down in the background. Jakey bringing us down the Mulsanne straight, headed into the darkness of the night. You can see Truth Serum now. You wouldn't have been able to see rear end on the Lexus let go towards the end pretty bad. Yeah. Well, yeah. They're half worn at the moment currently. Corvette, though, is definitely at a quarter worn now. Any other positions changing hands? Lovely spit of the blue flames from Pole Sitter as he comes through to start another lap of Le Mans 24, brought to you by IRO Racing. Everybody is in. Oh, we do have a little battle on track. We will stay on board so these guys at the back also get their time. We got Yeast and Yupe. I think Yeast has made that move actually. Yes, he has. So we've missed that move being done. Yeast got that move done. Yeast is currently lapping in the 57s. Yupe, a little bit all over the place. He found a bit of consistency and then must have had a moment. It's kind of knocked him a little bit, judging on the times. Obviously, I'm not the driver. I don't actually know these things. But Yeast has got that move done. So that's Team MRL up into P12. It's a good drive from these guys at the back, though. Nice to see everybody still getting some racing going on, as we've got Ricky being caught by P1, DD then, so that is P11 now, a lap behind. where it was. We watching here. We were watching. So that's 4.4 now. Jakey is certainly closing Truthserum down, lap after lap. Look at those times on the right hand side. 56.5, 56.0, 56.7, 56.3, 56.5, 56.3, 56.1, 56.1, 56.4. Jakey, that is consistency, my friend. Very consistent. Is James still putting in monster laps? What's James' laps looking like? He's now finally calmed himself down and put himself back onto normal people's pace at 56. Certainly gained into that gap they had to, is that Loose Moose? Yeah, Loose Moose Racing. Everybody's setting better times, even though the time in effect, but the fuel, the colder air, the cars certainly prefer running in the cooler air. So Jakey's putting his hazards on. A little bit of a flash too. I think, well, that could have been me changing camera. I think that was me changing camera. And we seem to have, he's catched up to another back marker, so that'll be P10 then. Shane, if I remember rightly. Let's have a look. Yep. Jaeger thinks Jakey was listening to the stream. A lot of these drivers do that, and that also blows my mind when they're listening to the stream and then they start typing and stuff like that. They're all on their heads. Just drive. One thing being that quick, then you're getting cocky with it. Make us feel less fast. Corvette is a beast. Says, well, sir, working together rather than each other for the first 22 hours is key, says Lucas. He's certainly not wrong with that statement. There is no point fighting realistically with anybody until the end. Not hard defensive driving. There is certainly no need for that at this stage of the race. If somebody's quicker than you, sometimes you just got to bite the bullet, let them go, and the race might come back to you. It should come back to you. It can easily come back to you. Rather than costing yourself a bunch of time, and lo and behold, you find yourself battling even further back of the pack and haven't made any inroads. Whereas if you just make a little friend for your stint, bump along, and away you go. You'll find yourself soon catching up to people in front of you, especially if they don't have a buddy or if they're running solo, no slipstream, etc. And then like Lucas said, and then you've got the last 2 hours then where people will really start throwing them into some moves, etc. As we start lap 13 then, we may see tyres coming in, maybe, I don't know. We got fuel at quarter. I got a feeling fuel and tyres will now match each other rather than the tyres going a little bit quicker than the fuel. These guys are still putting in quick lap times. I mean, Didi's pulling away, so he's not going to feel like he needs to. 7 boys of Truthserum might feel like they need to come in soon, because they're being caught relatively quickly by Jakey, who has pulled a massive gap over Camp, as we had 20 seconds in the course of a stint. That is a good drive so far by Jakey, and Kingy is also et into that gap. I remember that being close up to a minute. Kingy's found areas, Mr. Consistency. I knew if I looked to that right hand side I'd see a bunch of the same numbers. There they all are, the 57s. Super consistent. Kaza putting his foot down. He's really into that tyre when you consider he came into the pits. He's nearly got the same wear as some people at the front. Got some chart, exactly let the fast one go and have them pull you forward in multiple ways, find them better. Yeah, utilising track, so many variables when it comes to the, yeah. Exactly. Nap time for Lucas. See you in a few hours, Lucas, mate. I don't know what to do after this because I'm not driving now or not doing nothing until 5 in the morning. Don't know whether to get my head down or not. I am known to stay up for the whole 24 hours of these things. Just don't know if it's why he's driving super sleepy. But I think everybody can tell that the tyre wear is certainly not as aggressive as before, as we're still seeing drivers out on track. Easily into the halfway mark, near enough. Well, no, we're not. Chatting crap there a bit. Well, when do they come in? End of lap 31? Yeah, no, we're not quite at the halfway mark. But I can't see the front three pitting anytime soon, and when I mean that, say 2-3 laps. I think the fuel might be an issue before some of them. Yes, Balsa, that's what I need, some toothpicks. Need to go find them, dig them out. Should we have an onboard in the night time then? As we come into Indianapolis. Jakey's throwing it in. All the way down to first. It's interesting. I don't think you need pace for that corner in Indianapolis, but I'm not as quick as Jakey. Tell you what we could do. We could have a little scroll through everybody's dashboard in the evening. Have a little look at what everybody's currently seeing through their dashboard. Through the eyes of the driver. So this is the leader about to start lap 14. As you can see, the lights are bright. It's not quite super dark, so visibility certainly won't be an issue down the Mulsanne as of yet. Not that it really will be an issue, but driving in the dark is certainly different to driving in the daytime, as most of us very well know, as this is what it looks like from the Sector 7, guys. That tail end looks super slidey. We jumped on board Jakey, so we will have a little luck from the Syndicate Racing boys. Seems to be sat. I don't like that cockpit view. I can half the screen's taken up. Is it the same in this Corvette? Yeah. So the Corvettes have a very big dashboard, along with a very big bonnet. Cars I can see, no lights on the. So there we go, look at that, pitch dark inside the cockpit. Fair play to the real light people that do this. Make sure they have lights though. Make sure these are all the same cars. Yeah, it's a BMW. Now that this is certainly different. This is the Mustang, the only Mustang on track. And hence the loud Aston Martin, the screamer. And it is that button. Yay, we are learning controls. So the leader is halfway through lap 14. As you can see, the night is upon us. It's hard to make out the liveries now. The beautiful artwork. hard to see until another car is near them or they see the lights. Ray says consistent times for Wingnut. Let's have a look at his times. We've got 57.0, 57.7, 57.8, 57.8, 57.7, 57.9. That sounded like a song. Very consistent. Yeah, very consistent. I'm not singing notes. I will leave that to you. Yeah. I think we might see some pitters. I don't know. I like to just keep everybody guessing. We might have some pitters soon. Obviously you guys can't see the tyres. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe everybody's got loads of grip left. I don't mind people not being able to see the tyres. I think it keeps it real. You don't see real life tyres. You don't actually know how much they have left until they decide to jump into the pits, and then it's go, go, go. So I'm curious as to who will be the first one to pull the trigger. My money's on Syndicate Racing, because I will just make sure that the leader doesn't jump in. I'm gonna zip down to camp and see how bad his tyres are. Yeah, I'm gonna suggest. Ooh, as you can see, Kemp has very little grip on the left side of the car, let alone the rear, the left side of the car. Just check that, Jakey. Yeah, 2 seconds. So I think Syndicate Racing could be first to pull the trigger on the pit stops. Nice to see Nay, nice to see you, mate. Nice to see everybody in chat. Nice to see everybody here as well. As the night comes in, a lot of people have better things to be doing on a Friday, so they think, but they don't understand how exciting 24-hour racing is. Let's see. Does Syndicate pull the trigger? He has to, surely. No! That is that is surprising. He has a very thin line of white on his tyres. I am actually surprised by that. I know you guys can't see the tyre wear, but I think you guys would agree with me that you would have thought he was coming in that lap. He's gone from doing 50 to 4 minutes. So, oh, his lap times are up, damn. They were consistent in the beginning and had a moment on lap 11 by the looks of things, and it's kind of thrown him off balance a bit. Jakey now within 1.4 as we are coming into the actual halfway mark, even though it's Saturday, Nicky. It is Saturday, I know it's Saturday. Oh, Kingy's the first one to pull the trigger. Oh, that's caught me off guard. But then his tyres also aren't looking too bad, too great. That is Kingy all over, to be fair. Consistent and consistently destroys tyres. So we'll let, what was the gap? 49 seconds. He should, I think, still be ahead of Kaza when he comes out. Have a look. Have a look. We'll see the fuel going up on the side, and then we'll have a little jump back. I just don't want to miss Jakey possibly making this move. Everybody's tyres is now starting to lose a little bit of grip, but this is still 2 tenths up. But obviously he's in the slipstream. Don't get too excited with yourself, Nick. Have we needed wet tyres? Not fully wet. No, I don't think. We've certainly had intermediates. Here we go. How close is Kaza? Here he comes. Right in front of him. So with Kaza's tyre wear as well, I assume he's going to be coming in soon too. So maybe Kingy can pull him along on them fresh set of softs. Here we go then. A potential on track non-pit stop overtakes. At this hour we are 4 hours in. No, more than 4 hours in. We are a lot of hours in, and it's 8 tenths the gap between P2 and P3. Seven hours, yeah. I started counting on my fingers then. It's a good job I got Jaeger in my ear, chat. You guys don't understand. It's like having a little robot that tells you what to do and makes you correct. It's amazing. I need him every stream. I wonder if these boys are going to come in because fuel rather than tyres. They seem to be doing okay lap times, but the fuel light is flashing for both drivers. DD has gone round for another lap. Let's see if there's a fake, if there's pits, if there's no pits, what's going on. We've got the sector 7 boys in, and Jakey's straight in behind as well. They both clean through the pits. Oh, Jakey gained a bit of time through that then. DD has got the fuel light flashing, but does have the advantage of a big gap. Plus these guys are pitting now as well. So Kemp's tyres have officially left the car. They no longer want to be a part of that car, and he is coming in to get some fresh boots. So here we go then. The pit stop strategies for stint 4 are fully underway. Let's not forget Kaza came in earlier, so he's kind of out of position compared to everybody else. Kingy was the first to pull the trigger of this round of pit stops. We need to watch this too, because I feel like Jakey closed in on that pit entry. Their fuel is going up at identical times. Oh, Jakey's put in a little bit less fuel and jumped sector 7, who basically went full tank. So this time they've maybe overcompensated instead of under fueling. They've definitely got enough fuel to get to the end, these guys, this time. But that does mean that Jakey is now up into P2 of this race in the Race Asylum car number 1, I think. Or number 2, no, we're number 1, that's number 2. With a 2.7 second lead. Interesting. And go down, go down, go down. Kemp has a nice gap to Kingy. He's all on his own. Kingy had a moment, no moment. Everybody's so. Ooh, pole setter's very low on fuel. Very, very low. Just enough to make it though. That's all that matters. So Kaz has stayed out again. I guess Kaz is going to run these tyres into the ground, knowing damn well that he's out of sync of everything as it stands. I assume Le Mans has LED blue boards, because otherwise you ain't going to see no blue flags in this lighting. As we got Loose Moose coming in for their pit stops as well. HR, yep, here they come. James ran that tyre into the ground too. Still pulled off 56s, that's insane. That is insane. He's only 10 seconds behind Loose Moose now as well, so that'll be a battle to keep our eyes on for the closing stages of this stint, as we're basically heading into the second half of it. Drivers splitting it down the middle. Curious if to Shane will go in. I don't think I need to worry about any battles just yet. So we'll stay on board the back of the pack and see if they do come in, if they're following suit with the rest of the pack. Obviously this is where you can gain and make places. The leader is coming. We will jump on board the leader, who came in with a minute and a half, 1.28 to be exact. So we will see when he comes out what the gap is. Who was we? James is coming out. Shane stayed out. See, there we go. Not everybody is going to be coming in. Ricky's already coming. Yeast will be coming in soon. Yupe will probably be coming in this lap as his fuel is flashing and his tyre wants to leave the car. Kaizan, probably, he's got enough fuel and enough tyres to do another lap. Jump on board the leader, getting a fresh pair of boots, currently getting filled up with some good old petroleum. Not very fastly though, it appears, but he is away nonetheless. And there is Jakey coming round now. Where's Jakey? Where's that? So that gap is still rather large, if not increased. It was before they all pitted around 30 odd seconds, 35 seconds. We'll see once it evens itself out, which it will once Jakey comes over there. Yep. Nope. No. Maybe a couple of seconds. A second at most. So let's have a run through the order now that the pits, I assume, are done for most of the field. We still have Team ORT leading the way with 36 seconds on some fresh rubber. Jakey also on some fresh rubber, sat now in P2 with a 4.2 second lead over Truth Serum, sat in P3. All these guys on fresh rubber. Kemp also on fresh rubber with a 38 second lead over Kingy behind him. Also on fresh rubber, who has a 4 second lead over Kaza, who is not on fresh rubber. So as Kaza's coming up to the pit lane, is he in? He's in. Word from the boss as Polster is coming round now. So I wonder if Polster will be able to catch, Polsitter rather, be able to catch up. Doubtful, judging where he is on track. That is a big gap to close up, but he is a minute behind, minute and 5, and then he has Halex in P8 closing him down 6.3 behind. He's got James behind him, who was the fastest man on track. As the sun was going down, will it be the same as the night sky has taken over though? Is Shane still going? Shane is still going round, still hasn't pitted yet. He's not on fresh rubber, but he is 52 seconds ahead of Ricky, who has pitted. Kaizan hasn't pitted yet either, which makes me believe that Yeast has pitted. He certainly has in P13, and so has Yupe. And that is your order as we are coming into the second half of this stint. I believe I am passing over to the one and only Jaeger for the next stint. So you guys got to get him singing, ready for that one as we're coming into the evening. Trying to keep up with everything in the chat, nothing really. As Kingy's coming up to a back marker of Yupe. So we'll race this island back marker. And here we go, just lets Kingy on by down the straight. Smoothly done. If Yupe can just hang on the back with Kingy, even if it's just for a lap, half a lap, good time gained on the cars in front as Kingy is driving very well. Jakey is on fire, he's pulled 2 seconds on this. He is motoring. really is. That's as you can see, the Ferris wheel all lit up. Has anyone ever been to Le Bon? I'm just curious. Have you been, Jaeger? Not yet. Anybody in chat been? Jaeger's heard through the grapevine that possibly Richie and his brother will be going. It's certainly evened itself out now, the field. Pretty big gaps all across the field now. It's like I said, we are heading into the night time. Everything starts coming into play. Like I said, the next stint we might have fresh drivers. As I've said, Team ERA haven't had a used, if you want to call them, driver yet. Whereas some of these guys are on their second stints. And might even have another one later on in the evening. Yeah. As Jaeger says, Nick will probably be driving at some point. But ERA, I assume Evo will probably be driving at some point for ERA. Which are currently sat in P5. Kingy setting his personal best now in the night time at 56.4. He's finding the 56s before the pit stops, using the 57s, now he's finding the 56s. Corvette and himself must be appreciating the cooler air and the darker skies. Just a reminder for anybody that is new to this or it's just lurking, they do come in. This race ends at lap 31, the end of lap 31, and that's when the handovers to the next stint drivers will take place. Also, if you are lurking, give us a little like, you don't have to talk, give us a little like, a little sub. I know the IRO guys will appreciate it, I appreciate it, I know the broadcasting team would appreciate it. And plus it has been good content so far, I don't think we can deny that. Even with these gaps evening out a bit and eking out a bit, we've seen the weather forecast, we know these gaps aren't staying this way. And I can't stress enough that other drivers jumping in the car. I think we have a lot more drama packed in these next 16 hours and 45 minutes. I tell you what, they don't know how fly by these stints when you're doing commentary on them and how the drivers feel. I wonder if they feel like it drags, or because obviously a lot of us are used to maybe maximum of an hour race, maybe hour and a half tops, and that's very rare. Whereas these are 2-hour stints, as my dog has just hit my remote. Go lie down, Pops. So, I do apologise for that. We will... Popular. Yeah, Jaeger says that the longer races getting more popular, and I think I do have to agree. That's the one thing that this game misses in daily races. One day daily race D, that's maybe, I don't know, 2 hours long, hour and a half long, something long with strategy involved. But we're not here talking about dailies, we are here hosting an event because PD don't make it easy. And to be fair, community hosted events are usually better. That's not me being biased, I just say that goes for every community. I think they just run them much better than GTWS, for example. At least we understand what's going on in the communities, whereas it seems like PD are very out of touch. As we hit lap 19, I believe. Some drivers, some other drivers at the back, just starting lap 18. Seven-second lead now, Team ORT. So it's increased by about a second and a half. Jakey's just pulling away from Sector 7 behind. Are they being caught by Kemp? It's a 27-second gap. What are the lap times so far? Where was the pit? 16, 70. They're matching each other so far. Kingy pitted earlier. Good spot, yeah, you got Ian saying in chat that James went to Le Mans this year. Where is James? There he is. Oh, just set a purple 54.9 in the night. James has been flying this stint. Absolutely flying. It's purple again. James, I asked you to slow down, buddy. You're going quicker and quicker and quicker. Team AHR on the move then. So I wonder if they will break into P8. Pole sitter is essentially 16 seconds ahead of James. That's probably, possibly a bit much to ask, but that full second gap definitely isn't. What, a 12-second gap. Pole sitter. But well done to all drivers, doesn't matter where you are on this grid. This is no easy feat. A lot of effort goes in behind the scenes with the teams. Part of one, so I have seen that side of things as well. And I know a lot of the RA boys, not just the car 77, I know a lot of the other RA boys have put a lot of time into this. Tyre wear seems to be non-existent this stint. Is that gap coming down in front? Staying roughly the same. Jakey just extending that gap, and that gap is extending by ORT as well. So P1 is pulling away from P2 and P2 is pulling away from P3. These two running away a little bit, but that don't mean nothing. Doesn't mean nothing. I think we can officially say it is night time at Le Mans. Lovely spit of flames there from the AMG. Is James still purple on his lap? Where is he? Just missed the second time. Sit on board, see if James is still running crazy pace. As he's coming up to completing lap 19, about to start lap 20. Did a 54.7. James is the man on a mission. Easily the fastest man on track currently, and probably this whole stint. Let's not forget he was doing 55s earlier on in the stint. Team AHR looking good for being all over the back of P8 in the final 10 laps. Oh, final 10 laps already. And the gap from Jakey to Truth Serum is increasing a lot bigger than the gap is in front of him, so he'll like that. Be very happy that, will Jake. Further down the pack, we should sit on for a bit. So let's give Shane a bit of airtime. That lovely coloured BMW. As I have said numerous times across both my streaming stints, that is very me. Just take this up into turn 1, technically turn 2 I suppose. Nice little flutter of the turbo. I hope you guys can hear that as well as I can too. Bit of tyre squeal. This is about to come onto the Mulsanne straight, but down into the black sky in front. Currently sat in P10. Ooh. James all over the back of Hallex already. Hallex, I said. Lux got sick. But has picked up a half-second penalty, so he's pushing a little bit too hard somewhere. Let's see how bad that penalty will affect James. These penalties are always in killer spots. 1.4 before, 1.3. Let's see. Did he even lose time? I feel like he gained time. How did he do that? I remember someone saying in chat earlier they want whatever James is on, a bit of his skill and all that. How did he do that? Find out how he did that bit of skill. So I feel like James is going to be even closer to Hallex in the next lap or two. Yeah, Jaeger said the same thing about EOS. That's probably what happened. He probably picked up a pen on that corner, maybe. I was flicking through and I didn't see a pen above his name, but he must have. It's the only logical explanation for what we just saw. Or Jaeger said breaks in sympathy. How much? Ooh, a little bit of a flash of the lights at Alex knows he's on stream. James bearing down on him. That Corvette. But the worst thing is that when you've got someone who's behind you, when you know they're the fastest person because they hold the purple lap, that's when you start feeling pressure that you don't realise that you feel. Nate says, still makes me sad we buy all this fancy equipment and James sits on a coffee table with a pad that destroys us. Let's not think about that right now though, Nate. Let's just say he has all this fancy equipment anyway, even though we all know he doesn't. Because then we all feel better. And it's about the community. And I think James would appreciate that too, as he is about to make the move then. Oh, that was close, we nearly missed it. Oh, a little bit of contact, hopefully nothing too much, hopefully nobody got any damage. No, just a little bump. A little bit of a flash. James and Team AHR up into P8 then. As JP says in chat, his table has excellent force feedback. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. I can imagine the elbows get pretty exhausted after a while of leaning on a table. Nate, let's have a little bit less of that, mate. We don't need to know that he's playing less and less and he's still this quick. Let's have positive thoughts, Nate. I'm joking. James is flying, has been all stint and is increasing that gap over Halax. The loose racing. Let's have a run through the order then, as we are hitting 16 hours and 30 minutes. The gap is now up to 40 seconds. Team ORT is starting to make a bit of a claim for P1, although, like we have said, rain and stuff is predicted. We've got Jakey and P2 sat 12 seconds ahead of second 7. Very good stint for Jakey. Again, it's 2 stints that I've commentated on. Jakey's had a very good stint. He's currently got a back marker. We have the sector 17 on Truth Serum. The 7 car, I believe. 25 seconds ahead of Syndicate Racing. Penalty, who's 33 seconds ahead of Team ERA with Kingy at the helm. 49 seconds ahead of Kaza, who has done an extra pit stop on top of everybody. Not forget that. And then a 19-second gap down to the other sector 7 car, the 13 car, driven by Pole Sitter, who has a 7.8, let's call it 7.8, to James, who's as we've spoken, been the fastest man this stint, who's got now a 2.2 second lead over Alex already, and Alex has a pen for his troubles. but they are a minute and 17 ahead of the MRL car driven by Shane, who is 10.3 ahead of Ricky Baldy in the McLaren. And then we have Team E MRL 48 seconds off Ricky in the Mustang. Done a 56.8. It's a good time in that car. Who's 38 seconds ahead of Kaizan, who's only 1.2 ahead of Yuppie. So we have a battle again at the back of the field. We will keep our eyes on that, as I think. Oh, as Yuppie somewhere picked up a penalty. I couldn't quite see that on my screen. I don't know where he got that, but he picked one up. That gap is definitely coming down. Yuppie could easily get the move done because he's got to carry that pen with him the whole lap. So that move could still be done. And could still possibly get the move done early enough where you can build up a gap and that penalty doesn't hinder you. So all is not lost with that penalty. And I must say, tyre wear this stint is pretty damn good. With 9 to go. We'll jump back here. Let my dog out my room. Don't make the move yet, Yuppie. Come on, out. Bye, Paula. You didn't make the move. Thank you, Yuppie. Press the buttons. Half a second. Can that BMW catch the Aston Martin down the Mulsanne? I think it has more top end. Yeah, look at that Delta coming down. And I think Kaizan had a better exit too. You can hear that Aston screaming in my left ear. right at the end of the stream. I am still here, I'm just pulling up the stream. Here we go, right, I can see everything. Right, sorry about that, don't know what happened, but we are back on board. Did we miss anything? Anything major? How's it go quick? James is closing that gap down. What lap are we on? We are on lap 24, about to start lap 25. I knew some sort of drama would happen. I do apologise for that little incident. I don't know what happened there, but I assume my internet decided to crap itself and join in with the festivities of everybody else that's doing it. So, but we are back live, we are back, we didn't miss anything, nobody died, nobody crashed, everybody is still where they are. So another quick little run through the order. ORT P1, Jakey P2 for Team RA2, Sec 7 car in P3 with Syndicate Race in P4, ERA King Ears in P5, RA Team 1 in P6 Mikasa, Sector 7 car 13, Pole Sitter in P7, AHR James in P8, the man on the mission, 54-4, that is one thing we did miss as we weren't there. We have Hallex for Loose Moose in P9, and then bringing up the top 10 is MRL Shane in the MRL 3 car, Ricky Baldy in the 45 car McLaren, P11 with the MRL car 9 in P12 driven by Yeast, and then we have the Aston Martin 51 car with Kazan. I've gone over the thing now because of the stream. In P13, and then Yupe in P14. That was the battle we were on at the time, and Yupe didn't make any inroads to it. If anything, lost a little bit of time. 2.2 seconds, 2.2, yeah, of the back of Kazan. So hopefully everybody can hear me, hopefully everybody can see me, hopefully everybody can see chat. I know Jaeger has confirmed this all in my ear. We are We are 5 laps away from the next stint that will be brought to you by the one and only Jaeger, who I think deserves a massive shout out for everything he is doing on the broadcasting side of things, that's for sure. He has been in this chat near enough the whole time, apart from one little moment where he popped out to grab some food. Other than that though, I know he has been sat in this stream chat the whole time. I know you guys can't unfortunately hear him, but trust us, he is here. And he has just warned me that you're all in for it for the next 8 hours, and he's not taking any crap off any of you. Kingy has closed that gap down. 2 seconds is the consistency again. Unbelievable consistency. Everybody's kind of split up now. This is the only 2 cars that are close together, but I think it's Jakey and a back market. It is Jakey and Shane, if I know them likes right so far. Everyone else is kind of on their own. Can only see cars in the far distance. That means Upe's 13 seconds off the back. That means he had another, 11 seconds. He's had an incident this one, but he's got no damage, thankfully. Upe's obviously dropped it somewhere this lap. It's unfortunate, as he was making inroads and looked like he was going to take Kazan at some point. So the lead 3 currently, lead 4 currently have 4 laps to go. And then it is a big 30-second gap to ERA. So when the handover happens, these are the guys that, well, DD will be coming 43 seconds ahead. Currently, he's getting pulled along. That's Jakey. Getting pulled along. There are the LED boards to let the driver know. Shane pulls out the way, right down the end of the Mulsanne. Costs everybody as little time as possible, and Shane can also just jump into Jakey's slip. But that is literally the closest 2 cars on track as we speak. Everybody's tyres are more than comfortable getting to the end. Kingy has eaten away at his. Forward go, King might. We'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. He has munched that rear left. So for everybody that can't see the tyre wear, it is the rear left that is getting eaten up on all of these cars. Some cars are getting hammered left side front as well. Corvettes seem to be taking a bit of a beating with that big old bonnet of its, to be thrown around into the corners at high speeds. The front tyres are taking a bit of a beating on that car too. The AMG is very good on its front tyres. Jakey's pulled that gap to 20 seconds. There's a lot of consistency being shown by everybody here. 55s. Wow. 55.9, 55.4, 55.2, 55.0, 55.3, 55.7. Jakey 56, 56, 55, 56, 56, 56, 56. 58, 58, 57, 58, 57, 58, 57. There's still the consistency. It doesn't matter if it's slower because they still sat there in P3. Did Syndicate Racing just have a little moment, or was that just getting him a wiggle on? I don't think he had anything too major, as that car behind him is the headlights of a Mustang and not a Corvette. So we are coming through to the final stages of this stint then, and we are well into night procedure. This is nighttime driving at its finest now. that Lexus out down the straight. Absolutely have to. It's a dirty noise in the night as well. Ooh, bit of a wiggle on. Some would say showboating. Some would say having a wiggle on. Can you please check on 7th, 8th and 9th? No problem. So in 7th we have Sector 7 pole sitter with James in the AHA car, 3.5 off him. James being the one that has been bringing the pace this stint, and then Alex 10 seconds off now. So it's starting to drop back, so I think James could potentially be very, if not looking for a move on pole sitter, but both their tyres are not looking in a great way, to be honest with you, and James's are the worst of the two. Another 55.7, James still keeping that pace up high. .4. We'll have to see if he gets a better exit down onto the Mulsanne. He's purple currently. Pole sitter got a good run onto the Mulsanne then though. Pole sitter putting in some pretty decent lap times too. Oh, bit of a wiggle on exit. Did James get a good run? He did. You could see that delta coming down. James's car. Swings it into the left. Down another gear, into the right, up a gear. Back over to the left. Gap staying around about that now. I think tyre wear is now coming into play. Let's jump back up to them leaders. Currently on lap 28. Also coming down the Mulsanne. I wonder how far up the pack is currently lapped. 3-minute lap time. Top up to P10 probably. Is James any closer? He is getting closer, you know. Running out of time. It is still, let's not forget though, this isn't the end and be all. All he's got to do is hand it over to his teammate and be right on the back end of pole sitter. Well, pole sitter's teammate then obviously, the second 7-13 car. So We don't need... James doesn't need to essentially overtake. He's certainly a lot closer to them than they were at the start of the stint. James must have had a bit of a moment maybe. Dropped a lot in that few corners. Tyre wear, fuel making the car lighter, so it's probably getting a bit more sketchier under braking, especially into the faster corners where you got maybe a little bit of trail braking. Oh, a second penalty picked up for James there as well. That won't help. If anything, that will probably confirm him being MP8 on the handover. I could be wrong though. We will have to wait and see. As the leader, as you can see, ooh, the leader picks up a half second for himself as well. ORT boys definitely came to play this time around, like they always do, to be fair. I'd have to disagree, Kenneth, because I personally think I've been showing a fair amount of streamers of all the positions. I mean, we were sat on battles with them. We've gone through everybody non-stop this stint and previous stints, I feel. There's only so much you can do. You've got to keep up with everything that is going on at the same time and looking for gaps that are going on. I mean, I've been sat here on this battle for a little bit. We go, as far as I'm aware, well, me myself, I go where the action is. If I see action on track, I try to be all over it. It doesn't matter if it's P1 or if it's P14. No worries. We are coming on to the penultimate lap then. Team ORT. I mean, at the start, I think at the end of stint 1, I don't know if they were in P2, P3 maybe. They've certainly had a good drive. Jakey's had, as we've known, a very good drive this one. So P1, P2, P3, P4 about to cross the line to start the penultimate lap, and we do have Kingy has let's try that again. Kingy has eaten into that gap to Syndicate Racing, so that is not a bad stint. But Kingy's tyres have seen better days, let me tell you that, chat. They have seen better days. Kaza still down there in P6 in a bit of no man's land. A nice quiet stint for Kaza. Shame about the damage really early on in the stint, but then got his head down and just cracked on. Pelsitter and James have captivated us a little bit over the last few laps with that little battle. And then we got Hallex that was involved in that too. Let's not forget, Hallex was involved in that battle for a while. And then we got Shane and Ricky. Shane jumped Ricky this stint, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Or was it Yeast? Yeast has definitely increased his positions because Yuppie, I think, was ahead of them. Yuppie coming across the line to start lap 28 for himself, and the leader is on. I thought the leader was slow then. He took a penalty. Oh my god, my heart was in my mouth for a split second then. I heard no engine noise. I thought everything was going wrong. But now, as the leader comes in to the Porsche curbs, he will be bringing us on to the final lap. It has been a pleasure hosting this stint. that is me done on commentary duty for Le Mans 24 of the IRO. It has been a pleasure, and I know you're all in for a treat with the rest of the broadcasting team. Has a crash. Oh, I will. Kaza did crash, thank you for telling me, Blue. He's got damage, and that, over the course of 2 laps, is going to bring pole sitter right up on him, which in turn brings James right up on him. So a little bit of late last lap drama, penultimate lap drama. Kaz has obviously thrown it into the wall somewhere. Blue was nice enough to tell us. But here we go. We will let the leader, who I don't think I've given him that much airtime, we will let him bring us home and ready for the transition, who will be handing over to Jaeger. And you guys know what to do with Jaeger. Jaeger loves a good stream. Jaeger's a great broadcaster. I'm not just saying that because he's in my ear. We all love Jaeger. And the next time I will see you lot, I'll be on track. That's not until 5 in the morning. As we come down the Mulsanne Straight for the last time ORT for this stint. DD has driven amazingly, has lost a second or two in the last few laps to Jakey, but overall this stint has pulled over a 40-second lead. That is mega, especially when you think Sector 7 were all over them. So, were they ahead of them? No, I don't think they were quite ahead of them, but they were certainly battling. And now they're 40 odd seconds down the road. Just double check there are no battles. What is Kaza doing? We'll have time to catch up with that when the leader comes in. No, we will stick with the leader, who is Team ORT. Very consistent lap times. The last 2 have dropped off. I'm not too sure if it's fuel saving. He has a very smidge of fuel left, so maybe needed to conserve some fuel over the last 2 laps, because they're a bit out of pocket of what he was putting in. Alexis does drink it. You've got to rev that thing out so much. But obviously, as you guys know, the same as the last stream, you guys can't hear Jaeger on the handoff, so hopefully the handoff won't be too butchered and we're talking over sort of thing. Okay. Jaeger has a plan. Please check camp. Camp. There he is. 38 seconds. Behind Sector 7 and 21. Ahead. I do just maybe crash. No crash. I do just want to make sure I don't miss the leader coming into the pits. So here we are then, ORT about to come into the pits now then for the handover, which in turn means I hand over to the one and only Jaeger. Comfortably in the pits.
We should be able to hear both of us now. We are on the handover screen. I've muted your stream and you're in my chat, so everything should be fine.
Let us know, chat, if you can hear both of us. Jakey's coming round to end his stint.
And Kings is off for ORT.
Just as Jakey enters.
be Harlock then taking over.
That's Truth Serum into the pits in P3.
I see a thumbs up. Yep.
Awesome.
So that's a yep for you. Here, see everything. I guess, I hope. Whatever. We have video footage. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter that we are talking crap all the time. So all good. So Kings and Honor on track. At the moment, we see Candyman for Sector 7 out on track now. Who's next? Camp.
Yeah, Syndicate has just come into the pits, and then we will have King Ears for ERA coming in.
Right. So we have then Simon taken over for the 64 for Syndicate Racing. Waiting for the service.
That is Kingy in the pits.
He will hand it over to Nick. So Simon out on track. Next one will be Nick. We see the crew is ready.
Pole Sitter has jumped Kaza. He has managed to do it.
Kaza with the
Sector
damage.
7. Yeah, Sector 7 are going to be coming in P6. There's a gaggle of 3 here between Pole Sitter, Kaza and James, all going to be coming in within 2 seconds of each other. Right now.
This means Macho Monkey should be out next on track.
Got Loose Moose just coming into the pits in P9.
And now we have this gaggle of cars. Their Blue Racer out on track. Brohawk is out on track for AHR. So who's next? Eplero, by the looks, for Loose Moose Racing.
Yep, that is correct. Loose Moose is after AHR, yep.
And away they go. So we have 9 out on track.
Shane is coming round the Porsche curves now.
So we have a look at the leaders. Kings 44 seconds to Honor in P2, another 30 seconds to Candyman in P3, then Simon 38 seconds in P4, Nick 25 seconds down in P5, Macho Monkey 50 seconds in P6, Blue Racer really close behind Macho Monkey but with a penalty at the moment in Trohawk P8, Caplero P9. So we are waiting for the next drivers to perform the driver swap. It will be Shane for MRL.
As he's coming into the pits, as you said that. Great drive, James. Shane's followed by Ricky Baldy in the 45 McLaren, just coming into the pits.
So we need to go to Welchie again for MRL. Here we go. Service completed, changing the tires, and away they go.
Just as the second MRL car comes in with Yeast in P12.
Oh, blue flags already for Welchie. coming out of the pits. So 4 cars still missing. Who is out next? On it seems to be Kurt for last minute racing in that 650S on track. 3 cars. MRL should be next year. That Mustang is being released. Release the beast.
Go. Just as Kazan in the Vantage pulls into the pits, P13.
We'll see that 51, 7, I don't know. Number, that Aston Martin, let's put it that way. In the pits waiting for the service. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Array part 2 will be up in a couple of minutes, so I will wait for the driver swap, then I will be switching streams as well. So a couple of minutes and then we'll be switching over to the next one. Don't want to do it just when we are swapping the teams, the cars, the drivers. So you pay in, yeah, so we have Harlock on track then very soon. And this means the driver swap is completed. Alright. So I'm gonna go full screen now. On my end.
Have a good one, mate. Enjoy the commentary.
And
I hope everybody in chat has a good race, and I hope all the guys have a good race. And
Yes.
that is me done.
that's, yeah, thank you, Nikki, for your 2 commentary stints. Now have a rest before you're driving, so see you on track then very soon.
Yep,
And here we go.
doing well.
Harlock is out on track, so here we go. All 14 cars are running now on this one. So we have the race situation here at the moment. Kings leading for ORT, 45 seconds in front of Race Asylum, the 218 car that Lexus, so 2 Lexus leading in this race. Candyman for Sector 7, the number 7 car, the AMG in P3 currently, followed by Simon for Syndicate Racing, the 64 Corvette. Then we have Nick for the Esports Race Asylum drivers in P5. Trust me, those bright lights belong to a Corvette. Here we go, see the 44. Macho Monkey for Sector 7, the 13 in P6. Pulled a gap to Blue Racer in that McLaren 650S Race Asylum entry. The number 77, it is DJ Prohawk for AHR, the Apex Hunter Racing Team in P8. Caplero Racing for Loose Moose Racing in P9. Welchie for MRL in P10. So read a little bit of the Discord chat, and Welchie is like feeling really shy at the moment. I think caught the flu or maybe something else, so he's going through a hard time. So big shout out to him for driving the second stint of this 24 hours here. That's dedication. Kurt for the last minute racing, the 45 McLaren 650S in P11. Johnny Waffles there for the second MRL team in that Mustang in P12. We have Frosty from Australia for Shoshin Racing, the Aston Martin entry. And then we have Harlock in that 999 BMW for Race Asylum running in P14 at the moment. So yeah, as mentioned, we will be switching the streams now. So I will be ending the stream any second, and then we will be back maybe 1, maximum 2 minutes with part 2 of this one. So bear with me, I have to do this live again during the broadcast, but we should be fine. Trust me. I'm a professional. Yeah. Don't think that sounded right. But yeah, here we go. Let's see if I can pull that up for us. So I'll just copy the stream. So right, back in a second. Hope to see you in part 2. Bye.